Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to Rome. We've hit the nation's capital. It's week 4 of the FanCode European Cricket Series, Italy. It is our Italian summer adventure, and things are really hotting up. We've got our last piece of the puzzle to fill in this week, and we're going to start with our first of 24 matches here in Rome. We're searching for the 5th team to play in the Super Series in a week's time. Starting with match 1, Royal Roma versus Roma Campanelli. Well, two teams we have seen before in ECN. News from the toss, Roma Campanelli winning the toss and electing to bat. And so we will have a look at some of the teams now. A bit of a record being set here in match 1 with Alfonso Jayaraja there. He becomes the oldest man ever to play in an ECS event. He's 75 years old. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, joining me in the commentary box, Corey Ruckers. And Corey, at 75, you'll be lucky to be walking on your 2 feet. How about playing a European Cricket Series match?
Yeah, pretty impressive, Vinny. 75, he was 22 when the moon landing happened, and about 20 years before colour TV as well. So good luck to him, because this might be the most exciting thing in his life.
And well, I'll tell you what, he may only hold the record for a day or two, just quietly. But right here, let's have a look at the bat versus ball. Well, Roma Campanelli expected to score 99 and Royal Roma 95. Now, here's the thing, Royal Roma, those stats go back to the Super Series last year. Now, Royal Roma were the winners in this series last year. It was in March 2021. But then we saw them again in the Super Series. And so, unfortunately, they didn't do too well on that occasion. But they are back, and they were very slow starters last time. Let's see if they can have a bit of a faster start here. Roma Campanelli, great to see them again. And we last saw them in 2020. Didn't see them in 2021. And so they will be batting first. Now this pitch, it's one of my favourite pitches in Europe. Not just the pitch, but the whole ground really. But this plays like the Wacker. This is a fast, bouncy pitch. And, well, you can see the pitch is so big, it makes the players look minuscule, to be honest. Tanusha Shahanka will be the bowler to start off Royal Roma. But, yeah, really looking forward to this series, Corey.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about this pitch and a lot about the team, so let's get underway. First ball, beautiful Monday morning.
Here we go with the first ball in Rome. It's a pretty good outswinger. Played back with the 2 batters out there. We've got Sumer Ali and Zarian Ijaz. And it's your first time watching cricket in Rome, right, Corey? So
Yes, yep.
I bet you're looking forward to today.
Yeah, well, especially about the pitch. I mean, it's been talked about by the Blue Crew quite a bit, so I want to see that ball flying through.
Here we go again. Yeah, getting some good movement, but just worked away off the pads for 1. So we have our first run of this series. 5 teams. So we've got these 2, and also Roma CC, Rome Bangor Sun, and Kent Lanka. The 5 teams, and they're all competing for that final spot in the Super Series, which will start in a week's time. Weather today, well, you could fry an egg, I think, on the ground. It is hot. It's already north of 30 degrees. Edged and caught a slip. Well, you wouldn't read about it. They had the slip in there, and the keeper, we pretty much went for it, but the slip was there. He wasn't distracted, and we have the first wicket. Zarian Ijaz going first ball, and the score is 1 for 1. What a piece of cricket.
Well, if the pitch has carry in it, usually it brings the slips into the game, and that's exactly what's happened there. What a way to start this Monday morning, Vinny, and what a good snare from the gripper there.
Anil Kumar, well, you're going to love Anil Kumar. He's a guy, he plays with a lot of personality, but he was in the right spot at the right time, and how about that? And that's really the swing from Shahanka that causes that dismissal. So 1 for 1. Don't see too many slips catches in the ECS, but that was a good one.
Yeah, that was a good snare. What a way to start the morning. It's a scorcher, all right, and heating up out there in the middle also.
Keanu in the chat, big fan of this ground. Does look pretty as a picture. A lot hotter than last time we were here. We were here for the Super Series, which was in November last year. And that was after we spent a week here in March. So Dane Kirby will be the new batter. How about that? He did really well to focus on that ball, didn't he, Corey? Because with the keeper diving full, they're pretty much going for it, not reaching it. That would have been very distracting.
Yeah, absolutely. No slips catch is an easy catch, that is for sure. But nice to see that carry through to him, Vinny.
Hashtag pure goodness, slips catch in the
Might have
first
been,
over.
Might have been a little bit of hashtag pure goodness to start this week. How was you had a good weekend?
Yeah, had a
Good
really
time
good
off?
weekend. Yeah, we had an interesting trip down, didn't we, from Bologna. May have involved us getting on the wrong train at one point.
It was a wrong train. That was your fault.
But I think we've recovered pretty well. And so Kirby becomes a key now. Rome Campanelli side, like I said, haven't seen them for a couple of years on ECN. I'm looking forward to seeing them and some of their characters. Pretty well bowled. Kirby's good enough to keep it out. You can forgive him for having a slightly defensive mindset after that first wicket's gone down.
How's the outfield here, Vinny, for all our viewers? Runs pretty quick?
Yeah, it's pretty quick. It is. I mean, I've never seen it at this time of year. I think it'll be lightning. Looking really nice, though. This is one place you can water the ground. This one's off the outside half of the bat. They go on their hit, and well, there's a bit of a Tortuga first up. Almost takes the head of Mubarak Hussain, the keeper, off. They scramble through for one. They're going to work hard for their runs at the moment.
I thought we left Bologna. I wasn't expecting to see some bounces like that, Vinny. That's absolutely climbed from the throw in.
Let's say a quick hello to everyone who's watching on the YouTube as well, and everyone that's participating in the YouTube live chat. Great to have your company once again. And we're super excited for Rome. Deep point comes up now. They've still got that slip. It's a very good over this from Tanusha Shahankar. Pushed, run, and wow, pretty close, you know.
I reckon this is going to the limited review system, Vinny. One stump to hit. He's hit it. It could be out.
Kirby just a little bit slow to get going. This will tell the story.
Oh, that is tight.
I have a feeling he could be in trouble here. You see here. Oh, for me, that's just out. Yeah, for me, I think he's just short.
Just if you get the frame right here, you can tell he's going to probably be just short. Now, that's gone.
He's gone. What a good piece of fielding. So, and now there's the decision. Kirby's just short by a matter of inches. And so ties the game up at 2 for 2 after one over. And it didn't take too long for the action to come here to the Roma cricket ground, as Roma Campanelli lose 2 in the first over.
Well, 2 bits of great fielding to start. You can see there was a slight hesitation. He runs on a slight angle. All of this matters. And he didn't really extend when he got there. He slid his bat, but there wasn't an extension of his arm.
Right, maybe not anticipating the direct hit.
2 bits of brilliance.
Got to expect the unexpected. Yeah, 2 bits of very good fielding, and that's going to be important this week for sure. And so disappointment for Kirby. I think it's a bit of a key to their batting, but he has to go, run out for just 1. Hello to Mike Buckland and Julian Dawson. Good morning to you. And Alex Langford. How is everyone today? Hope you had a good day off. But well, not the start that Roma Campanelli were looking for. Here's Anil Kumar, fresh off the slips catch.
Vinny, so what was the sort of past scores in the past here?
Yeah, well, I'll show you some statistics on that in a second. But yeah, for sure, we have seen a lot of runs here. At the start of last year in March, we actually had back-to-back centuries in the first 2 games. So, yeah, when batters get in, they typically can go large. I mean, the overall run rate here over the years is around about 10.7. This is in the air, hanging a long time. He's going to be searching for this, and I think they're going to pull it back in. That's a pretty good piece of fielding. I'll come back for a couple. Yeah, I know that normally it's in the 10s. So, yeah, 100 to 110 probably part. Really good fielding there. It's Royal Roma. They were a team that only won 2 of their 8 preliminary games, and the format last year was just simple 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. They knocked out Roma CC, who were top of the table in the first semi.
Good fielding that is as well. So it's 3 times now. First 7 balls, 3 bits of good fielding. They can change a game.
Pardon me, they didn't knock out Roma CC in the first semi. It was the final. They beat Roma CC, but still, they timed their run perfectly. But then they qualified for the Super Series, which we had a lot later in the season last year. We had it in November. And Kumar is certainly a player that will... you'll have to train your eyeballs on him, because he gets real fired up as well.
Yep.
He's your good, stereotypical fast bowler mentality in that. I tell you what, you can see from the shine on the head, and it's pretty warm. Knocking this one out.
Yeah, it's beautiful glistening, isn't it? Straight off the beak.
You're going to love.
Look at that. It is warm.
You are going to love Anil Kumar. And Keanu saying here is the legend himself, Anil Kumar. Well, Keanu remembers. He did perform in the big games in that March series last year. Plays all around this one. Just beats him for a bit of movement. So Morelli finding it pretty tough going so far. He's 3 off 7.
Like a bit of an inducker that straightened just a little bit. Great ball. Impressive start.
I'm having a few cube issues this morning.
Oh, the cube's all over the place at the moment.
The cubes,
we're getting there.
The cube's imploding on us, but that's probably just a sign that it is pretty warm as well. On length, and this is hit sideways. Fielder is going to cut it off. So just a single. Capinelli up to 5 now. Yeah, and so the 2 wickets have just put Roma Capinelli on the back foot. Yet to see a boundary in this innings.
Yeah, no boundaries yet. Early wickets will do that. A beautiful ground this is. Really looking forward to this week.
Maiden Waters, hello to you. I'll address your question in a second. A lot of people loving the ground. We're loving it too. Pitched up. He goes for it. Going. And this is gone. 1 bounce, 4 runs. So there's the attack. Orang, first ball. He watched a lot from the other end. And he's able to smack that one away. And finally, Corey, we have a boundary.
Yep, first boundary of what will be many this week, you imagine. And well, this outfield is pretty hard as well. So anything that beats the inner ring probably will go. Nice start it is to your Monday mornings over here in Rome. Pretty exciting day of cricket to come.
Yeah, so looks like we're going to go back to Tanusha Shahanka. No surprises there. So you can see these are the 5 teams this week. Kent Lanka, Roma CC, Roma Capinelli. You're seeing right here RBMS, which is Rome Bangla Morning Sun, and also Royal Roma. And Royal Roma end up finishing in 4th place, only winning 2 of their preliminary games, but finished out actually winning the whole thing. Just had to win 2 finals on that occasion. Oh, may have got a finger on this. Really good fielding. Getting down, Zadrang Shadamgul, making sure that wasn't going to get past him. And you can kind of dive on this a little bit easier, Corey. Not like some of the dirt tracks we had up north, but yeah, fantastic bit of work.
Yep, they've been very impressive in the field so far, that is for sure.
Well, not a great ball that time. Might have just flicked some of the pad down leg side.
Yeah, it definitely did. And look at the movement from the keeper. You'll appreciate this being a keeper yourself, Vinny. Gets the old cartwheel out. Look at this. Hands and over she goes.
Yeah, loving that work from Mubarak Hussain. Goes in the air, hasn't really got it. Well, the fielder comes around and he can't deal with it. Wow, he gets 2 hands to it in the end. Zadran Shanamgul did well to get there, but yeah, at the critical moment, he couldn't hold on.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. He made good ground to his left. Just couldn't hold on in the end. It's an opportunity missed.
Warm hello. So my Maiden Waters question was about a record being broken for oldest player in an ECS, and it does get broken in this game. More about that in a second. The outswinger just plays down the wrong line. Sumer Ali. And so we do have Alfonso Jayaraja. Now he's a bit of the godfather of Italian cricket. He's been in it. He started it basically a long time ago.
How old did you say, Vinny?
He is 75 years and
wow.
30 days old. Can
New record.
He breaks the record by almost 6 years. And here's something that's even more remarkable. He may only hold the record for a day or two because there is a player that is 2 months older in the side as well, in the squad. So we'll have to see. But yeah, really looking forward to seeing how he goes. If he gets an opportunity. It's Massimo Da Costa. Okay, this is in the air. Again, it's a hanger. Look who it is. And, well, he ends up running down the wrong line. And so, finally, Sumarali able to get one away. Again, it was a risky one. But you're in the power play. You just got to get over that infield. He did just. And that's the end of 3. The score, 15 for 2.
Yeah, doing a good job getting the boundary just a bit later in the over. They'll be looking to attack an over soon and get a couple fours early, maybe turn into a magical over, maybe 20 plus. But an important 4. We have a look at the power play. Those wickets early, 2 bits of good fielding has just slowed them down.
Yeah, so I want to say a quick hello to Myra Patel, and she mentions the article which was on ABC Sport in Australia over the weekend. In fact, I might just take a moment and
chuck it back in there.
I'll chuck it in now. There's an article and there's also a video, so take your pick. But it's definitely worth a read. Maybe in the break when you get a chance. But yeah, it really gives a bit of background about how ECN came about and kind of what we're trying to do and how basically it is unprecedented in the world of sport, not just cricket. Yeah, you can see a bit of everything. Here's Gagandeep Singh. And this one is a bit edgy as well. We'll get to the boundary pretty quickly. So Orang has come out trying to move the needle, and he gets his second boundary.
Yep, short, wide, gets it over backward point and skips away on this decently quick outfield for 4.
Nico Fernando saying that we'll see him tomorrow. Had a flight cancelled. Well, he's not the only one. There have been a lot of flights being cancelled across Europe, right?
Why is that?
I think there's a myriad of reasons. I think some places there's some industrial action, I think. I know in Amsterdam, I know it's where you flew out a week ago. There's queues down to the Hilton, out of the airport. I mean, it's crazy. You can't even get into the airport at the moment. Short but angled into the body. So Orang will get one. This one kind of comes off the handle of the gloves. Yeah, but it's a really good looking ground here in Roma. And there's been a bit happening since last year as well. I know they've upgraded the area for the officials and the players, and that's all undercover now. It's just very, very bright and sunny today. A bit different from most of the Super Series. It was in the first week of November last year. I've got to say, Royal Roma looking pretty nice in their new style uniforms. They were wearing yellow mainly last year with a bit of green. They look very much like a bit of a twist on the '92 World Cup uniforms for India, actually. Remember that with the kind of horizontal coloured stripes that you see there?
Yeah, that was the best World Cup when it came down to the kits. Absolutely, they looked unbelievable.
There's some staff shortages, and that was another issue. A lot of people laid off, and they need them back, but they're not coming back into airports. Short, and lucky he gets a past the bowler, in fact. Just a single.
So because there's so much bounce in this pitch, Vinny, would you sit back a lot more this week?
I think so, yeah. And players that are pretty good at playing across the line have a good time here. Players that can play on length, players with a good eye. You see people getting away with it a bit more. You can see that's ball, which is just kind of straight pulled down for 1. Didn't have to wait too long for the first overheat.
Yeah, this is pushing it.
This could be the hottest day of the year. I mean, right now we're up to 33. I think we're going to get up to 37 or 38. Probably 10 degrees hotter in the middle. Nice looking shot off the back foot. Doesn't beat the infield though. So that is the end of the over. So Sumarali, he'll want to stick around and make the most of this, as he has chewed up a fair few balls, but he's still there. So 4 overs down, the score 24 for 2.
Yep, good start here. If you're the bowling unit, 24 for 2, be happy with that any day of the week. And that's Royal Roma who are out there with the ball. But gorgeous ground this, good pitch, plenty good teams. It's going to be a good week of cricket.
So here's a man. He's been in the thick of the action so far. And so it is Shalam Gul to bowl over number 5. And he starts with a full toss. It's too high. It's going to be called a no ball. Well, first I'll have to dust off the horn because that's going to be no ball for the height and free hit coming up.
Well, he missed out as well. He didn't get any boundary off that. It will be a free hit though. First one of the week. Big opportunity here to get a 6-3 side.
He does. He nails it. That is out of here by some distance. Maximo! Well, similarly, when you spend that long trying to get in, and you certainly want to cash in, and that's exactly what he does off the free hit, 6 runs.
Yeah, gorgeous shot. It was a half volley, but you still got to put it away. He does exactly that, and there's the cube there, straight over the top of us.
Cube's not looking in great shape, if I'm 100% honest, but let's see if he gets through the day. That was a good shot. I like the fact he doesn't kind of give in to the temptation to whack it across the line. This time he does get something off his pads, and he's looking better the longer he's out there, isn't he, Generali?
Yep, starting to look a bit more comfortable at the crease. It's always a good sign. He's been there for quite some time now. He's faced a lot of the deliveries in the game as well.
Also, I want to mention that quick hello to our umpires for this series as well. This is in the air, and well, he may have got a fingertip on that, you know. Ended up scrambling through for a single. Maybe not even a quarter chance, maybe an 8th chance, but he did seem to get there in the end.
He did get there. It was a fingertip up. You called it. Just couldn't get his hand under the ball enough.
Good effort.
Yep.
Nur Mohammed, again, he gives it a crunch. So yeah, our umpires got Vanetta Picaro out there. It's nice to see her umpiring again in Rome. This is just whipped away off the pads, and so it'll be 4 more. So Sumerali, I mean, he was at one stage well behind that run of ball, but now he moves to 22 off 19, and he's becoming a bit of a key to this Roma Capinelli innings.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, just losing his line again. Gets put away, punished. Good batting.
But also, I want to say, welcome to Sanaka Fernando, also Suleiman Saeed. And we've got Sir Rob Kemming back as the tournament referee. Nice to have Rob back.
Had new crew this week.
Keeping cool in the officials' tent. Another full toss. This time it's just chipped away off the pads for 1. So there will be drinks breaks at the end of 5 overs today, just because of this extreme heat. Like I said, we're already up to 33. I think it's going to get a few degrees hotter as well. But this will be just probably a 90-second drinks break. Gives everyone a chance to get hydrated. Swings all around this one. So pretty entertaining start, to be honest. 5 overs down, scores 38 for 2.
Yep, 38 for 2 has been an entertaining start. And well, this is a little bit of the statistics. Vinny, take us through.
This is in the ECS series, does include the Super Series, but you can see there's been a bit of a statistical advantage of batting first. So you can certainly see why Roma Capinelli did want to bat first. We have talked about that a little bit over the last few days, haven't we, about the pressure of the chase, and you know, sometimes you can see teams just struggling a little bit. But what I will say, what an entertaining final we had on Saturday, Corey. It was in Bologna, of course. Bologna taking on Cricket Stars, but we had a really quite a high-scoring final in the end. Cricket Stars ultimately prevailed, but yeah, Bologna really gave it a shake, trying to chase a score in the 140s for the win.
Yeah, you don't always get high-scoring finals, but that was one. Sort of reminded me of the final we had in Croatia quite some time ago as well, Vinny. Good to watch.
So, Keanu in the chat saying Sir Rob's back, so maybe Kumar will want to be careful. Does get fired up, but hopefully everyone's on their best behaviour.
How about your time off, Vinny? In Italy, you got the wrong train from Bologna.
We did. Well, we were at the right platform at the right time. All the trains were late, so we ended up getting on the train that we thought was the right train. It wasn't. And
I wasn't happy, was I?
Well, we did get it. The funny thing is, our seats were 19, 20 and 21, and then the seats only went up 17 in the carriage we were in. So that's where we realised something was wrong. By then, we'd already gone. Luckily, that train was also going to Rome. But we did kind of look like stowaways. In fact, we were stowaways. As yourself, myself, and Diana, our photographer, are the 3 to make the trip. Everyone else having a well-deserved break. So thanks to all of the Blue crew that have just departed, and welcome to all the Blue crew that are here with us in Rome for the next couple of weeks. Here's Muktia Singh over number 6. So just angles in and played away for 1. Yuvraj, good to see you. Enrico will be back next week for the Super Series. Also got Nikki Chowdhury joining us for a special guest stint next week. So, yeah, it's going to be an exciting couple of weeks here in Rome. Thanks for your question. Hello to Chris Smith as well. Oh, this one goes straight through and goes between the body and the stumps. They'll sneak through for a bite.
Yeah, sneak's the right word. Just a little fumble by the keeper, and good alertness from the non-striker there to call him through for a single.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty toasty out there in the middle, but I've got to say, it makes for really good viewing, this field. I mentioned the bounce in this pitch. We haven't really seen anyone that I would call express yet. And once you see the faster bowlers, they can really get a bit of bounce out of this deck. So he gets full toss, slight miss here, could be a chance, and taken. So, well, that's frustrating for Sumarali. Got all the way to 24, was just getting going, but Tanusha Shahankar is the man that will take the catch. Again, it was a low full toss. Can be a hard one to put away. This one kind of clunks off the bottom of the bat. It just doesn't have what it takes to get over the line. Finds the fielder, and a third wicket now. Roman Campanelli are 40 for 3.
Yeah, very good catch as well, Vinny. He came screaming in from the boundary, took it with both hands, nice and calm. And they're just losing wickets at the wrong time now. Trying to build some momentum and a good partnership.
Well, I guess the reward goes to Muktia Singh. Not the worst ball, that low full toss. I think you're better off, if you're trying to hit the black block hole, you're better off just missing it full than short. It becomes a kind of drivable length. You can drive up and out of the ground, but Roman Campanelli had kind of put together a little bit of a rearguard action. Yeah, they find themselves 3 down. Amir Hamza comes to the crease at number 5.
Yeah. One of my pet peeves, this walking to the wicket. He's not ready yet. So he's got to get his mind switched on straight away because his team's in a little bit of trouble. Can they build a partnership? Can they get themselves up to maybe 100? Looks like he's going to take a middle stump line, and still 27 balls left. They need 60, I think.
Goes after this, but finds the fielder. Anil Kumar's the man down at deep mid wicket. Does the fielding, just one. Oh, this misses by not much. Muktia Singh almost knocks the runs off stump out of the ground.
Yeah, angling in, missed off stump, not by much at all. Been pretty impressive effort this so far from the bowling unit. Look at this. Oh, Vinny, coat of varnish.
Yeah, it wasn't the best shot, to be fair.
Gone. He's going to be caught here, Vinny. Caught. Nice catch by the keeper. He has a little laugh to his teammate. It went straight up in the air. He made good ground to his right and a nice safe catch.
That's another one that you could have raffled. And Mubarak Hussain this time, he makes sure he's under the ball and he kind of forms a human mattress for the ball to come down on. Safe landing. And so Orang goes for 12. A couple of wickets in quick succession. We have 2 new batters at the crease now. Roman Campanelli, 41 for 4.
Yeah, always like a keeper that calls for it early, and that's exactly what he did, and just pouches it snugly.
So this heat wave across Europe, it is quite something else. Ian John saying, apparently in the London Underground, the temperatures have reached 55 degrees, and people are being asked not to travel on the tube
that's
today.
a safety hazard.
Not easy in a city like London as
I
well.
reckon in the cube we're touching 40, 45.
Minimum. All right. Well, here is that man, Anil Kumar. Hits on the pad, maybe a bit high. Looked okay for line for me.
Yeah, no real appeal either. Well, you can't get an LBW if you don't appeal, Vinny.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this isn't a bad shout. Jumps a long way across.
High.
I think it is high. A lot of things are going to be going just over.
Well, I think these players are experienced with how bouncy this pitch is, you know.
Yeah. So, yeah, well, tell us your story if you are in Europe.
Yeah, I don't remember Europe being this hot in quite a long time.
This has worked away around the corner. Just one. 6 over check-in time. I mean, 40 or so. Get 10 and 0, maybe get to 80. It's hard to see it happening. But this is the captain, Leandro Jayaraja. He is the son of Alfonso Jayaraja, who is playing in this and setting a record in this game. Steps across. Called wide in the end. So Hamza trying to move things along and just worry if they can't get a partnership going where this innings might end up. I think that's a good call.
Yep, still wide for me. Yeah, they need to find some rhythm. Just been lacking since those 2 early wickets.
Steps across. This is called wide again. Similar kind of a ball, to be honest.
Yep, that's still a wide for me. I know he steps across, but that's just going a little bit too wide. Have a look here.
He steps across.
But that's still too wide.
He steps across maybe 2-3 stumps, and that misses the line by 2-3 stumps at least. Hello to Archie Watson. Nice to see you in the chat. Steps across. This time he gets one that he can get. Fielder comes around, almost pulls off a remarkable catch, but instead it's out of here. Maximo! I think this one's gone all the way. We'll have a look on the replay. Signal 4 on the ground, but let's have a look where this one bounces. It is going to be... Oh, it is 4. No, you're right. Well, the batting team were all signalling 6, but maybe they were just had their hands up in celebration. So very good umpiring. Nothing wrong with the eyes of the official out there. Fernando Picaro. Right off the end of the bat, so it will be 4 and then a dot next up. So getting the boundary they need. They feel like they need a couple of boundaries and over to drag this up. But remember, Royal Roma, a real excitement machine with the bat as well, but they can implode. We know that. Well, this is skied, and can anyone get there? I don't think so. It's going to clonk into the infield, and it's so high, they're going to come for 2. And, well, the throw tests the keeper, Mubarak Hussain, who will dive. But make sure there's no extras, but there will be 2 runs. Yeah, so a lot of people saying in the chat that it's really hot where they are. But a lot of people saying also that Europe's getting the summer that Australia never got a few months ago. I know in Perth it was pretty hot over Christmas. I think it was 44-degree Christmas. Tries to go across the line. And, well, Kumar. Well, he's a character. And Rome Caminelli finished the over. It's 51 for 4. But you have a look at this. He's just celebrating a dot, as you do. He gives the other batter a little hug. Leandro says, all right, off you go, your turn. As a reminder, you can follow us on social media at European Cricket. We would love for you to subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're edging towards that 300,000 subscribers. And of course, you can follow me at Mr. Maximo. And Corey, got your Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook on there as well. See Ruckers_28 on Instagram. Let's move to over number 8. Start with a wide down the leg side. Muktia Singh coming back for a second over. And his first one was a pretty good one. He only conceded 3. One of them was a leg by and picked up 2 wickets in the 6th over.
Yep, absolutely, Vinny. Can you get another one? I get a 3 for.
It'll be just a little bottom edge. They need to get moving, but they still have 6 wickets in hand. I think you're seeing that they're trying to do that. I wonder where they can end up here. I don't know what they did to the cube on the way down from Bologna. Not looking in great shape this morning. Dragged off the stumps by Hamza. He'll get a single. Yeah, Royal Roma, they'll just be very, very keen to start their tournament a bit quicker. Last year, the only teams they beat was the bottom team in last year's series here back in March. But then they just went bang, bang, won both finals, and they were champions. Slower ball this time. He's fielded just a single again.
Yeah, so do you like that the finals sort of, the way we do it now, the platform is a little bit different, 1v2, 3-4. You feel more comfortable with that?
I think it's important that you reward the top 2 for their performance over the first 8 games. Nothing against Royal Roma. They won when it counted last year, but I do think that's Gives you something to play for. In the air, could be a chance, and dropped. Gagandeep Singh straight in. Kind of got in a weird position there, didn't he? He couldn't really get his hands in the correct position.
It wasn't one of those ones I think you could go that style. I think you had to go reverse cup. It was too high on him. It sort of startled him a little bit. Should have been out.
Driven. Once again, well fielded. So the tiki-taka, as Rico would say. Joe Ryan moves to 4. Joe Raja. And now 1 ball left in the 8th over.
Yeah, desperately need a boundary here. As that scoring rate's just going the wrong way.
There's that slower ball again. Can't time it up. Comes up. We'll drag it out for a single, and that will be the end of the 8th over. The score, 58 for 4.
Yeah, 58 for 4. 2 overs to go. Pretty impressive bowling display overall, and the fielding's backed it up as well. Just a couple of bloopers in between. I mean, if they can get 12 and 12, best case scenario, maybe get themselves to 82. Looking at the bowling figures there, yeah, Muktia Singh, sensational, 2 for 9. And also Shahanka, got 1 for 8. You'd be pretty happy with that, Vinny.
Yeah, very happy. He was good early. How about that way he took that wicket with slips catch? But if you missed it, that was the way the first wicket fell in the series.
So you checked out some sites yesterday,
We
Vinny?
did, actually, you and I. You know very well. We caught some of the sights of Rome.
Quite romantic.
Trevi Fountain. It was quite romantic, funnily enough. Pantheon. We had dinner at the Pantheon. We had a great table there. So, yeah, it was really nice. And the heat of sun, a lot of people out as well. Having you over. This is Mohammed Arshad. He starts with a dot. So Arshad will just get the 1 over here. There's one thing that they've done here is Bob Shadham go the 1 over. See if he comes back. This is top edge. And well, the bowler wants it, but he's not going to get there. Fielder's not going to get there. They'll go to single in the end. So they are going to a 6 bowler here in Arshad. They'll have either Shadham Gul or Gagandeep Singh to come back in the 10th. But now they're going to get an overthrow, or will they? There's no one backing up, so it's a little bit loose. Yeah, see, ball comes in, seems like a regulation take, but it hits the edge of the pitch, and that's how it gets away from the keeper. That would explain it. Good awareness from the batters. In the air, this is hit pretty well, and this is going to be 6. Maximo! Wow, he stands and delivers. It's almost like a tennis shot, isn't it? He waits for the bounce, and he smacks it over mid-off's head. He was up in the circle. 6 more. Yeah, badly needed.
Good shot, Vinny, because you said the words there. Mid-off was up in the circle. They were going with a bit of a different field, and I reckon he spotted that, put his hands through the ball. A much, much needed 6 runs. Hamza, he's the key now. He's gone to 18.
Trying again. Mid-off's gone back. So it goes leg side. This is elevated, and it will get over Kumar. A fingertip up, tips it over the bar. Maximo back to back. And Hamza swings his way into the 20s.
Yeah, how important is that hit going to be? He got a fair piece of it, but it's a chance as well.
And Maya Patel has nailed it. We had that little overthrow, didn't we, which changed the strike. And that's cost him a dozen in the end, basically.
You see there, his foot was already on the line, so if he had have caught that as well, that would have been a 6.
Feel like he's going to go again here. He does. Kumar. So we'll be able to handle it. See, that's good. Good awareness from the batters, looking for every single run here. So yeah, there's a few things that are different at this ground compared to when I was last here in November, and I was here in March last year as well with Rico. So they're going to take it, and they're going to get away with it. The score at the end of 9 overs is 74 for 4. So last over, seatbelts on. And one thing that I noticed straight away was there's been a fair bit of excavation that's been done. And so this is actually to do with the Archaeological Society here in Italy. They discovered an old road underneath.
Really?
Yeah, from ancient times. So it won't impact, we'll probably show it in a second, but it won't impact the cricket ground. They can actually get what they need and the information they need just by, they've dug a big hole at deep square leg. Maybe we'll even be able to show it in a second. First, let's look at Gagandeep Singh, who's coming back for the 10th over. There's no square leg. We better watch out. It's almost the painter mark 2.
Well, there it is as well, Vinny. There's all the excavation you were just talking about.
Very thoughtful from Jayaraja to hit it over there. Yeah, so that's what that's all about. There's a big hole there, and yeah, actually, this ground is built on an ancient street, and yeah, you can see it's a bit of work still going on around the ground on the Monday morning.
Yeah, you've got to finish it off on a Monday. And good grounds crew out here.
We do have a really good grounds crew. We love the guys from Roma CC. Yeah, they've got high hopes for this ground as well. I know they're trying to get approval for a big kind of club rooms and pavilion. Yeah, there it is. Have a look at that. I mean, that's a pretty big anthill, isn't it? But that's because this ground is basically built on an ancient Roman street. So yeah, they're finding out more and more about that. And that's the thing about Rome. I think we talked about this last time we were here, but it's actually, there's layers of it. It's so old that it's been built on top of itself a few times over the centuries. Well, thousands of years, really. So yeah, playing on a very special place. Full at the stumps. Doesn't get the elevation, so just gets 1. And now they're going to take it 2. That's smart. Even if they get him at the bowler's end, I think it's worth taking. So Amir Hamza finds a way back on strike. And once again, just a little bit of sloppiness creeping into Royal Roma's fielding.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of sloppiness and good intent in the running, though. Just putting that extra bit of pressure on them.
This time he does get something he can pull, but it will get past the fielder. They'll come back for 2 again. No, he's a little bit slow getting going, Hamza. Well, it's close-ish, you know. If you're going to have a look at it, my instinct is he probably is just in. If a better throw, I think, had him in trouble. Yeah.
Oh, tell you what, that's closer than you think, Vinny.
Yeah, let's try and get it just right here. Well, the fielder's not doing his keeper any favour. Well, you might be right here.
Go on.
Well, you're right. He is just out. So, yeah, I thought he wasn't quite quick enough there. So here, you can see this is the shot that shows it just here. Yeah, very good camera work. We'll give that cameraman a raise, as he is doing good work over there. I think he's going to get the decision now. So 1 and out. Hamza run out for 28. 1 ball remaining, the score 82 for 5.
Once again, another batsman not really extending as he slid his bat in. Sort of right next to his foot. It's cost him his wicket. Be disappointed.
Shrubon asking where is Asian Latina? Well, unfortunately, Asian Latina not in the sides this week. Certainly wish them the best for the season. It's another side that qualified for the ECL formally, but then unfortunately due to the pandemic, they weren't able to actually make the journey. I want to say hello to Sam Houghton, the Iceman as well. Good to have you in the chat, Sam, asking teams missing players due to the T20 qualifiers. I don't think too many of the teams here are affected by that. But yeah, I know that you'll be watching pretty closely what's happening with the Croatian side as well. So looking forward to seeing you soon, we hope. Hello to Dr. Paul Brunton as well. All right, last ball. Miss. They should go to the bowler here. It's taking forever. I think he actually gets there in the end. And so, yeah. Well, the 10-pin bowling was fairly accurate. I just think it just wasn't quick enough. It had to go quicker to the bowler. Yeah, you see. So they scrambled through for a bye. So that's the end of the 10 overs. First innings of 8 innings today. And the score is going to finish at 83 for 5. Well, they do drag themselves up into the grade 80s. Probably wasn't an innings that will be, win too many awards for beauty, but they do get a competitive score on the board at least, Roma Cavanelli.
Yeah, competitive enough. I mean, they're going to need to take early wickets and potentially defend this, but what was the fielding unit at the start? This was a great catch at first slip to start the day, the first wicket of the week. You don't see it too often in the T10 form, but that was a genuine snick off and a great catch. This was followed up by an amazing run out in the same over, a one-handed swoop, pick up and a direct hit, and it was just out thanks to our limited review system. As you can see there. So that was 2 wickets in the very first over, and unfortunately they never really got themselves back into the rhythm of setting a big total. And, I know all the players pretty excited this morning to get themselves out there. That was a missed opportunity. There was a couple of dropped catches in between and a couple of nice shots also. As all the players out there were giving it their all on this warm, sunny Monday morning.
I mean, there were just a couple of loose bits of fielding, but some good bits of fielding amongst it. That was a nice catch by Shahanka down at long on. Roma Campanelli, I thought maybe it would take a little bit longer to get the swing of things. I mean, Royal Roma are a team that we saw win this series last year. They did participate in the Super Series, didn't have a lot of luck in it, but what I would say is they're just more experienced in the format. I think Roma Campanelli probably more used to a slightly longer form of the game. But still, like I said, they found a way to get the score on the board. That was one that got dropped by Gangadip Singh down at long off. And yeah, it's a little bit of innovation a couple of times with the running. You see that. That's one thing I think they did pretty well. Amir Hamza just sneaking the strike back a couple of times. I think Leandro Jayaraja was also alert to some of those. That one did go the journey. So yeah, just a couple of these blows dragging them up into the grady 80s. Now one thing that's Roma is known for is golden balls. We seem to have a lot of golden balls here in Rome. And I just think this kind of a score, you wouldn't count it out. Now, if it is, we'll look back at that. They sneak a by when they probably shouldn't have off the last ball. And they do make their way up to 83. And yeah, see some of the beautiful shots from around Rome. Well, talk you through some more of those landmarks throughout the week. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Sumar Ali took a while to get going, but ended up with 24 off 22. Top scorer was Amir Hamza, though. I think he was pretty clever the way he was able to steal the strike back a couple of times. Apart from that, Zaborang, pretty quick fire, 12, but just lost his direction a little bit towards the end of his innings. 10 on out. Joe Raja played a role towards the end. And Michel Moratini, the Italian, he is always great to watch. Hopefully we see him bowling in the second half of this game. 83 for 5. Just 8 extras. Pretty disciplined for the most part. Looking at the bowling figures, a few good performers there. I've got to say, Shahanka was excellent early, 1 for 8. And nicked off the first wicket of the series. But for me, Mukhtar Singh, 2 for 9. He was really important. He just didn't let him get away at the end of the innings. But yeah, I think those two were standout performers for Royal Roma in that innings. But they'll have to do it with the bat now. When we return in a few minutes, it will be the second half of match 1 here from the Roma Cricket Ground. Well, the RCG, great to be back. And good to have you back. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. And we'll be watching Royal Roma chasing 84 for victory in the opener. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers with me. Hope you've had a great weekend, but settle in. It's going to be a long, hot day. The Italian summer rolls on after this. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to beautiful Roma for the European Cricket Series. An absolute stunning day here on a beautiful pitch and a beautiful outfield. It's hot, it's scorching, and we're at the halfway stage of this pretty hot contest. Roma Capinelli, they made 83 for 5. And, well, Royal Roma, I've got to need 84 for victory. It's one of those sort of Grady 80 scores that a couple of early wickets will bring this game back to being a tight affair. Welcome back everyone around the world, especially those in India via FanCode, and everyone on YouTube via the YouTube chat. Let's get underway with the first ball in the run chase. And, well, I don't think the umpire was too ready there, and the batsman pulled away. He might have spotted that, so a little bit of delay. And, yeah, welcome back everyone around the world. This should be a good run chase. It's a beautiful ground here in Rome, Italy. Enjoyed the sights last night. We'll enjoy the sights of the cricket now. The next 6 days, one of these teams will be going through to the Super Series at the end of this week. Plenty of teams waiting for them. Here we go. Shot to point, just the single. 84 required. It's not too much, but a few early wickets will lift the bowling unit. And, well, if you're the batting side and can get a few boundaries away in this power play, you can almost kill the chase straight away. Slight delay as Singh's on strike now for his first ball of the week. Well, high in the air, it might be one and all she wrote. Oh, he's dropped it. Oh, he should have caught that. I don't think he actually read it at any stage. Hamza there. It wasn't hit too powerfully. It was staying in the inner ring. I thought he had that covered. I'm surprised he dropped it. See how he ran in just a little bit? And then it goes over his head. So a huge opportunity missed for an early wicket. Will that come back to haunt them? Play missed, and there's Michela Morantini with the ball. Nice strong boy, good action. Good to see Italian man playing the game here in the country he was born in. He has a nice action. A lot to like there. Should have had a wicket as well. Full toss. I don't think it's a no ball though. And it will just land short of deep mid wicket. So single, almost above waist height. Martini just losing his line of length a little bit there. I think that's just okay. Hit hard, nice shot. That should go for the boundary. Yeah, will, 1 bounce 4. So first boundary in this run chase. He was given a life, seeing on his first ball. Would have been a golden duck instead. A couple of balls later, he gets his first boundary of the week. That'll make him feel a lot more comfortable. The old adage, catches win matches. Well, you can lose matches from dropping them as well. So Moratini is getting a little bit full there. Doesn't get it right again, and that's a lovely flick. Well, that's 1 bounce 4, and the over ends up going for 11. It could have been so different if that catch was held, but the batsman that was dropped, it's 2 boundaries consecutively, and the score is 11 for none after 1. Gives me a good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, and Golden Ball drought notifier, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, well, 373, that's where we're at. That's how long we went without a Golden Ball. We have had plenty here. We actually had 2 in about 3 days here last year. That was at the start of the year. And well, we'll keep an eye on that as we edge towards 400. I mean, this time next week, roughly, we could potentially get to 400. Surely not. Surely we'll see a golden ball at some point here in our Italian summer. Yeah, so looking at that, we had one back here, Roma CC against Bergamo. That was all the way back in 2020, 5th of September. And then we had 15th of March and 18th of March last year. So Roma CC have actually been in 3 golden balls. One of the few teams to actually be in 3 golden balls. Another team that has is actually Madrid United. Anyway, let's go. Roll through to over number 2. And Sumer Ali gets his one to come back a long way off the deck. Just chopped very late, but they do get the single.
Well, you said it's a bouncy pitch, Vin. He's just chopped it straight down on the pitch and it's flown.
Yeah, and like I say, I don't think I've seen anyone yet who I would call express. Oh, he's chopped that so late, he's almost chopped that into his stumps.
That was very close, closer than I thought from the naked eye.
So, big responsibility for Sumer Ali, opening the batting and the bowling. Gone! He swung all across that, and Gagdeep Singh gets a bit greedy. He runs at Sumer Ali, and he completely misses out. So important to get that wicket. Well, Roma lose their first. It's 12 for 1, and what a nice moment that is for Sumer Ali.
Yep, top of the stumps length. We talk about it often, and there it was, and pretty loose shot, really. I mean, he'd already had a life. That's a slog, Vin.
Yeah, no other way about it to say it. But, I mean, that's power play pressure, I suppose. You feel as a batter, you should be a bit more proactive and trying to whack the ball over the top. Came up with fresh air. So first wicket down. This brings Muktia Singh to the crease at number 3.
Yeah, number 3 batsman, Muktia, coming out here. Bit of a job to do now after losing the early wicket.
He just premeditated that, didn't he?
Is that where you're staying, Vinny, in that house in the background?
Yeah, it looks cool. I'll have to find out what that is. I've never actually noticed that before. I've been here 3 times. But yeah, very nice surrounds this ground. About probably 20 minutes or so out of the city. Spenacetto. So right on target. Sumer Ali getting some good in movement. Comes in as well.
Oh, he's got the old yellow gloves, Vin. Haven't seen that much before.
Yeah, don't mind the yellow gloves. Like a bunch of bananas.
Yeah, bright yellow. I don't think I've seen that, actually. I've
If
seen
you go
red,
right back
I've
to
seen
the
black,
day
blue.
in World Series cricket and the kind of early 80s,
Yep.
then the Australian players used to wear yellow gloves.
Really?
They had special, they had yellow gloves and pads.
How good were the old kids?
Yeah. Another ball, which is giving Muktia no room.
Yeah, he's
Not able to get away for a run.
hitting a lovely length, very awkward length. Not there to pull and not there to drive. Good bowling. But yeah, the old yellow gloves, the old kits back in the day.
Yeah.
I used to call them pajama kits.
My favourite probably was...
The Windies, the pink.
Yeah, they had the pink.
That was amazing.
And then they had the grey. Used to have the grey for a while. More grey, the West Indies. The beige of the New Zealand. It's a bit of pat on this. Keeper will jump all over it and have a throw, but it will get through for a leg bye.
Yeah, really good movement from the keeper there. I think if you look at kits throughout the ages, I reckon New Zealand have always had the goods. I remember the black one from New Zealand was always pretty nice.
They've had a few colours though. They had the beige.
No, the teal
teal,
blue.
I was gonna say.
That was an elite kit.
They had kind of grey for a while as well.
Yep.
Yeah, but in the black would be pretty hot. You can see both these teams wearing pretty dark strips out there at the moment. Oh, I think that's a bit of bat on it. And so that's why we'll be able to get through for the single. Then cops it in the back of the leg. Wasn't travelling too fast. That's Murat Hussain, the keeper. And he will retain the strike. It's the end of 2 overs. The score is 14 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled. Really good over. And just brings it back a little bit. Yeah, the teal for New Zealand is probably my favourite, and the old West Indian pink.
Yeah, that's very old. The old
That's
West Indian
70s,
pink.
right?
That's late 70s. And then the West Indies went through a phase where they would wear grey as well.
Grey, why would grey be worn? Doesn't seem like a...
It's a bit lighter colour, I suppose. You can see the 5 teams that are participating in this Rome series. And the host, Roma CC, we'll see them a little bit later on today against Rome Bangla Morning Sun. Yeah, I think we'll see a bit of pace in that game. Right now, it's Zarian Ejaz who's going to bowl over number 3. So they don't go back to Moratini just yet. Last over of the power play. Pitched up and hit straight and hit pretty well. This will be 4. They'll bang into the side screen. It didn't quite get the length right, did he, Corey? But still a very good cricket shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, good shot. There's not many people that put a fielder at the sight screen. And, well, it's the last over this power play. Bowling team started pretty well. They can't let this over go for too many, though. Only 80 odd on the board.
So we did see Moratini going back-to-back boundaries at the end of the first over, so maybe they were just discouraged about bowling him again straight away. Giving him a bit of a breather. Short this time, and this one really should be caught. It's not. Oh, well, missed opportunities. That is one. I think it's Dinesh Silva there. He made good ground, but yeah, the moment got the better of him, and he spilt it.
Oh, you got a feel for the young man playing live on the air and around the world. He looked good up until now, and just a little tip for him. When you're taking a catch, you've got to keep your hands away from your body. It's just too tucked up there.
Yeah, you're exactly right, actually. Just got himself in
That's a shame.
An awkward position, yeah. But anyway, I suppose the positive is they are creating opportunities. There's no opportunity for anything here. It's a wide down leg side. But, I mean, that's the pressure of the situation. I mean, it is very hot out there as well. Pretty hot in here as well. And the cube is a fire cube at the moment. Not a nice cube.
Well, she blocks the sun, but she also blocks the wind. Double-edged sword.
Long way across. And I'm not sure if this is off the pad or maybe off the gloves of the batter. Wait for the decision. It's 4-leg buys, so they all help. So, Muktia Singh still on 0, but he's created a few runs. He's seen a few go on the extras total. This one, see, decides he wants to sweep regardless. It's not a bad shout.
I think it's still what we're going to see a lot this week. That's hit in line, and it looks like it's going to be out, but because of the bounce in this pitch, that's probably going over.
Yeah, agree.
It's going to have to hit you very full, sort of on the shin, blow your shin off. That might be LBW.
The old step away and sweeps well. This will test the outfield, and you can see it's up to the test. So finally, some runs off the bat, he'll take them. And at the moment, Royal Roma cruising in this chase.
I tell you, if you missed that one, that would have been LBW, but he doesn't. He catches up with it. No one at deep backward square, so that's good batting. Using the whole field, 360 play. 2 balls left of the power play, Vincenzo.
Yeah, exactly. So power play running out. Often you see batters trying to ramp it up. We actually see a disproportionate amount of wickets in the 3rd over. Because I think batters take risks knowing that they're about to run out of time with just the 2 outfielders. Ejaz. Just not express pace, but getting straight at the stumps, but sometimes a bit too straight. Maybe just needs to bring it a bit more.
Been found.
I think, yeah, maybe.
Maybe the other one's gone to the excavation
Might have
pile.
gone to the hole.
That might be gone for 100 years.
Or maybe in a
dug
thousand
up in the future.
in a 1,000 years, archaeologists will find that one.
Gone.
Trouble.
Gone.
Yeah, good call. I mean, it seemed like it. And you said he had to be full, and this was full, Corey. The decision was made, and to me, it looked like the right one.
Well, you and I are saying it's going to be hard for an LB unless it's extremely full and hits him in the shin. And look at this.
Yeah.
Bang. Yeah, blows the shin apart. That's
Good
hitting
call.
him off stump.
Doesn't
That's out.
even turn around. He's so confident, and then just has a little bit of a glance, saying, yep, that's what I thought.
There was a few bowlers in world cricket that did. I remember Vernon Philander and Stuart Broad, always if they thought it was out, they'd just keep on running. But that was an easy one for the umpire. And here's Plum.
So they do get the 2nd wicket. It's Muktia Singh who goes for just that 4. And the score is 28 for 2. This will bring the skipper, Rajvinder Singh, to the crease. You probably won't get a good look at this, but he's got one of the best moustaches in world cricket.
Like it. Vic, question, I said the word plum there, and it just made me think.
Yeah.
You know, I'm always a thinking commentator.
Yeah.
Why do we call it plum?
We answered this a while ago.
Who, we? You and Rico?
Yeah, on ECN. But now I can't really remember. But it's not the fruit, it's actually a word which means something.
I don't think I've heard this.
Yeah, I'll tell you in a second. But the score right now at the end of 3 is 29 for 2.
Well, I know we've got everyone in the YouTube chat, so let us know, why is it called plum when it's hit on the pattern? It's an adjacent decision. Be curious to hear as to why. Look at the comparative power plays here. And well, they've got those 2 early wickets.
Yeah.
So they've given themselves a little bit of a chance here.
Yeah, so someone, if you could answer that for us in the chat. It just slips my mind at the moment, but yeah. Yeah, it's to do with builders. So it comes from the building trade, which has a thing called the plumb line, which hangs down so they can make sure the walls and the doorways are straight.
Okay,
so plumb LBW basically means straight. So dead straight LBW, nice easy decision for the umpire. Here's Dane Kirby getting a bowl over number 4. Number 4 on his back, and not a bad start for him. Just knocked out into the leg side for 1.
Yep, Kirby. He's got some sunscreen ready. It's a hot day out there. Big spell coming up.
Thank you, Mike Buckland, who also got that in the chat. Hello to Helix as well.
So that's an Australian thing, mate. Is that an Australian thing?
I feel like it's an English thing. But yeah, a bit of an old-fashioned term. I wasn't aware of that myself. So yeah, Dave Edmondson, he's got that as well. So yeah, plumb line, straight in line. I want to say quick hello to Rico. I think he might have popped into the chat.
Hello, Rico.
Enjoying his week off. But he'll be back this time next week to start the Super Series. Along with Nicky Chowdhury, who's joining us for a special guest stint. Here's Kirby. Little bit of length and hammered away. Oh, that one's gone all the way over the fence. Maximo! Mubarak Hussain goes large.
Yeah, that's a massive hit. That's the biggest one we've had this morning so far. And yeah, wow. He got every single piece of that. You can see it sail right past the excavation out to the tool shed.
Say hello to MJ Youssef and anyone else who'd like to say hello. We would love to hear from you in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Maybe let us know what the weather's like in your part of the world. Right here, we're frying up. Probably a better idea, but just loses the battle with the wide line. You probably haven't seen enough bowling in that channel. I know that's too wide, but I think the bowlers for the most part have attacked the stumps, which I can see why you do that, but I think that also has opened up some scoring opportunities for the batters. Short and asking to be hit, and it will be hit. That's another one over the fence and far away. Maximo. Kirby just gets it slightly wrong and he gets punished. 6 more.
Well, you're absolutely right, Vinny. In 500 years, they're going to keep digging over there and they're going to find white kookaburras. And they're going to go, what is this? Well, we're hosting an ECS in Rome.
We saw Venezia play last week. That's how their cricket club got started. An Italian gentleman.
That is unbelievable.
Saw something in the backyard, wondered what it was. And upon further examination and after some time, ended up starting the cricket club there in Venice.
That has to be one of the greatest stories ever.
Yeah. In the air. Now this is a chance, and he can't even see it. It's so high. Yeah, the money was always going to be on the ball there. On a clear day like today. Now they're going to get a second. I think that's 2. But yeah, it was always going to be a tough one to catch, wasn't it? Look at the shadows on the ground. That gives you an idea. Yeah, he was battling the sun.
Unfortunately for the young man, he just never looked comfortable under it. You can see he's trying to find it. Great call from you, Vinny, and in the end falls.
Didn't see it early. You could see straight away that he was struggling to pick it up. So, at the moment this is turning into a very good start. Almost got it down to run a ball now. So it's going to clunk off the pad. Throw. Well, it might have been interesting if that had hit. But it will be the end of the 4th over. Leg by signalled. The score is 46 for 2.
Where's Dan Kirby from, Vinny? Just bowled that over for 16.
Yeah, he's an Australian originally. Yeah, so it's nice to see him playing again. Roman Capdelli, side we haven't seen since 2020.
What's he doing out here?
Yeah, well, he's been here a while. It's actually British, pardon me, by nationality. But, yeah, no, Dane's a pretty key member of this lineup. Will get me now for calling him Australian, but maybe I just want to claim him. But he's another guy, he's fighting fit for his age. And he's just turned 50 this year.
Oh, he's looking very good.
Yep. So we saw him playing in the 2020 series. So good to see him back out there. A few familiar faces. So now they're going to go for Amir Hamza in over number 5.
Well, I always say when the ball's bouncing, you get good carry. It brings the spinners into the game as well. So what can Hamza do now?
We saw that with Zaifa Mahmood, didn't we, in Bologna?
There you go.
Yeah, very first ball. Beat the bounce, called it.
Yep. And, looks like a rolling leg spinner coming out. So Hamza, can he get a couple of wickets for his team and bring them back into this clash?
Yeah, this one's in the air. It's another teaser. He's not going to be able to get there. And that went in the direction of Alfonso Jayaraja, the 75-year-old. But he just couldn't hustle in quick enough.
Wow, he's looking pretty fit for 75. Takes it on the shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
Stopped a couple.
He's in very good
Does he bowl?
Oh, we could see him have a bowl at some point.
Oh, I hope he does.
Probably the other 75-year-old, Massimo da Costa. Probably more of a recognised bowler. But I mean, Jayaraja, he used to do it all.
I'll tell you what, when I'm 70...
Former Italian captain, you know, he is...
Okay, stalwart.
It reminds me a bit of, you know, we had Stephen Lubbers playing in the Netherlands series.
So Stephen Lubbers has lost the record today. He'd,
Yep,
he'd be
he's
devastated.
been smashed by about 5 years.
That is a big, big jump, isn't it?
Huge jump. And the funny thing is that Alfonso Jayaraja probably will only hold it for a day or two.
Go on, the old boy. Get there, Alphonse. Get there. Yeah.
Does well.
Well done.
Yeah. Keeps it to a couple.
Tell you right now, when I'm 75, if I even get close, I'm not playing cricket. I could not be out there at 75.
You've already retired about 35 times.
He moves pretty well for an old fella.
Nice.
Good on him. I want to see him bowl.
You would not think he's that age. It's just a number. In the
There it
air, and this is going to be into the gap, and it's going to be Raghavan who's trying to chase it down. He won't catch it. The result is 4 runs. The 50s come up, and at the moment it's hard to see the train derailing as they close in on this target.
Yeah, closing in on the target. They've been the better of the two sides. 4 runs through backward point. It's funny that he only has the record for a day, because that's sort of like when Matthew Hayden got the top world record 380. Everyone's like, well, that will now stand for years. And then Lara knocks it off 10 tests
How
later.
good was Lara when he put his mind to something? He
Well,
said, well, guess what? I'm
A
going
little
to get
bit
it back.
selfish as well. Didn't win those tests. Shot.
Banged over cover. Well, that's one of the best shots we've seen today. Mubarak Hussain goes large. Maximal. 5 overs down, 60 for 2. And
We might be off to an early finish, Vinny.
Raw's running away with it at the moment. So it will take us to a quick drinks break. So a chance to regroup for Roma Capinelli, but they are just running out of time at the moment, aren't they?
I've got a topic for us. I think we answered this one. If we're talking about world records, and this is what we've got coming up though. Next, we're off to Germany, Dresden and Krefeld on the 1st and 15th. Looking forward to that, and then you'll be off to Brussels, Vinny.
Yep, going to Brussels, and Charlie Hunt will be joining me for that one. Nice to get Charlie on it. I know that you're originally down to do it, but I know you've got some other commitments around that time. We will see you in the European Cricket Championship though. Firstly, coaching Spain, of course.
You see the aggro me. But anyway, we're talking. There's a world record that's happened on the ECS.
Yeah.
75 years young.
Yeah.
Oldest Test player, go.
Wilfred Rhodes.
Well done. We spoke about that, so now we're going to test everyone. Oldest ODI player debut.
Oldest debut.
Yeah.
Or just
I know
player?
this one. I've met this guy a few times.
Oldest debut or oldest
Debutant.
player?
You won't get this. It was in a World Cup game in '96.
Sultan Zarawani.
No, Nolan Clark for the Dutch.
Okay.
He's an old stalwart.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, Zarawani would have been 42.
Okay, now we'll go oldest ODI player just in general.
Okay. Probably someone in Hong Kong or something, maybe?
Why'd you say that? Okay, not bad guess.
Was that right?
No, I can't find it. Oldest ODI player ever. Can't see anything here.
It'll be fun on Cricket Vote. But, well, maybe let us know if you know in the chat. Bit of trivia. I know that the youngest T20 international player, actually, Marian Gerasim, held that record. I'm not sure if he still does. It's in Romania. He's 14 years of age. You can see the Gerasim brothers playing for Romania at the moment. They're playing in that Finland T20 pre-qualifier. But yeah, what I will say, a few people getting into the field is about the standards. And look, they have made a couple of errors, no doubt about it, but it is not an easy day to be out there in the field.
You know what I call those people,
summer. Say it again.
Do you know what I call those people?
What?
Keyboard warriors. It's pretty hard out there.
Yeah.
It's easy to sit behind a screen and
That's
and
true.
judge.
Yeah.
It's not easy for
This
anybody.
is what ECN's all about, though, as well.
Absolutely.
You're going to see it all. And yeah, they battled to 83, didn't they, Roman Campanelli? I mean, I think they've had a lot less T10 cricket than Royal Roma. Royal Roma, of course, getting the 2 series last year because they won the first one here. They came back in the Super Series. So they're very experienced what they need to do, and probably a bit more experienced with the lights, camera, action aspect of it as well.
Mike Buckland saying Chris Gale. I think it was Chris Gale.
Is it?
I'm not sure.
I think we've had older. I mean, you just mentioned the oldest debutant. I think he's older than Chris Gale is now. Anyway, we go back to Sumar Ali. And so, thinks the throwing, doesn't. So 24 required off the second half of this innings. It is hard to see a path back, but still, remember, these two teams will play each other twice this morning, so it's going to be, well, actually be into the afternoon with a late start today.
Is it back-to-back, is it?
Yeah, it's back-to-back, so you know, we get to know these teams pretty well by the end of a couple of matches. Knocked away by Rajvinder, get a second.
Well, we have a second world record that was broken this game as well.
Yeah? I'm listening.
Do you know what it is?
The second world record. Is it a differential in ages?
Correct. I think one of our other players is 16 out there, so that'd be one of the biggest gaps.
Yeah. They had 2 players under 18 in an ECS.
You see that sometimes in the football world, like James Milner for Liverpool, still trucking. He's 37, and then you get these young academy kids who are coming through at 17. It's unbelievable.
It's nice to see the generations.
Yeah, it is.
Out there together, you know, enjoying their cricket, sharing experiences, and
learning of the old boy.
Goes after this.
Whoa!
And wow, you can forget that one. That's out of here. Maximo. And well, Mubarak Hussain, well, he wants to get out of there and have a drink, as this one is just lifted off the stumps pretty much. It was swinging in, and then it was swinging out of the ground.
That is a tape ball cricket shot, and that has gone miles. I'm not surprised we couldn't keep up with it, the camera. That's gone the journey. You're going to have to ask for new balls, please.
There's another one will be thrown out there. Interesting one in the chat. I mean, Zaid Aziz saying Chris Gale should give a young player a chance, but
he's retired.
Yeah, well, that's probably what's happening. Go straight over the top of the stumps, you know.
Good keeping.
Yeah, really nice keeping because he was unsighted there. That's Leandro Jayaraja. Let's have a look at this on the replay. It's like a little noise here, but I don't think he's anywhere near the bat. But I just believe in general that older players, I mean, if they want to play, it's up to younger players to perform and knock them out of the team. I mean, I've got to say, people are playing longer. There's a little French cut, and this is going to run away. That'll be 4 more. So Hussain moves to 46 in touch with a half century. It's the end of 6 overs, 71 for 2, and it does seem to me Royal Roma running away with this one.
Yep, running away is the right term, Vinny. They're not going to get back into this game.
Got to say the flag's looking very nice. Let's play cricket together. Obviously, you've got people from all backgrounds playing cricket in Italy now. A lot of teams, a lot of players. Coming up, we have these 2 teams, Royal Roma and Roma Campanelli, going head-to-head once again in match 2. This is coming up in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. News from the toss. Royal Roma won the toss, and they have elected to bat first. So they will continue with the bat, changing the innings order into the second match of 4 today. So Capinelli will be pretty keen to square the ledger. We have seen signs of it from them. Hamza going to bowl over number 7. He's a pretty good bowler, I think. Actually puts a fair bit on the ball as a leg spinner. And so, yeah, first one's driven down the ground for a single.
I guess the question will be, can Hussain get himself to 50? And that'd be the first big milestone of the week for any individual player.
Helix asking whose home ground is this? But it's the Roma Cricket Club's home ground, Roma CC. We'll see them a little bit later on today. They're very proud of the ground and the fact they keep improving it. Pretty good leg spinner. Not out, though.
High.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's getting this bounce, and I think that is going over. It's hard to tell, but just had that suspicion as he's crouching down.
Yeah.
Umpire's call at best. Short and hit into the gap. This will be 4, and this will bring up his 50. So Mubarak Hussain, he has been lightning fast, getting his tournament off to a great start with the bat, and his 50 comes up off just 22 balls.
Yeah, what a great way to start your week. 50 off 22. Be super happy with that. Maybe you can have a big, big week with the bat.
23 balls, pardon me. But this will be ball 24, and it's going to be out of here. Maximo. So Hussain is in the mood to hurry, and why not? I mean, when you see what the score is, they've scored, what's that now, 82 runs. He scored 56 of them, so he's been brilliant so far. And Mario Patel saying shame that fielding cost them, dropping the basic catches. That's true, but it's something they can work on. They will get another opportunity, and they will be fielding again at the start of the second match of the day. It's 2 to win now. There's the off spinner this time, and in fact this will go to the boundary, and this will finish it. So 60 for Hussain in the end of 25 balls. What a knock that is. 5 sixes, 5 fours, and he has been brilliant here, striking at 240. And you got to say that he has been looking very, very impressive, as they're all smiles, and why not? He had a good game behind the stumps, and he's finished it off with a flourish. Hamza ends up going the journey, and they will win this one with 19 balls to spare. And Royal Roma, well, they didn't convince us during the group stages last year in this series. They came up with the goods in the finals, but right now they made a pretty strong statement to the competition.
Yeah, very strong statement. Great innings from that man on your screen. He'll be absolutely wrapped as he reaps the rewards and the applause from his teammates who are ecstatic with him. And a good way to start this tournament on an individual level, but also for the team.
Yeah, so that's the way it started. I mean, Sumer, he bowled pretty well. That's the one that got past Gagandeep. He was just a little bit greedy, I think, going for that shot. But, I mean, that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to attack in the power play. He was gone for just 9. Mukhtar Singh came to the crease, and he couldn't move the needle a lot. But, I mean, the main story for me was Mubarak Hussain. But, geez, he had a bit of luck along the way. And these couple of opportunities that did go down did come back to haunt Roma Capinelli somewhat. And we'll just have to see how they can hold Royal Roma in the second game of the day. I mean, that was a funny one. Bowler was so confident, didn't even bother turning around. Not really a way to show up the umpire, but just was super confident. Kirby came in, occasionally got the length wrong. And that one was smashed. And yeah, whenever they did drop short, the pulling was very good from Hussain. This is another one that kind of got caught in the sun, and yeah, disappointing for the fielder. But ultimately, he played strokes all around the wicket, and Royal Roma, they get the first 2 points of this series.
Yeah, the first 2 points of the series. There was still some nice keeping there, but overall, the luck was with Hussain. A lot of skill involved as well, as that was under French cut. Through 4, he hit some lofty shots on the leg side as well. Found the gaps at will and orchestrated the first 50 of the week.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be the last. You can see what I mean with batters when they get in. They're really hard to stop because the bounce, a bit like the whacker, the bounce actually is good for the batters as well because they can use it. And Mubarak, in our direction, is pretty quick to start the fist pumping. He knows the job's half done, though, for the day because they do have another game against Roma Capinelli. And this one will be starting in around about half an hour's time right here on the European Cricket Network. Looking at the scorecard, 60 for Mubarak Hussain. He was the playmaker in that inning, 60 of the 86 runs off his bat. And so he'll listed to open the batting. I wouldn't be surprised if he does get a bit of a break here, so about half an hour before he has to come out. And I think it would make sense for him to carry on. And Gaggandeep Singh is a man that hopefully will be able to stick around a bit longer as far as he's concerned. Roma Campanelli, though, we saw signs from them, didn't we, that they can be competitive. And I just think, yeah, they'll get better the more of this cricket that they play. It has been a little while in the wilderness for them. Yeah, so join us for that one when we return for match 2 of 4 today. Yeah, mentioning that scorecard, 60 off 25, did look good, didn't it? And just 18 runs to the other batters combined. Had most of the strike as well, which I think helped. As far as the bowling went, well, some positives, just the 2 wides in the innings. I think sometimes they were just a little bit straight. What I mean by that, just drifting to the pads sometimes. And sometimes they're a little bit short. That were probably the 2 things which I would have picked up in that innings from Roma Campanelli's bowling. Were some good performers, though. Samir Ali, 1 for 13 off 2 overs. They're pretty good figures. The other wicket went to Zarian Ijaz. And Moratini, we didn't end up seeing him come back after he went for back-to-back boundaries at the end of his first over. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about 25 minutes. And when we do, we'll be ready for the rematch. And it will be Royal Roma batting first. Hope you're enjoying opening day here in Rome. We certainly are. The heat is on. Well, go away and treat yourself to a little cup of tea or coffee or ice water, whatever you're going to do. Make sure you join us back here in Rome. When we return, match 2 is on the way. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers for ECN, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome everyone around the world. More T10 action coming your way from the ECN network. It's the European Cricket Series, and we are in Rome. Beautiful Rome. It's a warm, sunny day. I think everyone in Europe's feeling the heat. I'm Corey Rutgers, and I'll be joined by Mr. Maximo Vinisandu pretty shortly for this clash. It's a replay of the game this morning. Let's have a look at Royal Roma. Well, they're going to need more men to stand up in that side, aren't they, to get those fantasy points right up there. Muktia Singh, I like the look of him, what he offered. Anil Kumar down there as well. And for Roma Capanelli, well, they're a good side overall. And they have the world record holder at the bottom there, Alfonso Jaureja. He is 75 years young. Found some nice information on him during the break as well. So if he gets involved in the game, we might discuss that just a little bit more. So we just take a moment to settle into this one. You can see Stronger Together in the background. We are Stronger Together at the ECN network, bringing you cricket all over Europe. And it's a very exciting time to be involved for everyone, and especially the players out there going out to the middle now. They'll be looking to put on a pretty decent total. They chased earlier in the previous game, and they chased pretty comfortably. Good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those on YouTube. Hope you're doing well. Get your questions in throughout the day. Always great to interact with you all. Knowledgeable viewers, as Vinny Sandu likes to say, and everyone in India via FanCode. Hope things are good out there. Look forward to visiting India pretty soon. So we're almost ready for the first ball in this one. There's the expected scores. Well, let's see it. Supercomputer of late's been having a lot of matches that they think are going to be close. I'm not so sure. We are due a golden ball though. I've been informed a couple of times already this morning that Rome is the capital of golden balls. We've had a lot over in these parts of the world. So it looks like Sumar Ali has the new ball in hand. He's bowling to Hussain and Singh. Just a couple of adjustments to the field. Looks like the two boundary riders are a deep mid-wicket, deep mid-on. The umpire says play. We're ready to go. First ball in this match. Well, he's hooked that straight to the fielder. Dropped. Wow. Oh, you just have to catch your breath. You feel for that young man. He dropped one earlier in the previous game. That's gone straight to him. And Dinesh Silva, you just want to hide when things like this happen. Lots of excavating going on in the background. Maybe he wants to go jump in that hole. You can see he got there. He did get there, but he fell, falling away. So it's a life. Oh, what a ball that is. That has come in a long way. Big inside edge. We'll turn it into just the single. So both batsmen off the mark. Always a nice feeling as an opening batsman. So that decked in. Jardy's down bat on it. Gets it away for one. Didn't know too much about that delivery. Nice start from Ali. Could easily have had a wicket. Coming in again and, well, defended to the old boy out there. There he is, the world record holder, 75 years young. Godfather of Italian cricket. Alfonso Jaureja. Got some nice story to bring up about him after. Well bowled, well bowled. Goes over the middle leg stump. Easily could have had a wicket in this over, Ali. He's been a little bit unlucky. Gives me a good opportunity to welcome back. You see that bounce there, but welcome back, good friend, co-commentator and Sunny wearing Vinny Sandu.
We need him today. I mean, it is super hot. I think this is right up there with some of the hottest days we've had in European cricket. Bit of a heat wave sweeping the continent at the moment.
Well bowled again.
It just holds its line, doesn't it? I mean, after they all come in, the straight one's pretty useful. And sometimes you'll see bowlers that are natural in-swing bowlers, maybe just holding it across the seam once just to negate that swing, make sure it doesn't curve in. Often you see a few outside edges with those kind of deliveries. So it's been a pretty good over. See if you can get out of it. Catch was annoying for Roman Campanelli. Does. So a dot, and it's the end of the first over. So 2 for no loss after 1. Well, I think you were asking, Corey, and some of the viewers were asking, what's a good score here? Or you can go right back to 2020. You can see that 10.5 and over. Last year we had the Rome series in March, but then we had the Super Series in November. Some pretty high scoring days amongst them. And they're right up there with some of the highest scoring days we've had. Those ones in the 13s. You see all up, I'd say 105 to 110 is par. And you are going to see plenty of scores above that, of course.
Don't you think that's pretty much the overall for the ECS history? Just
yeah,
seems like just over 100.
Yeah, probably 105 or so. But yeah, this ground is pretty as a picture. A lot of people saying, if the ECC or the ECL was ever to leave Spain, this is the kind of ground potentially that would look pretty nice.
Ijaz into the crease, and it'll be a single. Yeah, that's a big course. You reckon if Cardamar went down in flames, we're coming here?
Don't joke, because actually I had some fires in that area.
Oh yeah, my apologies. Excuse the pun.
But no, I mean, look, obviously we're really happy at Cartama, but in the longer term, it's probably inevitable that we have to move around a bit. Short, yeah, that's hooked, and that is hooked out of the ground. So it just gets it wrong. It was too short. Maximo.
Oh, that bang! It hits the bonnet of the car.
Oh,
well. Whose red Ford Fiesta's that? That's not what you know. Oh,
that's gone a long way.
I think it's out, man.
Let's have a look.
It's Moritani.
Is it?
Yeah, he's just pointed it to me.
Here we go. Let's have a look.
He's at deep mid-on, and I can tell you that car is smashed in half. It's in half.
Could have been worse.
Oh, he's devastated. He can hear us. He knows he's got the insurance claim. No, I only just gave it a little kiss on the lips.
At least he's got a really good video, a bit of video evidence to show the insurers about exactly how it happened.
Yeah.
So, poor Michel Moritini.
Yeah, number 58. He'd be upset right now. He's got a smile on his face, but his car's not smiling.
Ijaz.
Well, he'll come into the attack soon enough.
I feel like Ijaz, we should pay half of that, to be honest, for bowling that ball in the first place.
What about Hussein, who hit it?
What was he meant to do with it?
True.
Not hit a car?
Full up, straight up. What a shot that is. 6, and then a 6. That's over us in the cube, and I can say the cube is inflated.
Yeah, but that is big. I mean, he goes straight through the line. And I think he has an inkling it's going to be pitched up, because the last one was short and he hooked it out of the ground. But, geez, he absolutely crunches that. Back-to-back 6s. And Mubarak Hussain has been unstoppable so far today. I mean, 60 not out in the previous game. And already he's found his way up to 13, including 2 huge 6s.
Oh, he's gone for 3 from 3, but will it be a catch? No, 1 bounce, and it plugs a little bit. So they'll only get through for the single.
That's one thing you'll find, I think it's a little bit different here, the kind of surface it is. If it comes from high up, it won't kind of have that bounce that it skips on, a bit like Bologna.
Bologna was something different, wasn't it?
That ball still would have gone for 4 in Bologna.
Big swipe across the line. Good fielding from the young man.
That's really well done. Again, it's been a bit hit and miss in the field, we know that. But the Royal Roma, if you can get them turning over and you have, you take these early wickets, they perhaps can take it deep this game. Roman Campanelli trying to split the points here on the opening set of fixtures.
Oh, well, that's not going to help trying to split the points. It's a low full toss. And, well, Hussein, who made 60 not out in the first game, isn't going to miss out on that. And the score after 2 is 21 for none.
Yeah, so this one is full toss, leg stump, and just helped around the corner.
Bit of a Gundy ball.
It was a bit Gundy, that's for sure.
Are you allowed to say that?
I think so. Rico says it.
I like it.
Gundy ball. Yeah, or Andrew Ryan likes to say the Gundiest of Gundy balls sometimes. Have a look at the table. Early days, of course, but you can see a pretty comprehensive win first up to Royal Roma. this afternoon. We'll see Roma CC and Rome Bangla Morning Sun for the first time in the tournament.
Well, here's the Italian stallion, Moratini.
Yeah, Michele Moratini. It's a great story, actually. He's a genuine European cricketer, born, bred in Europe, introduced to the game, and he's a good player as well.
He's got a lovely action.
Yeah, classical action.
Low, full toss. Should be a catch, though. Dropped. Well, mark that down as 2. It's just not going their way, Vinny.
Moratini had one dropped off him in the first game as well. I mean, it does well to stay with the boundary, I suppose, but yeah, you're not helping yourself, and they know it as well. Gangadeep Singh gets lucky, and he gets dropped on 4.
Surprised to see Moratini's only ever played Italian under-19s. Well, being a natural-born Italian, might have played for the national team once or twice. Love his action. Shot. What a shot that is. That's actually gone the whole way. I think that's gone with the win. 6 runs.
Bang. I mean, just take that. It's just angled in slightly, but yeah, this is what happens. I mean, if Gangadeep gets caught there, Mubrak's not facing, so it's salt into the wound. They get the one chance to strike over, and Mubrak Hussain goes bang.
Yeah, what a shot. He's the informed player. Great to watch.
Peter S. was asking, what's the humidity like here? Well, I can tell you in a second.
Hot.
It is absolutely steaming hot. Humidity 37%, but it's just like we're in oven today.
Yeah, this is
a lot of our equipment because something we're not doing quite like usual, because a lot of our equipment is boiling. so we're trying to keep up as best as we can. It's a big effort from everyone here at the ground, of course. Thank you so much to Lorena and Prabhath, our hosts at Roma CC, and the ground crew. They've been brilliant, haven't they, in the heat?
Yeah, so I think we've got a bit of a delay here because of... Actually, you've just walked us into it. I think a few technical issues have happened. Our screens have gone off. The heat has taken control. So
knock the power out.
Hopefully it's not
several power sources that power everything here. So
yeah, hopefully not too long a delay, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, Liam likes Moratini's action.
Smooth action? It's a good opportunity for me to segue us back into this little story I have.
Yeah. Tell us more about, Alfonso Jayaraja.
Francis Alfonso Jayaraja. Yeah.
So he's set the record today for the oldest.
If anyone wants to enjoy, you can type in Francis Alfonso Jayaraja on Google, and he has a wiki page.
I can even put it in the chat. How about
that? Put it in the chat, and just what he's done and when he came to Italy and how he built it over 40 years. He was the first national captain of Italy, and he was the first person of colour to captain Italy in any sport.
Wow.
That's pretty unbelievable, isn't it?
He's a really nice guy as well, I'm going to say.
Arrived in Rome in 1968 on a scholarship. Yeah, he's done a lot for cricket. He's been awarded the Italian National Olympic Committee Medaglia di Bronzo in 2013 as an athlete, and the Stella di Bronzo in 2050 as a sports manager. So if you want to have a bit of a read while you enjoy this game, Vinny Sanders just put it in the chat. Have a read. He's out there on the field. And that's just an amazing story, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And I'm really excited to see him out there.
I hope he gets a bowl.
Yeah.
Now, that would be groundbreaking.
Yeah, imagine he was the first cricket captain. He was cricket captain for Italy in their first ever cricket match in the UK in 1984. Right, Moratini's back, and we're back.
And it's a wide.
Now a wide.
So Hussain, he's enjoying himself. Maybe Moratini wants a little bit of vengeance because Hussain's the one that hit it into his car.
That's true. Yeah.
Not too many natural-born local players on the European scene that I've seen with such a smooth action.
Yeah.
That's quite rhythmical.
I mean, it's all about picking the game up young as well. That's why I know we've got a big focus about trying to get youngsters into the game. It's a pretty good ball. Moratini up in the block hole. He sent him back in the end so they won't get a run.
Well done to De Silva there.
It's great to see Roma Capinelli back. We didn't see them in the ECS in 2021.
Why was that?
Yeah, they just weren't in the 5 that we saw from the Rome series.
Hit leg side, but straight to deep mid-wicket, just the single.
The timing doesn't always suit all teams in ECS, but obviously...
You got to take time off work and other variables.
Yeah, that's true. Obviously, it's a great platform.
Well, Liam Day jumping in the chat saying, wow, what a legend. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed that read. Guys, it's very interesting. Very interesting indeed.
75 years and 30 days.
75 years young.
He is the oldest player for now.
Bowled. Good bowling. Moratini gets a big wicket. He'll be stoked with that.
Yeah, and this is a really good piece of bowling. Oh, Viva Moratini as he goes straight through. And so Gagandeep got dropped earlier, but he got his man. Moratini just tilts middle and leg. This is the first wicket to fall now. Roma are 30 for 1. So after a couple of drop catches, that's a steadier. But that man, danger man, Mubrak is still at the crease.
Nice wicket for the Italian stallion. I think that's what his name is all week. Really impressive. That's the first wicket down. Last ball, the power play to come.
Yeah, so new batter comes out there, Mukhtar Singh. Struggled to get going in his first bat over the tournament.
It's the old you miss, I hit, isn't it?
It's a similar shot that undid Gagandeep earlier.
Gagandeep, he's a big man. He doesn't need to overhit it. Something to look at tonight.
Yeah, look at what Hussein's doing here. He's not overhitting the ball. He's still hitting it a long way.
Oh, well bowled. Bit of bat on that. Otherwise, that could have been plum. That brings us to the end of the power play. 3 overs bowled. The score's 30 for 1.
Hello to Charlie Hunt as well. Hope you're well. Saying how far out from the city is the ground?
20 minutes?
Yeah, about 20, 25 minutes probably.
Always feels like these grounds are about 20 minutes away, aren't they?
Yeah, can be. Let's have a look at that second over. That's where most of the damage was done. It's pretty good first over, wasn't it? And Moratini's third was decent as well. 1 for 9 off that over. But for me, they got to get Mubrak Hussain before this gets out of control, and they're turning the spin to do so. Amir Hamza with his leggies is going to bowl over number 4. So, just setting the field for the spinner. Again, you want to make sure you don't take too long to get organised, because strict time limits are in place. Although, we do have a 2-minute drinks break after 5 overs, so we have to factor that in.
So it looks like it's Hamza, the leg spinner again, Vinny. He impressed you a little bit in the first game this morning.
Like he's got a good release. Really puts his whole wrist into it.
Yeah. Well, that's always more effective to get a bit more fizz coming out. High in the air. Well, nothing fizz about that. That has gone an absolute journey. Goodbye, Kookaburra.
Yeah, it's gone. And how about this guy?
That was pretty calm from you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was just trying to see how far it went. Pretty far.
Pretty far. But you won't even see this on your screens. That has gone that far.
And it wasn't really a bad ball either from Hamza.
Well, who's this guy, Hussain? He's been mighty impressive.
Well, I mean, he's on 31. You might as well say he's on 91, because remember he scored 60.
Do you think you should be able to continue your score on?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to do that. But I reckon if he gets to 40, then he should get a good ovation. But I guess you would reset the scores, right?
I reckon you could celebrate 30s in T10 cricket.
25s, quarter centuries.
25, nah.
There's a clear half of 100 is 50, and half of 20, half 50 is 25.
Okay, Hamza, how does he respond? Well, he responds pretty well. When it first came out of his hand, I thought that was going to go a long way, but just dipped.
Yeah, I like it that he's still taking the pace off. I think that's smart. I think it's
brave.
A bit of a cop-out, yeah.
Brave
I think it's a risk worth taking. That's what he's in the team to do, and he can see he's a wicket taker. He just needs to see the back of Hussain. See, that's a good delivery as well. Forces a false shot.
Yep. 4 men back on the leg side now.
That's the thing about Hussain that's made him so good, is he hasn't been one-dimensional with the bat. Can go over cover as well. So, what does this grab? Down leg side.
Must have touched something, not signalled.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Maybe just flicking the pad?
Well, no, he hit it into his head. I don't know how you and I missed that.
Yeah. Sunglasses are pretty dark.
I can imagine Hamza again gets an extreme amount of bounce. Well, what a good comeback. The first ball went about 3,000 metres, and he hasn't given another run since.
First ball, it almost went back in time, didn't it? But yeah, love this pitch.
Cut hard, and 1 run.
So into 4 overs, the score is 37 for 1 after 4. One more over till the drinks break.
Good comment from Helix.
Yep.
That one that you thought went down the leg side when he hit it into his hand. Helix just comes and said, Vinny was on another trip to Rome, train trip. You did make the mistake the other day.
Saying, was it another?
You put me on the wrong train and I panicked.
So
I wasn't happy.
You were pretty nervous that we weren't in the right spot. Well, we were in the right. This is what happened.
I was envisioning us going to Naples or San Marino or something.
All the trains were delayed out of Bologna. Pretty much all trains in Italy because I think something to do with the heat. So we were at the right platform at the right time, but even though we left at the exact minute, it wasn't the right train because all the trains were running behind, and it wasn't really quite like clear signage on the train. Straight through his legs.
Yeah, good bowling from the Italian stallion.
He probably should have got a run there, especially.
Yeah, how about why don't you tell the viewers about that moment when the train keeper came onto the carriage and asked you, me, and Dee, who were sitting on the floor like stowaways, where's
right
our
up the
tickets?
back of the train.
What happened?
Because we had seats 19, 20, and 21, and this train only had. This is when we first knew we were in trouble because the seats only went up to 17.
Comes again, off his foot. Good keeping, gets his hand on it. It might have saved a couple of extra runs.
Someone's going to have to go find it though.
Yeah,
but we'll get to.
2 leg buys.
Yeah, well, he did say.
He came up.
He was a lovely guy.
He came up and said, "You're on the wrong train line."
Probably shouldn't be saying this on the TV because the last thing he said is he never saw us.
Well, he said,
"You're
you're on the wrong train. It's a different company, and that means you're going to have to pay for these tickets." And what did you say, Vinny?
No, he said you really should buy a ticket.
What did you say?
I'm trying to remember.
Hit into the leg side. There's people sweeping out there. Oh, and it splits both of them. Oh, it looked like it was a bit half-hearted effort from Humza, and it goes for 4.
Yeah, exactly. Just placement, and then it still gets a decent bounce, and it rushes on. I feel that able to knock it over for 4 in the end.
So he comes up. Yeah, you're on the wrong train line.
He said you really you should probably buy a ticket, and what did I say? I said, well,
we're not going to do that. Hit into the leg side. And
sounds better when you say it.
A little bit of a fumble goes for a single. You're pretty confident in that comment.
We were sitting up the back. We didn't get a seat. It was
we didn't get a seat.
Hot.
We didn't get aircon. We had about 8 suitcases. It's 46 degrees, and Vinny Sandu just turned around and said, "Yeah, we're not going to pay for another ticket."
Just don't see it happening. Because I know the European cricket already paid a fair bit of money for the train ticket that we should have been on. Anyway, got us here early though. Yeah. Silver lining. Gave us plenty of time to explore Rome.
Yeah, we had a good time in Rome. Beautiful city.
Martini's been good here, but can he get another wicket?
Oh, he might have a chance. He does. Great call. He's got himself another wicket, and the Italian stallion deserves that. LB douche.
Yeah, it seemed to get a bit too far across, didn't he here? Mukhtar Singh, checking out the replay. Even though he's forward, I think that's a good call. It's hitting him in front of middle and off. It's not missing off. It's not missing leg. It's not too high.
No, that's out.
I think it's out. Even though he's on the walk, it's got to hit you real low down, I think, and probably in that exactly the line that it hit him to be LBW, and that's what happens.
And that takes us to the drinks break. 44 for 2 after 5. Vinny, what else about Rome was romantic for you? So you enjoyed your time out last night?
It's a beautiful city, isn't it? Yeah.
Colosseum?
Colosseum was great. It was busy. I mean, last time I was here, things weren't quite as busy as they are now. There's our Italian summer where we're at now, because we have 4 of our 5 teams. They'll be joined by the winner of this week in Rome. So Albano, Fresh Tropical, Jenna Brescia, and then they were joined by Cricket Stars on Saturday.
If you had to pick a team right now out of those 4, who's been the most impressive?
It would be between Jenna Brescia and Cricket Stars. Nothing against Albano or Fresh Tropical. Fresh Tropical didn't quite hit their straps, but then that might be even more scary because they won the week in Milan, and I think they'll be a bit better rested by the time we see them. I mean, they're all there because they're very good teams, right? But Cricket Stars, when they clicked, particularly with the bat, they seemed untouchable, didn't they? But Jenna Brescia got some very, very good players as well. I hear whispers there might be a couple of unavailabilities for Gin and Brescia, which may count against them. But yeah, we'll have to see. That Super Series starts in a week's time, and the winner of that goes all the way to the ECL in 2023. Well, you can forgive the players for extending the 90-second drinks break to probably 2 or 3 minutes, but it is that hot today. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, look, for player safety, umpire safety, everyone out there, even our blue crew deserve a little minute to get some water and H2O into them.
We've got a drink bottle here, but it's like drinking bath water now.
If you want to press, turn your mic off so you can enjoy a drink, I'll take over for now just to give you a minute.
That's okay. It's hot water. What are you going to say?
No, nothing.
What do you think of the hotel? Pretty nice hotel.
Nice hotel.
Just around the corner.
Nice area. It's exciting to be here, Vin. I haven't done much cricket in Italy before.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you really liked your week in Bologna. And you're seeing grass. That's the thing. Of course, we couldn't have...
See a lot in Amsterdam, though, and in Rotterdam. And this is probably behind the Dutch cricket grounds. The one of the more beautiful grounds, just aesthetically. And
yeah, a lot of people saying that as well. Well, I also want to... Maybe it's a good opportunity to do a lurker call out. How about that?
Well, it's an early shout.
No, it's second game already. It's actually, believe it or not, it's almost 1 PM here.
Yeah, it's thrown me the late start.
The
I have
late
to
start's
admit.
a bit unusual, yeah. But if you're lurking wherever you're watching around the world, please say hello to us, European Cricket Network, and we can acknowledge you and say thanks for supporting European cricket. And we'll do that before all the equipment overheats, so I can still see the screens. But anyway, Moratini's been brilliant. He's got one more ball. He's going to have just this delivery at Rajvinder Singh, the skipper of Royal Rome.
Hard down the ground. Just the single.
Yeah, so 5 overs down. Score is 45 for 2.
Well, you know how we're having just a little drinks break. What would your thoughts be about taking this on other T10 road trips and that, and then it's being used as the drink and the tactical timeout where the coach is allowed to go on?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you should... I mean, I think it's just to do with the heat. To be honest,
I know that.
I don't really
but I'm saying
like it.
You don't like a tactical timeout?
Not really, because...
From a coach's point of view, it would be helpful.
I know you'd want it because you're a coach.
Well, if you did a 60-second shot clock...
I just feel it breaks the momentum of proceedings, you know? So it's like the... I think the 45 minutes is such a nice period of time to let the story play out.
Flighted hard down the ground.
And eats into our break at the end of the game, which we often don't really get too much of a break.
That's one for the viewers. Do the viewers think that we should be having a tactical timeout? I think we should. I'm biased, though.
You're a coach. You just want to justify a position. I can understand that. Hussain running away with it again. 97 for the day.
It's going to be wides. It's going to be costly. Will it go for 5 wides? Oh, it will. That hurts. That really hurts. What's been signalled buys in the end? Did it bounce over leg stump in, or did you think it was wides?
Yeah, quite a long way across. Let's have a look here. Yeah, it should have been wides.
Yeah,
I mean, because it's not like his body is between his body and the stumps. But I can see...
Tell you who's happy about that, Hamza.
Maybe just saying it goes over his pad, but still outside the line of his body. So he probably catches a break there because they won't have to re-roll that ball and they save a run.
High in the air. It's a catching chance. Can someone hold on to it? Oh, no, it's the Bermuda Triangle. They're all just looking at each other.
Yeah, really. It was only one fielder, Zaib Orang, who was coming in off the cover boundary, but he was never going to be able to get there.
I do like this Hamza. After being hit for his 6th first ball of his spell, he's come back really good.
You can see some lurkers popping in. Keep them coming.
Hit straight to the man. Caught. They've held on to one. Hamza gets a good reward, and look, it's the Italian stallion, Villian.
He's saying, this is what you're meant to be doing. He's looking at his teammates saying, see you guys, this is all you got to do. And he was in the right place at the right time, wasn't he, Moratini, the stallion? And he is able to remove Rajvinder for just a couple. The 50 comes up in the 6th over, but they do lose a 3rd wicket now. It's 51 for 3.
Yep, 3rd wicket down. Still, that has dangerous Hussain is still at the crease.
So we'll say hello to Chappelle Perilous, who's watching from Cambridge in the UK. Mike Buckland is lurking as well. To Maya, who's watching from Germany. Nice to see you. And audience kind of split on the whether you should have a tactical timeout after 5 overs. I mean, it's a fast-paced game. That's for sure. And Moratini's got a few fans. You can see why. Nice to see him playing his trade. Nice to see him back in the ECS after he did play in 2020. Going to go back to the spin of Hamza.
Pulled away. And pulled away pretty comfortably. Might go for 4. It will go for 4. Good shot.
That's one because you know that it's going to bounce high. You can be pretty sure this isn't going to bowl you. So it allows you to kind of step across, takes LB, takes bowled out of the equation, and just basically hooks it for 4. So that's smart batting.
Yeah, just sitting back and getting the short ball which he wanted. Last ball of the 6th.
Yeah, Hamza's got to pitch it up. Shahanka gets off the mark straight away with a 4.
Oh, cut away. It could be 4 and 4. Well, our favourite cricketer's running after it. Can he get there? He's still got the legs. Good. Great work from Alfonso. A lot to like about him.
You've got to love him. I mean, look at the effort that he's putting in. Very good to watch. Just a reminder, ECC is coming up as we get to the end of the 6th over. The score is 57 for 3. But yeah, ECC, that's something that we were talking about a little bit earlier today because we go to Germany after this, then Belgium. Then we will have the ECC over 5 weeks. You see that there's 4 groups of 5 teams, so they'll play each other twice and then have a finals day. And the winner of each of the group weeks will go through to the 5th week. They'll join England, who automatically qualify because 21 teams involved this year. So yeah, join us for 5 weeks of T10 action, T10 international action, and that is coming your way right here on the European Cricket Network. So 57 for 3 after 6. So here is a guy, Dane Kirby. Now I did say he was Australian before. That was my recollection, and I second guessed myself. But he is from Melbourne.
Okay.
He's Australian. Does hold a British passport though. That's why I had to be careful how I described him. But no, he said no, he's an Aussie. And he said he just loves living in Italy, loves the weather, loves the lifestyle. He said that was always the plan. So yeah, nice to see Dane out there. And yeah, I mean, tell you what, he's looking pretty good. He's 50 years of age. But
these men playing well into their 50s, I don't think I could do it.
Maybe you should just move to Italy. Look at you, don't age. You just stay strong.
Good food over here. That's probably the reason.
Definitely, you're going to be well fed if you spend any time in Italy.
Oh, tore the bat. They won't take the one. I think Hussein wants to try to tee this up.
Yeah, it's good length though, isn't it? I mean, I think he's learned his lesson. He was a little bit short earlier and got pounded. But this is spot on.
I'm amazed about Italy is that how big the carbohydrates are and the food is. And everyone's pretty healthy and fit.
Yeah. They're moving around a bit.
Kirby again gets launched. That is so high, and that will go for 6. What a shot. Well, that's why he didn't take the single, Vinny. He wants the strike.
Yeah, gets greedy, but greed is good, as they said in the 80s. And all right now, as saying, well, basically that's his 100 because he scored 60 not out this morning. He's 44 not out now. And you're right, that one was launched. That was a rocket to the moon. Came down the other side of the ropes.
Yep, what a shot. What an amazing shot. He's looking at back-to-back 50s here. Hasn't been dismissed this morning. Oh, almost loses his off pole.
Yeah, well bowled though. Good comeback ball from Kirby. Hello to all the lurkers that have taken the time to get in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. We do appreciate it. To Dave S., hope you're well. Thank you also to Liam, we mentioned, to Helix, to everybody that's been contributing. Yeah, Jeff Maguire's in there as well from Northern Ireland. Good to see you, Jeff, always.
Hit hard over the offside and 6. So that will bring up his 50. It's back-to-back 50s for Hussein. You don't see that in T10 too much. And what an innings again, Vinny.
And he's just loving his time out there. I mean, on a really stinking hot day, if you are if you are batting and you're hitting him well, even though it takes a bit out of you, you just know that the fielders are having a hard time. And he's really rubbing it in at the moment. Hussain brings up his 50 in 29 balls. He's been on fire, a bit like the weather. It's his 6th big 6.
This time tries to get a little bit delicate. Oh, they might take a run here. Oh, and that means he'll keep the strike. The keeper getting a little bit too relaxed, not reading the situation.
This is really good sportsmanship. Leandro Jayaraja congratulated Mubarak on his 50, handshake and a high five. The next ball, he pegs the ball at him, hits him, but allows an overthrow. So it's fair enough, I think, to run on that one. So 7 overs down now, 70 for 3 Royal Roma.
I want Alfonso in. Bring him on.
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, he's a pretty selfless guy, so I think he'll have a couple of players that he thinks should get a bowl before him. It's
There's the Italian stallion going for a cheeky run out.
He's a real character, Michel Moratini. So we'll go to over number 8 now. And they're going to go back to the draw card, Samir Ali. See if the ball's still swinging for him here. He's on that 100 pace. 8th overtime.
Wide.
Yeah, got to say, quick hello to all of our officials as well. Oh, that's umpires we have. That's Vanetta Picaro. And always great to have a female umpire. She does a really good job. Has umpired at quite a good level in South Africa as well before. So hello to Vanetta. She was umpiring last year as well. Sanaka Fernando, another familiar face to us, and also Suleiman Saeed. And this is Vanetta and Suleiman on field here in match 2.
She's umpired in South Africa.
Yeah, she's umpired grade cricket, I think first grade cricket in South Africa, which is, yeah, it's a very good standard of cricket. Obviously, it's a bit different.
What's she doing here?
They live here now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with a husband and their son as well. And so, yeah, family affair.
Well, I've lost that, Vinny. It's in the air.
Wow, it's going to come down, and no one's going to know
when. Oh, whoa.
I think.
Oh, no. What's just happened?
I think that bounced on the rope. They'll have a look at this.
I have no idea what's just happened.
I think this bounces right on the rope and
I don't
actually
know.
Bounces back. Oh, no, it doesn't.
What?
That's not even 4.
What's just happened?
That's nothing.
No way.
What has happened here?
Matrix.
That's hit an ant's nest or something and bounced back. I thought it must have bounced on the rope because it definitely bounces back.
What? That is the most unlucky thing I've...
How's the awareness of the fielder? So it's no boundary. So I think it'll be 1.
How does that not go for a boundary?
I don't know.
That's defied the laws of gravity.
That might have bounced off the ancient street, which is underneath the ground. But how was the fielder who... I mean, he had the awareness.
How can you hit a ball 50 metres, and then it bounce and go backwards?
That is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. And I've seen some weird things.
Shot. That's extraordinary. How can you hit a ball 50 metres, it bounce and go backwards? Look at, I mean, it's a little bit breezy, but it's not.
He knew what happened, you see, and Kirby's quick to say, hey, throw it in. So, yeah, wow.
Glitch in the Matrix?
That was strange. That's all I've got to say about that.
I've never even seen anything close to that. Wow. How do you get backspin on a cover drive?
That's the thing, there was no backspin on it.
It's him in the pad this time. Dot ball. Yeah, you'll never, ever see anything like that again.
Okay, if there was backspin, that's one thing. But even then, you wouldn't expect it to act like that. But that, I don't think there was any backspin. It's just the bit of the ground it hit. Maybe it's like a little crack or something. Wow. What is going on? Is this a dream? Anyway, so Matt, he's the beneficiary of that bounce. Now he gets a bit of extra bounce himself, and this is what I'm talking about.
Oh, he's given it to him as well. Like it.
Yeah.
He got that one through, didn't he?
Yeah. You see that one taken upstairs by Leandro Jayaraja, the captain and the keeper. Just noticed that Mubarak, who's batting at the moment, he doesn't have the gloves in the second half of this game. The keeping will be done by Ashraful Islam, and that's all about just managing him on such a hot day.
Hit hard, gone. That's Miles, 6 runs. He moves on to 58.
He's banging him. Well, he scored 60 in the first game, and he had to stop because they reached the target. He's not stopping for anybody this time. And, yeah, just took that off a length and made it disappear. Abracadabra.
Abracadabra. Vinny, I'm still in shock. I don't know how that's happened.
Immediately I
People
thought
in the chat are saying they've never seen anything like that ever.
I assumed it hit the rope because that's the only way it could. Yeah, it's the only way that it could have bounced away, but I was wrong.
Here it is again. Look, you've hit a ball 50 metres, and it goes and stays in.
How good's the fielder? He doesn't step on the rope. And you see, this is the sort of one that could have easily caused a run out.
But the velocity of the ball going over there, how does it not?
8 overs down, 79 for 3. Any physicists out there, if you could let us know what happened there, we would appreciate it. So 2 overs to go, 79 for 3. They've kept it under 10 and over now. But can they keep Mubrak quiet in the 9th and the 10th?
Hit hard down the ground. Kirby decides just to watch it and stops the one.
This one continues going forward after it bounces. So we'll have to call that nowadays.
You do see everything on this network, don't you? A message coming. Serbia's been Cyprus in the World T20. And Wintley Burton's hit the winning runs. Vinny, our friend. Hit hard, long. Miles, another 6. Well, Hussein, he's enjoying himself today. Great batting. Moves on to 64. It was a half volley. He's still got to put it away.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's slot length, isn't it? And so yeah, these balls, they are going, and they are going pretty regularly out of the ground. But still, they haven't batted him out of the game here. So, just got to get the length right here, Zarian Ijaz. This one he missed at. And that's Sam Williams. He's gone out there, and he might be just trying to check out what's happening over there. And
well, if the project manager's over there, you know it's serious.
And it might have hit a caterpillar. We don't know.
Poor caterpillar.
Could be pieces of caterpillar all around the place
Vinny,
there.
come on, please.
Well, you know, it is what it is. I mean, that was basically a reverse Tortuga, wasn't it? Anyway.
We've seen a ball that got hit 2 days ago in the inner ring that went 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, that is the universe realigning, because that ball bounced once last week at 25 yards from the bat and then bounced over the rope. The field had no chance.
Wide ball. Just losing it a little bit here. Hey, Jazz. Hi, Jazz. But yeah, Vinny, I don't know, you must have, I know you're a bit excited.
Wintley Burton.
Yeah, hit the winning runs as Serbia have beaten Cyprus in the World T20 qualifiers.
Wow, that's a really good win for them.
Some crazy results in that group.
Yeah.
High in the air, catching chance. Will they catch one? No, slight collision. And
slight?
Yeah, slight. They're okay.
Well, they probably thought, you know.
Oh.
It's, you know, many hands makes light work, but not so much here because it's the old-fashioned clothesline. Comes in from the back, and, well, that's a free kick in Australian football every day of the week. And, well,
fair bump, play on.
Ouchies. It's no communication at all.
Slow ball, wide.
Yeah, it's the old sneak attack from one fielder to the other.
Well, it's just live and
what a good innings
just
of
in the last
entertainment, though, for the neutrals. Anyway, nobody's hurt, so that's good.
Yeah, just the catching's been a little bit poor so far, unfortunately. In a half of the bat, as that's skewed away to deep mid-wicket. Well, the Italian stallion doesn't misfield anything, 1 run.
I think they just mustn't have known each other were there, but I find that hard to believe because when they're walking in, they can see where each other are.
You know what happens, Vinny. The ball goes in the air. Sometimes people panic. Last ball in the air. Is anyone going to panic? Well, Ejaz has a chance. He panics. Drops it. Wow, the wheels are falling off, Vinny.
Yeah, tries the reverse Statue of Liberty. And, yeah, it took a bit of time to stick it in reverse, didn't he? But they don't take a run because I think Mubrak wants to strike, and that's what he's going to get. At the end of 9 overs, it's 92 for 3.
Well, if they had a caught cleanly, maybe that scorecard would have been in the 70 region, but no, 92 for 3. And I think that this team needs to go away and practice their fielding by tomorrow. They've dropped plenty. As you can see, the worm going up, Vinny.
Yeah, still going up. That's what's happening. But who knows? The worm could go backwards.
I don't know anymore.
It actually can't go backwards.
I honestly feel like there's a glitch in the Matrix.
There's a game that it could. You're watching it.
Parallel universe?
Kirby's
Multiverse?
going to come back. And if you are watching from Melbourne, get behind Dane Kirby. I know we've got a few viewers from Victoria.
Do we?
Yeah.
Oh.
Who was that? Was always in.
Can't see that, Vin. I've lost it.
Well, you'll find it the other side of the fence because he just doesn't get the length right to Hussein, who's having another day out. This time he's going to swing into the 70s. He goes across the line, but he goes pretty well. And he lifts that score up to 98.
Yeah, nice shot. I lost it off the bat. I had my head up in the clouds looking for it, and it went a bit squarer than I thought. 6 runs. What a day he's had out. 73 on 40. 5 balls left, Vinny. Could he? Could he go 6 sixes to get there?
Yeah, well, 5 away. It'll just be one to the total for the wide, up to 99. We weren't so sure they'd get the 100. It always seemed like you'd assume they would if Mubarak Hussein stays there. I suppose not too many other batters have scored that many. In fact, I don't think another batter for Royal Roma has gotten to double figures today. But they haven't had to because he's batted so well.
Oh, he doesn't get it. Hits it right into his foot. Being a bit of pain, bit of shock there.
Oh, it's a good excuse to take the 10 overs off fielding, isn't it? If you just batted the 10 and you banged it into your foot and say, you know, look, guys, I'm... Oh,
I'll tell you what,
top of the foot.
That was one that hit the foot, went balloon straight up. If that was caught, that would have been out.
I'm more worried about the bones in his foot because there's very little protection. And you know who Dane Kirby reminds me of a little bit?
Chris Lynn.
Andrew Winter in Portugal.
Oh.
Similar age, similar vintage.
Ben Duckett.
Good kind of good rhythm with his medium paces.
Ben Dunk.
Hold the bat.
High, Miles. Goodbye ball. That is in the excavation zone. That will be found in 120 years.
Chaka Lagya Hussein is putting on 79 now. And he'll fall short of the ton, it seems, but he's going to give it a shake. Again, you just got to get it in the block hole. If it bounces to him, then I think he's feeling pretty confident at this stage. He turns on that and absolutely smokes it.
Yeah, good shot. For people that don't know, there's lots of excavating going on over there because there's an ancient street or road that's been found on this very ground.
Yeah, or under.
We're sitting on history.
We are. Well, literally, we are.
Down the wicket. Edge gone. Well, Kirby gets the last laugh in the end. It's a really nice catch by the keeper there. And what a sensational ending. As Hussein goes for 79 off 43.
Might have been a slight change of pace from Kirby. I think it's a clever bit of bowling. You see he was early through the shot, but well taken by Leandro Jayaraja behind the stumps. Again, he's had to battle through the 10 overs in the heat. So for the first time, Mubarak tastes dismissal. He goes for 79 off 43. The score is 105 for 4. 2 balls remaining. 10 sixes in that innings of 79 and 2 boundaries.
Not bad when you hit 10 sixes in any format.
But I mean, we talked about kind of 105, 110 being par. So yeah, they're at the 105 now. So if Roma Capinelli bat well, they can chase this. But they're going to have to bat a lot better than they batted this morning in the first game, where they were only able to scramble together 83 runs.
2 left, 2 to go. Can they get to maybe 110? Oh, in a half of the bat. Should maybe scamper for 2 here. And they'll just settle on the single good fielding.
Yeah, so 106 in ball to play. Let's see if they can get that boundary that will take them to the 110 or 112. This is the man, Shahanka, who will face the last one. That was Sadran Shadamgul, who gets the single, gets off strike. So last ball for Kirby, last ball of the innings.
And it's another edge. This time it goes over the keeper. Top spin on it, and she's 4. So They will get to the 110. A little bit of hard luck there for Kirby, but a good batting innings overall.
Yeah, it was. I suppose this is what will happen at the end of the innings. In the end, this one, just a thick edge. That one does race away. So 18 come off the last, or they do get Mubarak Hussain. Doesn't really have too much of an impact on the score. 110. So, yeah, we were talking about 105, 110 as par. But I suppose the difference is, Roman Campanelli, they never had anyone really stick around to any significant degree in the first innings of the day. They're going to have to bat better. They know what they need to do, though. But, well, the biggest problem we had here was Moratini's car getting banged early. And, well, it wasn't just him. But I've got to say, you know, the catching still let Roman Campanelli down, didn't it? A couple of times, a couple of key times. And amongst that, there was some more very, very delicious batting from Mubarak Hussain with his 79 off 43.
Yeah, with 10 sixes involved in that as well. That was the Italian Stallion getting an early wicket. He was one of the pick of the bowlers. He ended up getting 2 for himself, and that one was bowled. Singh just going a little bit too hard in the power play and losing his shape. The next wicket was a big LB douche appeal, and it was adjacent. Good umpiring there.
Moratini bowled well, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
And, well, this is one that probably should have been stopped. That also found its way to the rope. But, yeah, this one I think was had to be perfect for that to be out that far down, but I think it was. I think it was a good decision. Moratini, well, he got a couple of straight ones through, and he was responsible for things just slowing down a little bit. 9 came off the 3rd over, 8 came off the 5th over that he bowled. But in amongst it, we saw some really good hitting. That was straight down the throat of Moratini, who just showing it to his teammates, going, guys, come on, we got to hold our catches. If we do, good things will happen. But then they were in for a bit of pain, weren't they? As Mubarak went absolutely crazy. 10 Maximos in that innings.
10 Maximos is quite a lot. You don't see many individual players do that, but he did. Even though he was breaking the rules of gravity with this one, we still are trying to comprehend that. I reckon we could try to do that 10 trillion times and it would never happen again.
So weird. But I'll tell you what he did also well, Hussain, was he controlled the strike. And Sam was trying to work out exactly what happened. I don't think he had any answers, but he actually faced 43 balls in this innings. So pretty much 3/4 of the strike. So that meant that with him batting so well, he was able to go and keep the score rolling. And then, well, we had another heavy vehicle collision. Well, a vehicle collision, I suppose. But, yeah, ultimately, they would lose Hussain for 79 in the last. That was a nice moment for Kirby. But then, yeah, leaked a boundary off the last ball anyway, off an edge. And the score finished at 110 for 4. You can see the Coliseum. That's where we were last night. And some of the surrounds. Beautiful part of the world. Very, very special place, in fact. And certainly a lot of history to it. 79 or 43 as Mubarak continued where he left off. So 139 runs for him. Not a bad couple of games, if you ask me. As apart from that, just one other player getting to double figures. Tanusha Shahankar, 12 off 6 with a couple of boundaries. And really, no one else had to do much because Hussain, he faced 43 of the 60 balls in the innings. As far as the ball went, I've got to say, Moratini, for me, he was the best of the bowlers, 2 for 15. Also took a good catch. And it's just a matter of how they use him, but I think they used him pretty well. Other wickets went to, Hamza, the leg spinner. He also bowled pretty well, took 1 for 15. I think Sumar Ali was decent as well. He didn't take a wicket, but only went for 11. And Dane Kirby chipped in with a wicket late, the big wicket of Hussain, but also, unfortunately, his last over went for 18. So it's all set up. Should be an interesting game. And Roman Campanelli, they know what they need to do. If they take anything away from opening day, they need 111 runs off their 10 overs. We'll see you very shortly. Until then, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers with me. We'll see you shortly for more action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back everyone around the world. We've got T10 action coming your way. We're at the halfway stage between Royal Roma and Roma Capanelli. And Royal Roma put on 110 for 4. It's a pretty decent target, or total I should say. And I think they'll be feeling pretty comfortable with that. Let's welcome back everyone around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. I hope you're doing well in that part of the world and enjoying all the cricket. There's plenty of cricket going on everywhere, but especially on the ECN. This is the final week of our Italian Super Summer Series, and it's finals time next week. You don't want to miss that. Welcome back everyone on YouTube. Hope you're doing well out there, and we love interacting with you, so please get your questions in throughout this game. It could be about absolutely anything at all, but when it's around the cricket, we do enjoy talking more and more about it. So, let's have a look at who they've got out. Demon on and third man. They've got a slip in place. I guess the question is, can they get off to a good start in this power play? Orang and Ali. Ali will be on strike. If they can get to maybe 35-40 off the power play, then there is definitely a chance of them chasing this down. So we're almost set to go. Here comes ball run one in the run chase. Here we go. Well, short, wide, cut away. Gorgeous shot. Will it go for 4? You betcha, it does go for, just trickles over the rope. Nice timing from Ali, didn't look to overhit it, just leant on it. 4 runs to start, perfect start. Hit it pretty far in front of square as well. So shows he had plenty of time to make that decision, play that shot. Just beating the fields a tad slower compared to Bologna. If you watched the Bologna T10 last week, which Cricket Stars won. This outfield's beautiful, but just a bit more lush, so not as fast. Shorty sort of ball. Good length and blocked well to point. Quite funnily, they've got a 7-2 field. After that 4 through the offside, they brought fine leg out. Short fine leg and put him in the offside, so really saying they're going to bowl wide of the off stump. Well, that's not wide of the off stump, and that's pulled away. And yeah, that's in the excavation. Zone, that's gone right up that little mountain hill. Well, I'm not too sure we're going to get that Kookaburra back. What a nice shot that is. It was short, it was too straight. No one's back there. So, plenty to gain from putting it over the fence. And look at the bounce on that. I'm not too sure we're getting that one back. It's gone, 6 runs. So 10 off the first 3 already. They need to go at 11 and over, but if they have one big over, maybe have 17 plus sort of over in this run chase, it'll do them a world of good. Pushed into the leg side. They'll scamper through for the first single. The chase gives Orang a chance now at the top of the order. So no changes to the field. A little bit of movement for the bowler Shahanka. Wow, it goes for a big heave-ho first ball. They go for a single, it's not on. Oh, and the keeper just can't gather it. Wow, that looked like it was a suicidal run. They get away with it in the end. Let's have a look. Little inside edge, it doesn't go that far away. And the keeper reads it quite well. Just doesn't pick it up on the first attempt. I think if he had of, there was definitely a chance for a run out. Cut straight to the man. And that will be a dot ball. So that will take us to the end of a pretty eventful first over. The score is 12 for none. And well, this is a disappointing graphic to have to show you. 374 games since we've had a golden ball. Vinny Sandhu, welcome back. Is today the day?
Could be. Rome has had plenty of golden balls. Rome and CC have had 3 by themselves. And so, yeah, we got a feeling that could be this week, Corey. And I've said that every week for the last 6 weeks or so. But our last golden ball was actually a game that you and I did together in Portugal. Brothers 11 versus Indian Royals. So, yeah, I guess we'll see if the streak is broken here as part of our Italian summer. Here is Anil Kumar. He's one of the real characters of European cricket. Here he is in over number 2.
So when you say characters, why is he?
He's fiery, probably, but he also, I don't know, just the way he plays his game, you know, he kind of shows his emotions, I suppose. Sometimes gets him in a little bit of hot water, like the water in our water bottles at the moment. But, yeah, always enjoy him.
High in the air. This should be caught, I think.
Uh-oh.
Oh, has landed safely, and the ball has stopped dead. So they get back for 2.
Was there any contact there? I think they avoid a collision in the end. Yeah, I mean, this had trouble written all over it, didn't it? The one fielder's going back with the flight. I think maybe at the last minute he sees, oh no, no one sees anyone coming, and they're pretty lucky to escape injury there. I think
that was very reminiscent of Gillespie and Steve Waugh.
Yeah, again, second time we've seen a total lack of communication resulting in a collision.
On his legs, swinging in. That's going to be missing leg stump.
Yeah, so this one, yeah, just doing too much. Hit him outside leg already.
Yeah, that's swinging a long, long way. Again, lots of swing. Missing the leg stump. Big appeal. But yeah, that breeze has actually picked up maybe in the last 15 to 20 minutes, going on left to right on your screens. And, he's just going with it at the moment. It's angling down. Maybe he can start on maybe 5th or 6th stump. A wild swing. So Orang's just got to stay a little bit calm. I mean, it's not an insurmountable total. They can play cricket shots to get there. Give Ali some good support. That's miles down the leg side, so that one will be signalled a wide. Obviously not easy to control that in swing when it goes so much. I can definitely hear the team through the effects mic though. Well, Roma, they are pumped up out there. Short and laced. Well, it finally gets a hold of one. Another ball all the way. Well, that's where the lunch ladies are. Hope they're okay. And 6 runs. What a glorious shot. That made a crack off the bat. And as I mentioned, that wind going left to right on your screens means if you get a piece of it, she goes. 6 runs, a handy boundary. What a nice start this is now by Roma Caponelli. They really need to make the most of this power play. Maybe if they can get to, let's say, 40 still. 36 to 40. They set themselves up with a chance in this chase. Goes again, and well, he's bowling in swing to a 7-2 field. So all he has to do is help it along its way. He does that, no 45, no fine leg, easy 4. I think that's a tactical error. And he cashes in the end, 2 bounces for 4. Takes us to the end of a very eventful first 2 overs. The score is 26 for none. Perfect start in this run chase. Yeah, the wind has really picked up. We have a look at the table. Well, only 1 game completed early this morning. While Royal Roma, they won pretty comprehensively against these opponents. Roma Caponelli that is, looking for a little bit of revenge / vengeance. Tell us in the chat, what do you think? What do teams need in a power play and a chase when it's around this margin? 110, I see it a lot. I see some teams sometimes go a little bit too soft, a bit coy about it. It's good to see the intents there. Try and get yourself ahead in the game.
I really like what I'm seeing from these two. Sometimes maybe overdone it, but they certainly don't want it to fall behind in this chase. I feel like probably won't ever get ahead again. Izuma Shazad in over number 3.
Well, left arm around, interesting option.
He just bustles in and doesn't mind getting wide of the crease. So see that they have put a 4th fielder. In fact, no, I think they've actually still got the 3. They've just moved one of them to fine leg. The 4th fielder and just come across to field the ball.
Funny that he's decided to come around the wicket straight away as the left armer.
That's his go-to, I think. A chance to step across and target that leg side. Just be annoyed at a couple of these, which are hittable, and yeah, it's not actually hit. Bit of a half joking appeal, but the umpire saying, "Is that a real appeal or not?" The ball had stopped. Got picked up, bit dangerous.
I've seen that once.
Yeah, not particularly smart if you're about it. Still, this game's been played in pretty good spirits.
Well, down the leg side. This is going to hurt them, Kurds. We have 5 wides. And there's our good friend out there. Goes straight under his feet. 5 wides.
Yeah, and so nothing the keeper could do about this. It just keeps going further and further. Certainly set Ashraful Islam a task. So that just helps them get a bit of momentum back. Strike rate of these batters both good. It's essentially 11 and over. You want to be going got a minimum 1.5 a ball, and you probably have 1 or 2 that can go even quicker. A couple of wides and extras will get you over the line.
Hit hard from the leg side. There's a sweeper out there. Just the single. Now, I just think if you're left arm bowler, Vinny, and you're coming around, you're just angling it into that wheelhouse, and you've got only 3 people on the leg side then. So I just think the angles and the...
It's very hard to get an LBW. The batter can pretty much use his body as a second line of defence most of the time.
Yeah, it's easy for them to go with the angle. That's good batting. It's put into a hole. They'll flirt with 2, and they won't take it. Question in the chat from Dave S. Vinny, is the normal format for this week?
Yeah, we're back to 5 teams, so each team will play the others twice. So a double-header format. So they'll have 8 matches, and then we have the top 4 playing on Saturday. It's our regular 5-team format.
Bowled him, got him. Well, Orang, this time, he practices the right shot. He could have played it. It was full, it was straight. You miss, I hit.
Well, this is what he's trying to do. And we've seen a few that have just, he's lost down the leg side in particular, but Orang swings all around this, doesn't he? No footwork, just wafts at it. So, I mean, that's his go-to. He's got his strategy. Umar Shazad, it works well for him. That was just good length which created that wicket. And so, it is the first of the reply. Roma Caponelli are 34 for 1.
Yeah, a bit of an odd-looking shot. His feet just never moved. As soon as it got there straight, it was dismissed.
Say, yeah, thanks for that question. If anyone else has any questions, please throw them in the live chat, Eastern European Cricket Network. Maybe let us know who you think is looking good so far. Out of the 4 teams qualified, we've got Albano, Fresh Tropical, Jenna Brescia, and Cricket Stars now. What are your feelings? In 1 week's time, we start the Super Series, so it's going to be here before you know it. New batter out there now, Dane Kirby. So let's see if he can move things forward. That's it. Andrew Winter comparison's pretty good, I think. This is kind of same situation that Andrew Winter would come in playing for Coimbra Knights in Portugal. And speaking of Portugal, do you know that we have cricket starting there on Thursday night? If you missed it the other day, I'll try and give you some information about that. But yeah, 5 teams in Portugal. They're playing basically a 2-week night series, European Cricket T10. So, yeah, fantastic news.
Yeah, and didn't know how windy it was. That was the bales blowing off the last couple of minutes. They're back on now. First ball to Kirby. Well, definitely not out on that angle. They'll swap over. I think that'll be leg buys to end the power play. So the score after 3 is 35 for 1.
Yeah, so I mean, they get what they need in the power play. They're ahead of the rate. It'll just be a matter of if they can stay that way. So 11 and over is what they need. And at the moment, that would be 33 off 3. And they have 35, so a fairly consistent power play. 12, 14 and 9. There was no boundary hit in that over, though there was a 5 wides, which kind of hurt the figures of Umar Shazad. But apart from that, it was a decent over. So what would your field be left if he wants to bowl around the wicket, and that's and he says to you, I want to bowl around the wicket. I mean, you're not allowed more than 5 on the leg side. Would you have 5 on the leg side?
If he's going to bowl that straight, I'd consider it.
Yeah.
But probably even one more makes it okay.
Yeah.
5-4 field, not a 6-3.
Yeah. So Mukhtar Singh, he'll be the bowler in over number 4, head to the power play. So up to 5 outfielders can be employed. Nice looking shot by Kirby.
He moves well for a 50-year-old Vinny.
It's hard to believe he's 50.
Yeah.
He's built, isn't he? He's told me that he supports Essendon in the Australian Football League.
That's my team.
The Bombers.
We've had a tough run of it back home, the Bombers. We haven't won the trophy since 2000. On his hip. Well played. Gorgeous shot. That's a cricket shot. My word. 4 runs. This alley looks really good.
Yeah. Looking really good, isn't he? Samir Ali, I know that he was disappointed that he couldn't do more for his team in the first game. He scored 24 off 22. Had a pretty slow start, but I think the longer the day's gone on, the better he's looked. That was a really nice clip for 4.
Yeah, proper cricket shot, that one. Not too much wrong with the ball. Just good batting.
I want to say hello to Emila Nadika. Nice to see you in the chat. It's great to be back in Rome. Hope that you are well. And Helix saying likes to look at Cricket Stars in that Super Series next week. And Dave S saying fresh tropical all the way, fresh all the way. Harish Kumar asking what's the best team we've ever seen in the ECL T10 League. Well, if you're talking ECL, obviously Pakakea, the current champions.
Yep.
Ahead of Tunbridge Wells, and Brescia CC were 3rd, but we won't see Brescia CC representing Italy next year because...
Who's winning the English one, actually?
Well, that's the question. I think it's still going on.
Pushed into the offside. That's good running. Non-striker responds straight away, and they get an easy single.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it.
Yeah, I wonder how the English series is going, because we had a couple last week that we were told that the Griffins from Guernsey won't be coming back.
Got
Svanholm from
Independence from
Denmark
Guernsey
are coming back.
Yeah.
It's 3 years in a row for them.
Darmstadt CC from Germany.
Svanholm.
Brno from the Czech Republic. That was a bit of an upset. No, maybe not. Brno have been building.
Slow ball, big filthy slow ball. Inside edge, single. Wild throw comes in. Just the one.
Yes, I haven't seen any new ones coming up. I'm just having a look. We should know well, we all know obviously the Italian at the end of July. Scotland will know on July 24.
Yep.
Switzerland will know around the middle of July, which is now.
Oh, nice shot. Nice shot, Vinny. Sorry to interrupt you. He gets a low full toss. He gets a little leg glance on it. 4 runs.
Yeah, very delicate, wasn't it? But does the job. Keeper almost gets to this. So he hits it into the ground, but just out of the grasp of Ashraful Islam. Yeah, Roman Capinelli putting a decent effort together in this chase. Yeah, so other teams that we'll see soon. Yeah, I think Scotland, July 24. That'll be an interesting one as well.
Yep. France?
Yeah,
coming
France
back?
will know around the end of September. Quite a few then August and September will know.
Played. This Ali looks like a pretty accomplished player. A lot to like. He easily gets himself to 23, and the score after 4 overs is 47 for 1.
Yeah, so once again, they stay ahead of that rate. They want to be 44 after 4. They find themselves 47. So, yeah, let us know your thoughts. We've seen a lot of good cricket teams, haven't we? I mean, the international structure, of course, we saw the England team win last year.
Very curious to
followed
see
by Belgium.
who the Irish bring out for that. The Wolves.
I know that you're curious because you're in their group, right?
I am in their group. But yeah, very curious because that's their first time. And
we saw Brigade, the Irish club champions, drop their first game to Guernsey.
Major cricket nation now,
Yeah,
Ireland.
they're a test nation.
Did you see the results versus New Zealand?
Crazy
results.
Game.
And 370 versus 369.
Yeah.
1 run loss. They lost both their last 2 ODIs by a skerrick.
Yeah, they're competing now at that highest level. Gaggandeep Singh's the bowler here, over number 5. I just feel like 1 or 2 overs, whether if they can keep it tight and if they can get rid of Sumer Ali, you feel like Roma might be able to put Roma Capinelli away. Starts with a wide.
Keanu just saying in the chat that the Irish Wolves, Tector is the captain, but yeah, I think Tector, the Irish team will be at the World Cup. The World Cup's running adjacent to our event, so be interesting to see some Irish names that maybe miss out on the World Cup will come, just like what happened with Vivian Kingma last year. It's a decent appeal. Not out. I think it might have flicked his leg on the way through. What do you think, Vincenzo?
Well, I never give these unless I'm absolutely sure, because it'll trick you. It looks a bit like bat, but that's off the pad. And then he's maybe thinking, hey, how about the LB? But I think it's going down the leg side. See here. Yep, definitely off the pad. Good take by the keeper, but also very good decision. Back to live action now. The next one is just cracked out to mid-wicket for a single.
Well, I've got some breaking news.
There you go.
Cricket news. Ben Stokes has retired from one-day cricket.
Wow, is that right?
Well, that is interesting.
Only from ODI?
Yeah, just to focus on his role as Test captain, and I dare say that frees him up for T20 leagues around the world, as that's a jarred out Yorker. Well played by Kirby.
What about T20 international cricket?
See, this is I actually think that's scary for ODI cricket.
Yeah.
One-day cricket is not tracking the right way. They've just gotten rid of the Super League. They don't know if there's going to be what the next cycle is going to be, and then you get a big player like that saying, yeah, I'm going to play 50 over cricket.
To prolong his career, I'm sure. I mean, big workload.
If a World Cup comes around the corner, you want Ben Stokes there. I mean, if a 50 over World Cup's on, when's the next 50 over World Cup?
2023?
Yeah, I think so, actually, in India. I mean, surely he'd want to be playing that. He's one of the best batsmen in England. Sad to hear that. I think it's more scary for the one-day game.
Yeah. So the one-day game is almost contracting. I know they've got a few more ODI nations, but as far as being played in countries, it's less and less. And you rarely even see 50 over cricket played in a lot of these European countries. Like some do have the 50, but some have 40, some have 30.
That's what we're trying to fight for at Spanish cricket, but yeah, it is not easy. Last ball of the 5th. Back to the bowler. That will bring us to the end of the over. Good over from Singh, 51 for 1.
That's the over we talked about, where they keep it tight. That takes us to that quick drinks break at 51 for 1 after 5. Just a reminder, we are going to Germany for 4 weeks, 2 weeks in Dresden and 2 weeks in Krefeld before we head to Belgium, and then we had ECC that we've been talking about. And so, yeah, a lot of people are excited for that. And so, let us know what you think. Where would you like to go that we haven't gone yet on the ECS tour? I mean, there's a couple planned, I think, for next year. We're almost getting to the point where we need to have a 2 or even 3 year cycle because there's so many places that we'd like to go. I mean, I'd still like to go back to Estonia. I mean, that's a really good looking cricket ground up there. We had a 2-day series up there in 2020. And I think that'd be great to get a full series there. I mean, one of my favourite teams, Talon Hippos, Stuart Hook, still the all-time leading average in ECS cricket with 224 career runs, 224. It's, hello to Stu if you're watching. I know that he's just been playing in the MCL in Croatia, and there's some good cricket that was played there, and really successful tournament by all accounts. And I know Sam Houghton was in the chat earlier today. And, of course, a player we're likely to see in the Croatian series a bit later in the year. You'll be doing the Croatian series with Rico. It'd be nice for you two to work together.
Yeah, it'd be exciting to jump on with Rico. We're off to Zagreb, aren't we?
Yeah, that's the plan. So that's not...
Is that north?
Not in the schedule just yet officially, but it is. It's the plan to be one week, the week after ECC finishes in Croatia. So yeah, it's Zagreb's just a bit further north. It splits on the south and on the coast. But yeah, you'll have a great time. Right, we're good to go. I think all the players needed that drink, and so now we're going to go for Rajvinder Singh, the captain, who's going to bowl over number 6. So yeah, that over, they go from ahead of the rate to behind the rate. But having said that, that man, Sumer Ali, is still there, and so he's facing up along with Kirby. Let's see if this partnership can press them towards that total. So thanks for the breaking news. I get all my important news from the chat.
It's pushed into the offside for a dot ball. Looks like it's going to be right arm off spin.
Is that a run there?
No.
He
actually hit that one a little bit too well.
Pretty deep.
Because the keeper's up to the stumps. Well, I thought he crunched that.
Okay.
High in the air. God, could be a game-changing catch, sorry. And that's the big wicket. Ali goes.
Yeah, and so this is the difference as well. Hold your catches. He gives one chance and it gets pounced. And you see, this is just bat turning in his hand, slices inside out. And, well, the bowler, Rajvinder, he's happy. Chakade Fatte style. And he says, I'm here and I'm ready. And it gets the backing from his fielder as well. So the second wicket falls. That's the big one. Sumer Ali gone for 25 and it's 51 for 2.
Yeah, big wicket. Ali was the key. He was looking very good as well. Give someone else an opportunity to win this game.
Yeah, nicely taken, wasn't it, by Umar Shahzad, who's featured in both the dismissals now. He bowled Zaib Orang, and now he's caught Sumer Ali. So yeah, just doesn't really get in a good position to hit that, does he? He loses the bat at the point of impact. So Amir Hamza is coming in at number 4. Dave said he's going to disappear for a while, but he'll be back later. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the ECN on the YouTube channel. And yeah, thumbs up this video. I'm going to thumbs up the video right now. Sometimes I do forget, but make sure that I hit the like. And the more you do that, the more people will get shown the video and the more we can grow our community. Okay, here's Hamza for the first time. And he just launches this one, and the fielder won't get there. It's going to be 4. So confident start for him. Rajvinder just losing his line a little bit, and that was into the gap for 4 runs.
Yeah, really good shot first ball. What they need to be good at here is not, now they've lost Ali, you can't just chew a few balls and fall well behind the 8. Someone needs to come in and keep it going. Great start from Hamza.
Just what the doctor ordered. Roma Campanelli. Trying to stay alive, trying to get something out of day 1.
Well, what a shot that is, Vinny. He gets a low full toss outside off. That ball's not coming back this time. 6 runs.
Game changing, really. Hamza. Let's see how high this is. It's probably thigh high, not quite a no ball, but good shot selection and he decides to go through the line and disappears.
It's not easy to do that straight after a wicket. 4 and a 6. Humza's come to play. Game on.
How long can it last? That's the question.
Oh, it would have been run out. I was watching the appeal. I thought that must have been close to LBW.
Yeah, well, the umpire does not move one muscle, and that's what made me think a really good thing. It's a good decision. It was worth consideration, though. You see, poker-faced, gets it right.
Kirby's good at this shot down the ground. Uses his feet well.
Well, look, if Hamza's turning into the carnival here, then Kirby just has to give him the strike and not chew up any dot balls himself, and he does that very well there. He'll retain it on this occasion, though, because it is the end of the over. 6 overs down, 63 for 2.
Yeah, this game pretty well poised for a close finish.
Dare I say it?
No, don't say it yet. This is something nice to see. Not many teams on ECS usually spread out their bowlers like this. So now that you've used 6 bowlers with one, the captain actually has some captaincy to do now.
Well, they're going to use a 7th bowler here.
Really?
Now they're going to use Zadran Shadamgul. I mean, they've got a bit
well,
of depth in the bowling.
I don't advise that.
No, but I mean, also it doesn't allow you to settle against anybody. When you've got, I mean, and Shadamgul's a genuine bowler. It also means if you, obviously, participation is one thing. I'm not talking about just participation as in participation medals, but I'm talking about, you know, the guys come down their field, they all can bowl, and they're all kind of equal in that skill. Then why not give everyone an over?
Yeah, fair enough.
We have seen 10 bowlers, I think, for the first time.
Really?
Yeah, that was in Sweden. That was when they had a big score on the board, Albies Army. I think they just threw the ball to 10 difference. Anyway, Shadamgul. He starts with a dot. So yeah, Kirby just has to
keep ticking with the odd boundary. Can't get stuck.
66 is what they would have wanted to be off 6. 77 is what they would have wanted to be off 7.
That's a good intent on that shot. Big pocket of space.
Yeah, just had a little bit more of an attacking
mindset. You can see it in the body language of a shot sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, that's miles in the air. Has it got enough? It doesn't. Gone. Humza's gone. That's the big wicket, the old crocodile-style catch, but it doesn't matter as long as you catch it.
Yeah, look, guess who again is popping up? Umar Shahzad. He's had a hand in all 3 wickets now, and the Humza show does not last too long at all. He goes 4th ball, so he goes 4, 6, dot and out. So they needed him to stick around a bit longer. This is what we talked about. A couple of tight overs, a couple of wickets, and suddenly you just feel like Royal Roma are nudging ahead in this game. 64 for 3.
Yeah, you sort of feel that Humza had to bat just a few more deliveries because he looks a very dangerous player, but he's gone now. Someone else has to be the hero.
Hello to Ronnie Spragon, saying big thumbs up for umpiring, which has been really good standard. Yeah, I have to agree with that. We've got 3 very good adjudicators. Got Suleiman Saeed and Vinod Picaro.
You ever done much umpiring, Vinny?
Seneca Fernando, 3rd umpire this game. I haven't done a lot outside of probably when I was coaching junior teams. That's probably what I've done. I haven't done a lot of seniors. I've done the occasional one where, say, social matches where I wasn't allowed to play. So they get me umpiring. I do enjoy it. I mean, it does remind you, it's a lot easier. Like right now, I feel like my decision making is good. Do you know why? I don't have the pressure of having to make the decision. So I think it clears your mind. I don't have to wear it if I get it slightly wrong the way the umpires do. So you get big props to the umpires who have a tough role, especially on a day like this, to keep your concentration when you're out there all in black. It's got a bit of a breeze now, but still it's up around the 36 degrees mark or so.
Imagine the umpires that do the test matches, Vin.
Yeah.
5 days. Kirby hits down the ground. Be a couple of bounces to deep mid off.
Mes Norman's in the chat. Well, he's an umpire from France. Okay. So every chance we might see Mes Norman if we do get the ECS France up and running next year, I should say. Hello to you. Hope you're well. Yeah, big respect for the umpires.
Well bowled. Gets in the Yorker. Pretty well played as well by Ijaz. Keeper decides not to throw it. That's the right decision.
Kind of wanted him to throw it, didn't he? Ijaz. It's the end of 7 overs. The score is 67 for 3. And I talked about this before, but we will be in Portugal once again for this T10 night series. So it will run from the 21st of July, which is Thursday, and it runs for a couple of weeks until the 3rd of August, which I believe is a Wednesday. So 14 nights of cricket. Typically there's 2 matches a day. There are 4 matches though on Sunday because we are off. So I thought it was a good opportunity to get a couple of extra matches in, and then the following Sunday, the second Sunday, I think there's 3. The last Monday there's 3. So all up there's 32 matches. Yeah, looking forward to the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal.
Play and miss. It's just gotten away from them in the last 10 minutes, Vinny. They need a boundary.
Yeah, they sure do. We kind of called it, didn't we? That it was on the cards. But do they have one last kick here? McApnelli, it's a long, hot 4 hours to spend out there, not have anything to show for it.
Hard into the leg side, but unfortunately for Ijaz, he's straight to mid-wicket. Kirby's been there for 9 balls now. He's on 6. So he needs to find a way to get a boundary. Look, it might be something funky. Maybe a little lap shot, reverse, late cut, I don't know. But he's got to try something. He doesn't want this to drift away. Nice shot, flicked into the leg side. That's a nice looking shot. But yeah, I just sort of feel maybe you can try and loft that. I think there's other batsmen out there that might have tried to clear the pickets with that full toss. They're still in it. Just don't want to leave it too much to do in the last over. Well, full toss again, and he gets away with it. These are the deliveries, Vinny. You've got to try put that away.
Yeah, it's just falling off pretty quickly. I mean, look at the comparison. It's not actually that different. Remember, they had a pretty good finish to the innings. Royal Roma. Couple to come here.
There we go. There's the intent. Unfortunately, it goes straight to mid-on.
Fielding's been the difference, though, hasn't it? Particularly in this game.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've seen the catches held. We've seen some pretty good stops as well. But it does make a difference. We know that. So Shazad, in the end, he's gone for 11 off 11 balls. It takes the end of the over. So now you need a couple of magicals because you need 20 and over out of nowhere. The score is 70 for 3 after 8.
I just think they got that overall wrong as a batting team and as a player. I hope they're communicating with each other, but the intent was lacking. And well, this is one of the few times the worm really shows you it's dipped. It's going the wrong way. But yeah, they had 6 balls there and they barely looked like they were trying to clear the pickets in 4 of them.
Yeah, I mean,
leaving the run late.
Yeah, they did have that over of 12, and that was when Hamza came out. But apart from that, this 5th over went for 4.
And now he's gone. Middle stump. Isn't that a nice reward for the bowler? I don't think there's anything better than the middle stump being uprooted, and another wicket goes.
Yeah, keeps it straight, keeps it simple, doesn't he? Batter misses, bowler hits, and so the 9th starts with a wicket. The score is 70 for 4. He swung all around that one. And unfortunately, Zarin Ijaz is going to have to go. You know what I'm saying? The 5th over just had 4 off it. The 7th had 4 off it. The 8th had 3 off it. So, I mean, apart from those consecutive boundaries from Hamza in the 6th, we've had no boundaries in the last 4 overs. So, just not happening. Right, McApnelli. They were relying heavily, I think, on Sumer Ali, but well, let's see if anyone can get them close. Problem is, that run rate's already out of hand in the 20s.
Yeah, you sort of feel like it's out of hand now, Vinny. Minor miracle needed, still 41 required off 11. Nice to see the old kookaburra out there in hand, though. Gorgeous blade.
Yeah, good bats. Big thank you to Kookaburra, our ball partner, of course, in European cricket.
The hip. It's the thigh pattern. Even in that shot, just lacking a little bit of intent.
Yeah, that's where it comes down to it, I suppose. I mean, they've let the game fire away, and you felt they haven't really fired a shot. It's probably just maybe inexperience in the format.
Well, there's a nice shot from Kirby, but he's found the man. Slight misfield. So unfortunately, he won't get the boundary. It's a wild throw, though. Good backing up from the keeper.
Yeah. So, I mean, Roman Campanelli will remember this, and I hope they learn from it going forward. That's the one thing about the chase. Normally, it gives you a clue about how to pace your innings. But they have just fallen off. But let's take nothing away from Royal Roma. I think they're bold and fielded very well.
And that's the Italian stallion, Moratini. Bowled really well earlier, getting himself his first run.
Let's see if he can launch a couple.
He's a big boy.
Yeah. And then you have to ask questions about the batting order and who you're batting where.
Hard again. Once again, Kirby just keeps hitting it to deep mid off.
Yeah, so this is one that maybe when your spot's going over the bowler, you just run. But I mean, the problem is, it's out of hand already. So one run's not going to make a huge difference. Kirby get one. Yeah, he's hit a lot of good shots. I mean, maybe, would you open with Kirby? Would you consider opening? You know, can't elevate like that one.
I don't know,
More
tough.
of a correct player. Because my question is, if you don't open him, where do you bat him? Last ball, Shadam Gul.
Yeah, nice timing off his legs. That will go away to the boundary. So nice shot from Moratini. His first 4 this week. Takes us to the end of the 9th and the score 4 for 78.
Yeah, confidence build up. So they'll be happy with that shot, but obviously not the match situation. It's too much to do. But Shadam Gul, who came on as the 7th bowler, finishes with figures of 2 for 11 off his 2 overs. So sometimes the 7th one's the charm.
Yeah, pretty rare. You see a score bowling card like that.
I know that Ariane saying Roman Campanelli missing some of their key players. I mean, that's true. That's probably true for most teams across the board. Just with availabilities, it's just part and parcel of the ECS and the structure and the format. But yeah, certainly noted that. Has been great to see them back, though. I know they're going to walk away with no points here this morning, but yeah, they'll come back and hopefully they can have some success during the week. A lovely bunch of guys. Got a lot of time for all these teams in Rome. They are certainly teams that love their cricket. They love the experience of playing on the European Cricket Network. Here's Gaggandeep Singh, who will get in a second over. So he only went for 4 in his first over. That was back in the 5th. And that really is the first over. We said, you know, they were 47 off 4, they were ahead of it, but then 51 off 5, suddenly they were behind and they've never really worked their way back in. Gaggandeep is going to throw, and he might throw a 4 overthrows. Well, good batting. It'll be a 4 no boundary, but I tell you what, little look back to the bowler, and the only person that's hurt is Gaggandeep, because that's his figures. And well, I thought for a minute he was throwing us a souvenir, Corey.
Well, he absolutely pinged it, and it flew for 4, and that's on his bowling figures. Oh, that's pretty funny. A little comical moment. That's wrapping up this game. Smoked. But caught in the end. Well, Kirby, he had quite an interesting sort of innings. He kept hitting it to mid-off, and this time he's caught it. He's gone. He'll be disappointed. It was more elevation than distance. And a little bit of a juggle here, but pretty steady in the end and caps it off there. So another wicket goes, Vinny, as this one wraps up.
Yeah, well, he got a gift, and then he gave a gift back, didn't he? That's still Campanelli trying their hardest, but they're not going to quite get there. And so it will be Jayaraya to come out, Leandro Jayaraja. So the wicket goes to Gaggandeep. Well, he certainly got that fielder warmed up, didn't he? The ball before that. In the end, Kirby dismissed for 13. So, just 3 to come in this one. Well, he's bowled. And well, suddenly, we got a hat-trick opportunity as Leandro Jayaraja tries to get a bit funky first ball. You can see why, just trying to manufacture a boundary. But in the end, I think that he actually gets a little bit of something on this that crashes into the stumps. And so, yeah, disappointment for the captain. Only lost the 1 ball as he's watched his team just drift behind in the game.
Yeah, disappointing way to get out. But a hat-trick ball on the cards here, Vinny. It's been a while since we had one.
Yeah, it's been a while.
A great opportunity for the bowler here to get a hat-trick as well. Game's coming to a close. The batsmen don't have too much to play for, but you have a lot to gain.
Yeah, for sure.
They will bring a few people tied up.
So, still searching for hat-trick number 15. And now they've cottoned on. So we're going to have a bit more of a hat-trick field.
That'll be Silva. Left-handed batsman will be facing. Singh looks like he's going to come around the wicket, angling in at the stumps.
Do you think any chance?
Yeah, I'm feeling this one.
Dinesh Silva. All right. Well, they're going to be off to the races, looks like. 2 to come in the game. Hat-trick ball.
Perfect, got him! Hat-trick live on the ECN network. He'll be absolutely wrapped with that. Oh, we said we were feeling it. He got in the perfect delivery. Not much to lose for the batsman, but for the bowler, it was all to gain, and he gets himself a hat-trick.
What a perfect delivery to take a hat-trick. I mean, it's full, it's straight. He doesn't quite get in the line of it. And what a great moment that is. Well, considering he just threw a ball into the fence earlier in the over, his luck has changed real quickly. He goes bang, bang, and bang. And with 1 ball to go, it wouldn't put him off 4 and 4. We've only ever seen that once on ECN. And let's see how the new batter is going to deal with it. So 82 for 7. Congratulations, Gaggandeep Singh. Well, we'll put it up there in the next game because he is now our 15th hat-trick taker.
This year?
This year.
Wow.
And so he will go in the Hall of Fame. And we have to start a new page, actually. And that's how many hat-tricks we've had now. But yeah, what a great moment for him.
Yep, great moment. You miss, I hit. And both arms up in the air is celebration.
Gotta say, are you feeling this 4 and 4? So the only man to take 4 and 4 was Yusuf Sahak, and it was it was the start of the last over when Malmo lost 8 wickets for 4 runs in the last 3 overs to get bowled out. At one stage they were 2 down, they needed 12 off the last 3 overs. And you're like, okay, let's finish this and get out of here. So here we go, double hat-trick time, potentially. It's Karthik Raghavan who's going to come out. He's surrounded by people. Let's see if Gaggandeep can reproduce that kind of delivery. Double hat-trick ball.
Oh, tell you what, he got it on the money. Oh, there'll be a run out. So it's a double hat-trick, team hat-trick. But, well done to him. A hat-trick in the over. The score will end up on 82 for 8.
Yeah, unselfish, really, from Raghavan. There was never a run there, but they think we might as well try. I mean, there's no harm in going. And I think didn't really have a choice because Moratini was coming through. Moratini ends up only facing 3 balls in the innings, and that's something I think they have to fix up. Maybe they need to send him up a bit higher. He just didn't have a lot of the strike. But, yeah, Gaggandeep ends up stealing the show with his hat-trick, and effectively they do get 4 and 4. The run-out, of course, not credited to the bowler. He takes 3 for 8 of his 2, and in the end, it's 110 to 82. Royal Roma sweep Roma Capinelli here in the first 2 matches of this FanCode European Cricket Series in Rome. And, well, looking back, we had a few more artifacts for archaeologists to discover in a few hundred years' time. Then we had this. This is almost an ugly incident. Luckily, the collision didn't, in fact, eventuate. But We saw a pretty bright start. We saw them ahead of where they needed to be for the first 4 overs. And they had a bit of help with the 5 wides there, Shazad. But for the most part, he was pretty accurate with that one aside. And then you saw the way he went straight through, that one crashing into the stumps. And yeah, I mean, at this stage, you really felt that Roma Caponelli were putting together a winning chase. But yeah, it was Gaggandeep Singh. Yeah, well, Gaggandeep Singh is the man that actually started it all off by keeping it really tight in the 5th. So then I feel happy that he came back and he got the rewards. Didn't take a wicket in the 5th, but he only went for 4 runs. But then the wheels really fell off and they just couldn't get anything going in the second half of this innings, Roma Caponelli.
No, once Ali was out and then Hamza got out after a 6 and a 4, it looked like it was too much work to do. The lower order couldn't get themselves in, and some pretty good catching overall. I think they definitely outfielded their opponents. And when you field well in any format, you have a good chance to go on and win the game. And right at the back end, we got to see something pretty special. A hat-trick, you don't get to see that every day. This was well bowled, middle stump, leaving the ground. And take us through the hat-trick at the end, Vinny.
Well, it was as easy as 1, 2, 3, but we're going to have a little bit of drama before that. I mean, I still think it was a crazy 4 overs. Look at this, he says, all right, bang, and he missed by about 3 stumps. And that one ended up not being backed up. That was one of the hardest hit balls, and it wasn't even hit. But then, you see, he was able to get Kirby to hole out to long off. After he'd been there a while, then the captain, Leandro Jayaraja, was bowled. And then, that's the moment, the 15th hat-trick of the season. He was right on target. We almost had a 4th, didn't we? In fact, we did have a 4th wicket because there was a run-out last ball. So they will finish with 82 for 8 on the board. And you see, Moratini didn't really give the youngster a chance there. So it's a bit of a harsh duck. But well done for keeping out the hat-trick ball. I think that's a positive for the youngster there. But yeah, Roma Caponelli, in the end, they're very similar scores in their 2 innings. This is what's coming up, and we've got match 3 and some familiar names there. Rome Bangla Morning Sun, keep an eye out for Anik Ahmed. He is a really brilliant cricketer with the bat and the ball. And that man at the top of the order, Sharif Raihan, he blasted a century in his first innings of the tournament last year. In fact, we saw 2 centuries in the first 2 games last year. So watch out for Rome Bangla Morning Sun. And Roma CC, the hosts, well, they ended up losing the final here last year, but nice to see Prabhat Eknelagoda out there. I know he's been really busy with other commitments within cricket and hasn't been able to get in the park that much. But yeah, nice to see he's in there. Dinadu Maragi is always a great one to watch. Sajith Rilagodogi, likely probably to see him behind the stumps. And Denim Senavaratne as well. He can really whack it. And yeah, really looking forward to seeing a fair few familiar names this afternoon. The news from the toss, Rome Bangla Morning Sun winning the toss and batting first. And I can tell you, Sharif Raihan will be on a mission when that game begins. And it begins in about 10 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Right, let's have a look at the scorecard. And, well, it started promisingly, didn't it? Sumer Ali with 25. But again, he just lost a bit of momentum in his innings. And when he fell, there was trouble. Had 3 other double-figure scores. But, yeah, nobody able to really go on with it. And the problem was they just stalled in the middle. And it was Gaggandeep that came back in the 5th and dried up the boundaries. In fact, you know, apart from Hamza, who went 4 and a 6, he just didn't have a lot of production through these middle overs. Well, 3 golden ducks to finish, if you don't mind. Gaggandeep was the start. And in the end, they do get there. And yeah, congratulations to Royal Roma, who do take 4 points out of the first 2 matches of the day. Gaggandeep Singh with a hat-trick. He was the star, wasn't he? 3 for 8, and half of those runs he threw himself. Apart from that, Shadam Gur was good. It was the 7th bowler used, but took 2 for 11. A wicket also for the captain, Rajvinder. He was pretty happy about it. And Shazad, who had a big filthy 5 wides in there, but his final figure's pretty good. 1 for 11 of his 2 overs. So we'll take a quick break. We will be back, and when we come back, we do get Rome Bangla Morning Sun out there with the bat taking on the hosts, Roma CC. Until then, hope you're having a great opening day. We are right here in Rome. Bit of a breeze, cooling things down. I think it's pretty welcome. And until then, it's Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo Corey Ruckers with me. We'll see you shortly. For more cricket excitement, you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground. Great to be back at the RCG. And we are getting ready for the second half of the day, the afternoon session, where we are a little bit probably later in the day than we will be later in the week because the games stay pushed back 2 hours for some logistical reasons. So we are starting this at 2:30 local time, and this is the first time we'll see these two teams in the tournament. Rome Bangla Morning Sun, very good cricket team. Let's look at those top 2 names, probably the 2 I'm watching most closely. Sharif Raihan with the bat. And Anik Ahmed is likely to open as well, but he is probably one of the quicker bowlers that you'll see going around. And we'll have to wait for the second innings to see him with the ball because they've won the toss. Rome Bangla Morning Sun elected to bat. I mean, look at Roma CC. They've got some class names as well in their lineup. And I like Damika Atanaka as well with the ball. So we'll be searching for early wickets. And Prabhath Eknalagoda is a very seasoned campaigner as well. Sajith really Godagi is their captain. Roma CC ended up making the final last year, but Rome Bangla Morning Sun, they were a bit lucky not to make it. They were the team that were knocked out actually by Roma CC in the semis. So Rome Bangla Morning Sun favoured 3-run favourites here. So again, the supercomputer feeling like it could be a close match. Not too much between these two teams, you'd have to say. But what I will say is I'm loving the new uniforms for Roma CC. And I still love the uniforms for Rome Bangla Morning Sun that you see right there. But yeah, Roma CC, very different look to them compared to last year where they had the navy blue. They've gone the very kind of traditional Roma colours of the kind of scarlet and gold. Still got retaining the navy blue in the trousers. So this should be really good. Anik Ahmed out there, Sharif Raihan. Oh, he absolutely cracked them first up in this series last year. We saw some huge scores. And that first day, I think we had a couple of 170s in the first morning's play. So, yeah, I haven't forgotten that at all. Funnily enough, we never really quite recaptured that kind of magic for the rest of the week. But the first day, I think it was something like 13.7 and over was the run rate at the end of the day. And that is out of this world. So, getting ready for start of match 3. Almost ready to go. Hope you're enjoying things. If you're watching on YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. We're getting closer and closer and closer day by day to that 300,000 subscribers that we've been talking about a little bit. Also, if you're watching on FanCode in India, a very, very warm welcome to you as well. So, almost ready to go. It's going to be Achintha Nathandige to open proceedings, and he gets launched first up. Doesn't really get it, and the fielder is going to try and swipe it back, but he doesn't get too much of it. 4 runs. Raihan off to the races, first ball. Yeah, like I said, he is a guy I certainly always like watching. So there was nothing particularly wrong with that ball. Raihan just decided he was going to get on with it. So, Rome Bangla Morning Sun open their account with the boundary. Well, that's probably a wide. Yes, good heat though, isn't it? See things going up a notch. Good contest between bat and ball. This one, this is over the head and probably over Shaquille O'Neal's head as well. Good call by the umpires who haven't got an easy job in this heat. Slight cooling breeze, which I think is welcome. This will be a no ball because it's the second above the shoulder. So obviously trying him out with the short stuff. That would have been a wide anyway for down the leg side. But yeah, no doubt about it for me. That is probably another wide if it wasn't already the second one, which it is. So now I've got a free hit. And look, yeah, not meant to change the field here. I don't know if this is a change or just a conference. But anyway, Ryan probably doesn't care where the fielders are because he's going to try and smack this for 6. Well, instead, he just plays it down, doesn't want the run. Goes to the mound on the circle. Oh, strange piece of cricket. Maybe didn't realise it was a free hit. I saw a clear signal. He doesn't really go through with the shot. So, Nathan Deegate gets out of jail. But for how long? This is Whippington's. One bounce, fielded. Nice bit of work from Rahat Ahmed. He just able to gather that as it goes round to his right. Mesnelman saying he really recommends anyone to do the ECB's umpiring course, so you can do it at home, and it really makes you appreciate the difficulty of umpiring. Google it to find the course. Great advice, Mesnelman. That's some good chat. Ivan saying, pitch it up. Keep it pretty simple. He does pitch it up. Sunday comes on the pad, and he would have been gone here. He panicked, and it's one of those hit on the pads and take off because you're a bit worried, and well, he had something to be worried about. It was always going down the leg side. But you look, he takes off and then looks up and sees the ball coming back, and the ball beat him back comfortably. They'll take a leg bye in the end. There you go. Pitches up again, and this is a back of the bat job, and this has gone miles over the boundary for 6. So Raihan gets creative, but I do think this was 180 degrees from where he tried to hit it. Who cares? This is the guy, he makes runs for fun. And there you go. The reverse clip to leg, ends up in the hay bales almost. 6 runs, Maximo time. It's a backwards Maximo, it's a Maximo, and Raihan hits double figures. So where do you go from that? Deegate had a rough time. He avoided punishment on the free hit, but that was about it. End of over 1. Nice looking shot. There's no run there. Anik Ahmed almost runs himself out again. Wow, it's a piece of backing up. He's just gone with the boot, and this had 4 overthrows written all over it. I don't know if we got it in the camera shot, but that was Rahat Ahmed to his right, who put out the boot and stopped the bullet. So at the end of the over, the score remains at 14 for no loss. And you can see now, Gagandeep Singh in that last game became our 15th hat-trick taker of the year. 3 for 8 of his 2 overs. And went pretty close to taking 4 in 4. So he joins all those names. We're going to have to start a new page now. We had a bit of a hat-trick drought at the start of the season, but eventually it was broken by Adil Diwan Ali on the 4th of March. And so that hat-trick today, it's our first hat-trick for 10 days. Congratulations to Gagandeep Singh. All right, back to live action. Here we go into over number 2. What a great time to welcome back Corey Ruckers. Corey, interesting start to this one. What do you think of Raihan so far?
Well, very exciting indeed. Good to see him get a bit inventive. Obviously likes to drop that knee down. Looking to go leg side. I've heard a lot of good things about him. So looking forward to seeing how he goes today. And he kept the strike well on the last ball, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I mean, almost got 4. It would have been the second time would have seen about a retreating from running, but getting a 4 overthrows. Anik Ahmed lucky to survive that first run out where it clunks off his pad, it goes straight back to the bowl, and he just takes off without looking. So they don't want to take too long here either. Don't forget, we do have a couple of extra minutes for the drinks break in the middle of the innings, but you only get 40 minutes to bowl your 10 overs, excluding that allowance. This is Ratnaikis, who's going to start. He's going to get pulled, and he's almost pulled this out of the sky. It's not out, and that will hurt. He went up. He had no way to protect himself from the fall. That's actually Karali, who's a pretty handy player. And he was miles off the ground here, Corey.
Well, I think he's knocked the wind out of himself. He lands really hard there on the tailbone. Hopefully he's okay. It looks like in the background here, he's back on his feet. He's moving around, so that's good, but opportunity missed.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, still taking a bit of time. About Niakis.
Just gathering himself. So we'll get to see a little bit more of Ahmed now. Hasn't had much of the strike.
Really good Ogie, the keeper, up to the stumps. Yeah, worked away, intelligent shot, sets the task with third man, he's not up to it. So 4 runs, and Anik Ahmed finally gets off the mark. It's only the second ball he's faced, second legal ball he's faced. And he just angles that away. They had to slip in place. The third man was there, but he was quite wide, and he wasn't able to deal.
Yeah, good shot. Wasn't much margin for error there with the slip in place, but got it to the right of him and to the left of third man. 4 runs.
So
you're saying these teams set the bar pretty high last year with some high scores.
Well, they did. Oh, one of the really high scores was Asian Latina on the Monday morning, but the other one was Rome Bangla Morning Sun. Roma CC had a little bit of a disappointing start to the week, a little bit of a slow start to the week, came good in the middle, and then, unfortunately for them, lost the final, and they were big favourites against Royal Roma, who were able to knock out Rome Bangla Morning Sun in the semi-final. It was a bit of an upset. Yeah, just searching for this one. Maybe a slight slower ball. That's the reaction from Anik Ahmed. But yeah, you're gonna enjoy watching these teams, especially they love the T10 format and they bat that way.
Yeah, and who are the gentlemen that hit hundreds last year?
Amandeep Singh for Asian Latina and Sharif Raihan right here. I'll get you the exact score, but it was quite a big 100 from what I remember. It goes over the top, and this is going to be a boundary. In fact, it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Anik Ahmed, well, he's a key player. He'll open the batting and the bowling for Rome Bangla Morning Sun. He just times that. Not a lot of footwork, but it's all hands, isn't it? And smacks it out of the park.
He's timed the pants off that. He got a lot of width. Some people try overhit the cut shot. He doesn't. What a good batting stroke that is. 6 runs. What a great start it is as well. The old Morning Sun. Interesting team name.
Yeah, I'm kind of used to it now.
Might
But
be up there with one of my favourites, Vid.
You like it? Yeah, it's true. I know you like Friendship CC.
Oh,
you like Fresh Tropical.
Yep, absolutely.
Just wider.
What about Afternoon Sun?
Well, we've got plenty of sun today, I'll tell you that much. Good keeping this, because this is bending away from really good Ogie. See how it has, look at that right foot. It gets all the way out to the return crease with it. Excellent keeping up to the stumps. And it's not an easy one because of the bounce in this pitch, but it is pretty true bounce. So that's why he's just trying to put some pressure on these openers. Look away to mid-wicket. They'll hustle through for one and get there. Yeah, so Roma CC. Everyone just trying to calm themselves down at the moment. Okay, yes, these guys are good players, but still, you can get a chance off them. You've got to start with the ball and make sure that you're putting the ball in the right spot to create that chance. But you're not easy as someone like Raihan who can get away from you real quick. Misses out on the cut. He wants the wide, but I don't think he's going to get it. That's the end of the second over, 29 without loss. Let's have a look on the replay. Yep, just inside. Excellent umpiring by Sully. And so 29 without loss after 2. Pretty bright start this from Rome Bangla Morning Sun. Let's have a look at the table, and you can see that Royal Roma, they swept the pool this morning. They got 4 points. And Roma Cabanelli, unfortunately, didn't have any in. I still think they can come back from there, but the one team we won't see today is Kent Lanka. Now, they did finish 5th and missed the finals last year, so they'll want to go one better. But for me, you know, the 3, if you want favourites, probably the 2 teams you see out here right now, and Royal Roma that you saw this morning. But having said that, Roma Cabanelli, you know, they're very, very capable, and they've got some very good cricketers. I just think they haven't played a lot of the T10. I think the more you play, the better you work it out tactically. So, it's going to be a new over. It's going to be at Naka. to the bowl. He's got a lot of time for with the ball. Starts with a pretty good ball outside. Now stumps. Zung into the keeper. He can't quite deal with it, but it'll just be a single.
Yeah, good running between the wickets. They've started pretty well here. A lot to like about them, Morning Sun. We're looking at something pretty big from all reports last year. Some big totals here out in the Rome Stadium.
Yeah. Well, eventually they do want it to become a bit of a stadium. That's the plans in the long term. Cracked, and that's 4. Now, it's probably catchable height. I think the fielder's pretty relieved that he wasn't in the way of it, though, because this one, I wasn't even sure the fence was going to stop it. He bangs it, and he stands and he watches it. He sees he's got into the gap, threads the needle, and 4 more.
Yeah, that's pretty alpha male, if anything, Vinny. He got the width. He's still got to put it away. And he knew the moment that hit the bat, that was going to race away like a bullet from a gun.
Yeah, good shooting. So just a little bit of width, and he pounces all over it. Raihan is pretty to watch, that's for sure. Unless you're one of the 11 fielders out there. It's just straighter. There's a bit of bat on this, not super sure. Wait for the umpire. Yeah, no signal, so that'll be a run. Goes up to 18. Yes, I was talking a bit about last year, wasn't I? And yeah, both these teams featured last year. Rome Bangla Morning Sun in the first game of the tournament, 158, playing Royal Roma 105. Short cut 4. Well, you're not going to learn your lesson. Both these guys love the cut. They're very comfortable on this bouncy track. They play the horizontal bat shots well. And again, doesn't really try and keep that down, but he gets the placement right, 4 runs. So Sharif Raihan, last year, 113 of 42 in the opener. So it'd be quite remarkable if he could do it again. A long way to go, of course. Yeah, but then in the second game, Asian Latina, we had a golden ball game, 157, 157 in game 2.
It's extremely high
Asian
scoring for a
Latina that won the golden ball. It's not even our highest golden ball ever, though, because we had a 167, 167 in Cyprus back in 2020. But still, Amandeep Singh, 124 off 37. It's still the second highest score we've ever seen in ECS cricket. This is in the air. It's going to be away from the field. It's going to be 4 more. So Anik Ahmed is warming up. A couple of nervy moments, but he's settling in quite nicely now. He overtakes Sharif, actually. He moves to 20. And right now, alarm bells are ringing for Roma CC, the hosts.
Geez, these two look good, Vinny. They look very good indeed. Well fielded there by our project manager, Sam Williams.
Yeah, and so when we got to the finals day, Royal Roma surprised Asian Latina. And these two met in the other semi-final. In the air, falls safely, just a single. So a pretty good power play that. They don't lose a wicket. They get 44, so 44 without loss after 3 overs. Yeah, so in that second semi-final, it was Roma CC that held Rome Bangla Morning Sun to 93 in that semi-final, and then Roma CC chased it down fairly easily, in fact. But that was a very entertaining game. And on that occasion, they were able to get everyone else. They couldn't really get Raihan. He ended up going for 60 off 28. So he still batted all the way through to the 10th over. But the next highest score was 6. So Rome Bangla Morning Sun didn't really support Sharif on that occasion. But, yeah, I mean, right now, they're looking the goods. Yeah, but it was a really interesting Rome series last year. It was our first series out of Barcelona. We spent the first 5 weeks in Barcelona at the start of 2021 and then embarked on a 5-week Italian job in March and April. This was our first stop. Yeah, but Roma CC, they were 7-1 through the group stage. Just trailed Asian Latina on net run rate. Rome Bangla Morning Sun, 4-4. Had a mixed time, but they're a better team than that. New over. It's Ratnakis who's going to bowl it. This one's called a wide. I'm already calling it. We've had 3 overs in 17 minutes. I just think it's pretty slow going. There's no sense of urgency at the moment. They'll probably get the warning from the umpires. They need to hurry up and see if they heat it.
It'll come down to if spin comes into the game though,
Yeah.
Vinny. If it's pace the whole time, they're in trouble.
Yeah. There is a drinks break because of this extreme heat after 5, but that's all accounted for. It doesn't count as part of the time, so in reality it's probably something like 43 minutes, depends how long the drinks break goes for. It's meant to be 90 seconds, but you can forgive the guys for maybe taking a little bit longer. It is energy sapping out there, although a little bit of a cooling breeze now. We're still up at about 34 degrees. Goes leg side, and one bounce to the fielder. It's well handled out there by Nathan Deegate. So how do you bowl to guys that are up and going where they have no obvious weaknesses? There's a €1 million question for you.
Well, you've got to be using your variety, keeping them guessing, not letting them be comfortable. Anything you can do to disturb their rhythm can be effective.
Whacks it over cover, and this is going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. So, well, both batters looking good. Anik Ahmed, he had a bit of a nervy start, didn't he? But he is really liking life at the moment. Out of the power play, no problem at all. In fact, that one brings up the 50 for Rome Bangla Morning Sun.
What a shot, just lofting it over the 2 extra covers in place, actually. Great batting. We're off to an absolute flyer.
50 partnership as well, of course. There's the slower ball. You were talking about the importance of variety. This one last week might have bounced over the fence. This week, it just turns into a single.
Yeah, I like the thinking of the bowler there. Just got to try little things. Don't run in and bowl the same over and over again. See if something else will work. Create some magic for your team. Get that first wicket. No, it's not easy out there, but you got to keep thinking.
Yeah, really good point you make. Pace on. He almost gets bowled here. He gets in a bit of a tangle and clunks off the pad, and I thought for a second this could be heading onto the stumps. You see here, he's just pretty aware of where it was going in the end, kept his eye on it, saw it wasn't going to bounce into the stumps, so just let it be. Dave S. in the chat saying all credit to the players and the umpires there. They're out in the middle in this heat. Yeah, it is really hot. Slower ball again, this time it's picked, hit sideways. Pretty lush ground this one, but still pretty fast. It's the end of the 4th over, so much better over that time for Roma CC, but still they go for 9 in it, so didn't avoid the damage completely. So 53 with that loss after 4. Right now they're on 130 pace. I'm Rio saying it's the best ground in ECN he's ever seen. That's very nice of you to say. We had a few incidents here last year. We had a kind of mini tornado that went through the field. Actually, we had a game delayed by 30 minutes due to wind, in that it blew everything over in about 30 seconds, including our commentary tent, including, yeah, most things. The sight screens went over, chairs were everywhere. It was a bit crazy. Right now, you'd welcome a breeze like that.
I don't think I've ever heard of that, the old tornado stops play.
It's the old Willy Willy.
Yeah, that's what they... is that a small one?
Yeah, maybe. But it was basically a really strong gust of wind when it came down to it. But yeah, it was throwing stuff all over the place. I'd actually gone into the bathroom. When I came out, it looked like a whole different world, like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Now they do go to spin though, and this is Dinadu Maragi. He's a player I think you'll really enjoy as well. He's really fun to watch with the bat when he gets going. I think we'll see him open the innings for Roma CC in the second half of this game. He also bowls some handy spin. Yeah, just whipped away. Good footwork. In fact, that's going to make it all the way for 4. It goes into the gap. So Anik Ahmed turning it on here. He's outpacing Sharif Raihan, which isn't easy to do. And so that shot moves him into the 30s.
Yeah, what a great shot that is. Wasn't the worst ball you'll ever see, but he picks the gap perfectly. Skips on that turf. Despairing lunge from the fielder, but 4 runs nonetheless. It's a dangerous opening partnership, these two.
Whacks it, but a chance. And gone. So that's the wicket they wanted. Maragi does the trick. The change of pace works for Roma CC. Anik Ahmed holds out. Nice catch taken by Corrali down on the long off boundary. And the partnership is broken. It's 58 for 1.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get that over cover. In the end, he gets it a little bit too straight. Straight to the sort of whitish mid-off. Wanted to get that a lot squarer. Not an easy shot to play. And unfortunately, loses his wicket.
He does. Well held, though. We talked about catching when Roman Campanelli had a few issues with their fielding, but if you drop that, you're really flat, aren't you? So at least they get rid of one of the hitters. Another one will come out there. This is Ahmed Mohsen, who's coming in at number 3. Yeah, highly entertaining start to this one. See a lot of talent on both sides. So Maragi, left arm tweakers, removing Anik Ahmed. You can see just the change of pace. We were talking about spin and its importance in the context of these games. A lot of people thought the spin would be obsolete with short form cricket, but you can see that it's very important to have that kind of variety.
Especially left arm off spin. It's almost in every format, every team now.
Yeah.
You got a good left arm off, he makes a world of difference. Most teams are littered with right-handers.
Yeah, exactly. So it turns away from the right-hander, but they generally have more control than a wrist spinner. And so that's why I think they're very valuable. So one more ball. I'm not sure if they took the little mini drinks break on the wicket or not. Sometimes they will do that if their wicket falls in the 5th over. But yeah, Raihan's just got a bit quiet, hasn't he? But he hasn't had a lot of the strike, to be fair, over the last couple of overs. He's going to whack this, and it'll take some stopping. In fact, it won't be stopped in the end. And it'll come to me. And so, into the cube. And the result is 4 runs. And yeah, nice effort from Corrali down there, but he gets just a fingertip on it. Ends up running away. So Raihan hadn't gone that cold. Halfway through this innings, the score is 64 for 1. Now, let's talk about where we're going. And, well, we have 2 weeks here in Rome. Really looking forward to this week. Then, of course, the Super Series, where the winner of this week will be joined by the 4 other qualifiers in the Super Series. The winner going to the ECL in 23. But then we'll move to Germany, and I'll be taking a little bit of a break through Germany, though I will be back for the 2nd week of Krefeld. Got Tyrone Peters stepping in for me with Rico in Germany, so that's going to be lots of fun, I'm sure. And then Ujwal Gadaraju stepping in for me the 1st week of Krefeld, but I'll be back, and then I'll be taking Charlie Hunt in my luggage to Belgium for a couple of weeks, and then I'll be seeing you, Corey, at the European Cricket Championship. Firstly, you'll be coaching Spain, so I know you'll have your hands full with that, but then Do believe we'll get you in the commentary box, and I'm sure you're looking forward to that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a lot to look forward to.
It's a great calendar, isn't it? I mean, we sometimes...
Pretty full calendar, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this year we'll have 44 consecutive weeks of cricket.
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. I mean, there was a great article on ABC Sport in Australia. If you missed it over the weekend, I might put it in the chat for you to read in the halftime break, or you can watch the video that was related to it. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to get more cricket than that. I think the 8 weeks also gives us a chance. Maybe it'll be 9 weeks this year.
Just to breathe again.
Just it allows everyone to like plan what went well, what we can do better, and here's planned for the best possible experience. We're incrementally trying to improve what we're doing all the time in European cricket. So it's come a long way, and this is what I love when I come here. I mean, the guys knew we had things a certain way in March, and then we come back in November. The guys go, wow, the coverage has gone next level. Now we're using more technology for line decisions, things like that. It just keeps getting better and better, and a lot of that is obviously the work of Spring Productions. They are a fantastic broadcast partner, but also all the crew in the office and all the blue crew here at the ground. Driven nicely, beats the fielder, and he might as well pick this one just inside. Yeah, that's good fielding in the end. Maragi was off to the races when it beat him the first time, so they get 2.
A nice looking cricket shot again from Raihan. He's a pretty accomplished player by the looks of it. He's got all the strokes. Nice blank bat blade there with the old pink grip.
So I'm just going to put the ABC Sport article in the chat. And if you want to have a read, I'll put the video in there as well, maybe. A loose shot from Raihan this time. That's probably one thing he does tend to favour the onside. He probably doesn't need to. He's very capable of going over cover where there isn't an outfielder rather than trying to hoik that. And he gets away with it. They've gone back.
That breed's really picking up now, Vic.
Yeah. Naka is the bowler. He launches him, and this is with the wind. It's picked up left to right, and that one is picked up by the batter. Rahan goes Maximo as he moves to 30.
Yeah, what a good shot that is. Deep, deep, deep in the crease. As he's bang under it and lets that big breeze left to right on your screen, like Vinny said, take it all the way.
I want to say hello to Akilo Rajapakshi, who I think will be playing in Dresden. I know I'm sad to be missing it, Akila. I'm always sad if I have to miss any, but I will be watching. I can tell you that I will be watching, and yeah, wishing you all the best if you're taking part in that one. Akila's actually a guy that we have seen around the traps a little bit on European cricket. I mean, saw him up in Kiel last year as well. Cut pretty nicely. So, yeah, Akila's a really interesting guy. I always like to watch him. He's playing for Eski Hamel up in Kiel. Was also playing for the Fuxi Berlin Lions last year in Dresden. So, yeah, wishing you the best. And don't worry, I will be watching. And Rico will be keeping you entertained, I'm sure, along with Tyrone. Nice to get him in for an extended kind of guest spot. I'll take a little bit of a break after doing about 3 months or so. And this is something we're working on. I absolutely love doing as much as I do, but you know.
Back to Australia for your break, Vinny?
Yeah, I'm just going to take a quick trip to see some family and friends. But I would just say that we're trying to also continue to provide a bit of variety as well. But of course, the familiar faces won't be too far away. We've got Nikki Chowdhury coming next week for a bit of a guest in. I think that'll be nice to get her perspective on European cricket. Short, rushes him, and he's going to get away with it. So Mosen, probably not the most convincing hook shot you've ever seen, but it's effective. Cuatro, carreras más.
Yeah, it is effective. Pretty well bowled as well. We always try to teach, when you bowl on that short ball, get it up there, right up in the ground. And he did. He just got a little bit too much bat on it.
This is the whack-up, basically. You see what I'm saying now about this pitch?
Yes.
And probably you'll get a good idea of it when you see Anik Ahmed bowling in the second innings. And depending on what mood he's in. At the moment, the wind is pretty much going cover to fine leg, so it's actually behind the bowler at the moment. This is going to be tossed up. Now they're thinking of a second. No, they won't get it. Good fielding. Yeah, Dave asking where I'm going. Yeah, I'm just taking a bit of an opportunity to catch up with some family in Australia. The thing is, I used to kind of be able to split my time a bit more. But now I'm pretty busy. As we see, Naka ends up going for 30 off his 2 overs, 6 overs down, 79 for 1. And so looks like going to go back to Maragi here in the 7th. Yeah, but that's all part of it. And next year, I'll obviously still be around, but probably won't be doing the marathon stints that I had to essentially in Corona times.
I know a lot of people are pretty impressed with how you were able to manage marathon stints.
Yeah, I mean, 43 weeks in a row.
That is,
and you include
living out of a hotel on the move.
Yeah,
not easy.
Yeah, but obviously I always have a bit of FOMO if I'm not here. But I think it's important that we keep developing our team. Okay, this is going to be a hit, and it's into the gap. It's going to be 4. So Mosen's getting motoring, and maybe that bit of luck on the hook shot, just giving him a bit of confidence. He goes swiping across the line, and Maragi, but getting away with it and getting 4.
Yeah, nice shot. He landed right in between those 2 fielders on your screen there. I've been pretty impressed with the cricket level over all of this game. But I would look pretty accomplished.
Yeah, we'll probably be going up to Estonia though, obviously in the interim as well. Might check on the cricket up there. This is a bit too short, and it's going to be out of the ground. Maximo Mosen, and he's joining the party now, and he's 20 off just 6 balls. A magical start for that batter.
Yeah, well, there's an artifact in about 2,000 years. That kookaburra's gone into the excavation site. What a shot. 6 runs.
I have promised to play a game for the Talon Hippos when I get a chance. Cool name. Cool logo as well. Talon Hippos won the ECS in Estonia.
A Hippo's known in Estonia.
2020. Now, they've also got a guy, Stu Hook, who I talked about earlier. His nickname is Mr. Muscles. This one is going to be another good one. Well, this one hit the line. I'm not sure. I feel like this might have hit the rope on the full. I'll have a look at it. Let's have a look. Yeah, it does. It does. You can see the rope actually move, and I think the batting team, they knew it straight away. So it goes clunks into the rope. So that'll be 6 runs. Well, timing it perfectly is Mohsin, and there's the signal. Good camera work and good decision by the officials.
Well, that was the best shot of the 3. He's absolutely swatted that over cover. He's 20 off 6.
Wow, this one he's got wrong, and Maragi's going to do it himself. It's a bit of a steepler, and he drops it, and they don't even run. Well, this is one which is in the breeze, and Maragi, oh, he's probably got a wry smile on his face, because he's a pretty good cricketer. He's a pretty good fielder, but he just gets this one wrong, and bang, out it comes. A chance to maybe work their way back in is spilled. Now, 35% more careful. Just blocks it back. So 2 consecutive dots.
Yeah, good comeback from the bowler. Wasn't the best start of the over that he wanted. Should have had the big wicket. Unfortunately, he didn't get it.
So this is actually Mohsin back on strike. There you go. They fixed that up now on the screen because they didn't run on that skied ball. I just think he thought he was gone. Tossed up, clever bowling, but this one is going to test the fielder. Oh, great fielding.
Wow.
Well, assuming he takes off from inside the field of play, I think he's not 100% himself. But, I mean, if this is stopped, this is a remarkable piece of fielding by Nathan Deegate. Let's watch where he takes off from. Oh, it's going to be 6. He knows it as well. Fantastic effort. But, yeah, you can see that he takes off from over the line. So everything rolling. Rome Bangla Morning Sun. That will be end of the over, I believe. And the score is now past 100. It's 101 for 1 after 7.
What a great effort though, Vinny. I mean, not many people can do what he just did as we have a look at the ECC coming up in September to October.
We were talking about the ECC and the fact that you'll be coaching Spain. And how's your squad coming together? Do you have any ideas? Probably can't give away too much at this stage, can you?
Got to keep the cards close to the chest, Vinny.
Yeah.
There's a couple of things we're looking at, but looking at those groups, I think Group D, without the likes of a Scottish, Netherlands or Ireland, teams like Norway, Romania, Switzerland. Remember, Switzerland surprised us as well.
Yeah, and Italy and Germany.
That Group D, I think, is group of death.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no real obvious standout. I mean, Italy probably based on their performance last time, but Germany were pretty close behind them. And don't forget, Germany beat Italy in the first week. They were actually in the same group last time. But in Norway, they got better and better as the week went on. Romania loved T10 cricket, we know that. And Switzerland, who hadn't actually played that much of it. We had an ECS there in 2020. The Swiss guys from Alton in the ECL, they really were live wires, but they also seem to be wildly inconsistent. So yeah, really looking forward to the ECC. It's the second time we've held that tournament. It runs for 5 weeks through September and October. So now we're going to go for a bit of experience, and it's Prabhath Eknelagoda. He is the spiritual leader of this club, and he's very, very busy. He's kind of a guy I know you were chatting to a bit, and he's heavily involved in the women's scene here in Italy and is really passionate about that, which I love. And he's going to start with his slow mediums. It gets through everybody, including the keeper. I think this will be a bye. Wait for the signal. And that will be. So just going between the batter and the stumps. Yeah, had the pleasure last year of covering the Italian national T20 women's final here, which was a nice experience. But it's great to see Prabhath so engaged and trying to move the game forward. Also focus on juniors as well, trying to get more and more young people involved in the game. Anyway, over to Mohsin after Raihan's close call. Gets this up in the block hole, and This is what makes an awkward take for the keeper off this length, because on a normal pitch you can kind of crouch and take that, but this one actually, I think, actually squeezes from the bottom of the bat up into the keeper. It's called a run in the end. But yeah, it's hard to deal with that bounce off the fuller lengths when you're up to the stumps. Over to the Raihan show. On the charge, gets a little outside edge, and he'll get a single. So
isn't it funny that sometimes when you bring a small, slow, medium, innocuous-looking bowler,
yeah,
players struggle to get them away because they try and overhit. They can't just time the ball.
Yeah, exactly
There's
right.
no pace to work with.
Change of pace, you're exactly right. Making Raihan make his own pace, because he's unbothered by pace on bowling, right? So you're actually kind of affecting his timing mechanisms. And so he's not afraid to dance down the pitch, even with the keeper up to the stumps. Right now, let's watch Mosen, who is actually now outpaced Raihan. Raihan is like a fast car that's doing the Formula One, and he keeps getting lapped by his teammates, but he's not going slowly. It's still, I think it's a team game, and all top three performing for Rome Bangla Morning Sun so far.
Yeah, it'll give him a lot of confidence in the tournament going ahead as well. Your top three is key in this format. You get the best opportunity with the power plays and the team fields in.
Dave S is wondering about potential time penalties, but if you're not aware, I'll tell you in a second. In the air, into the gap. And they may chase this down, but they may not. And so Rahat Ahmed, it's a forlorn chase in the end. It takes him up to 109. Again, good batting, holds his shape. He's straight through that shot. So we have drinks breaks because of the extreme heat today. So it's slightly, it's not a situation where it's 40 minutes strictly. It'll be a 2-3 extra minutes maybe due to that. So we'll keep you informed with what's going on there, but not so sure we'll get time penalties with those allowances factored in. This one swept, and it's going to be another boundary, and there's been a fair bit of time where balls have had to be chased from over the fence. Raihan asserts his dominance once again as he retakes the lead and moves up to 40.
Yeah, what a good shot this is. He gets the ball on leg stump, and that's a slim pickings for the bowler to this man at the moment. If you pitch it on the leg stump or too far outside off, it's going for 4. We're steadily growing. I mean, they've got a great platform here. 12 balls, absolute carnage.
Got 2 guys that are whacking it as well.
Yep,
40 off 23 for Raihan, and Ahmed Mosen, 34 off just 12. So hot, everything's melting down in the cube. I'm not surprised. So now they're going to go back to Nathandige. So yeah, so right now we're right on 40 minutes. So I got a feeling probably has about 4 minutes to bowl this over. But yeah, we'll have to see. Of course, the umpires, they are to the second with what they're doing. But yeah, still setting the field.
Taking their time,
It's
Vinny.
just
I mean,
had that feel about it at times, hasn't
they
it?
might get a couple of minutes given to them, but
I think
they're pushing
Maragi,
it.
important that Maragi bowled his 2 overs. I think that's probably the reason that they may get lucky. I was going to say, use the word lucky. Yeah, so anyway, here we go. Right, it's overtime. This is going to be clunked off the pad. Kicked back by Nathandige. It'll be a leg by. So Sharif Raihan back on strike.
And the old outside of the foot. I mean, we are in Italy. I love their football over here. That would have been a great goal. So what can they get in these last few deliveries? I mean, Raihan and Mosen, they both probably think about a 50 as well individually. Just a couple of strokes away. Low, full toss, good cricket shot. Really good cricket shot. Well, the old foot fielding, not my favourite, but it's effective this time. They'll double back for 2.
They will. And so you can see this score growing. But don't forget that we've seen some big scores amongst some of these teams. I mean, Roma CC last year, they tied 157 when they were chasing 158 for victory, ended up losing in a golden ball. It's well fielded, gets everything behind it. That's Kulatunga. He's also a really fun player to watch. He's listed at 3, Rajiva Kulatunga. And Roma CC, they have a similar approach with the bat. They'll come out and they'll play their shots. They bat pretty deep. They'll know exactly what they have to do right now. Looks like we could be heading for something in the 130s. As well bowled. And in fact, we're going to have a run out here. Well, he's got heaps of time, but the keeper doesn't run to the stumps. He runs and backs up the throat.
Yeah, to be fair, unbelievable fielding off your own bowling. One hand, twist, had to get the direct hit. But it just was off. Maybe, I get what the keeper's thinking there. He's thinking save the runs. Maybe you could have got to the stumps. Marginal call in a split
value
second.
of getting a set better. I just don't think he was expecting the bowler to field it either.
No, I don't think so.
So he's found himself not able to get to the stumps, so he thinks, okay, I'm just going to back up. Goes after it. It's coming, and it's 6. Maximo. Well, Comcam has been a bit of a ball magnet last couple of days. Got clunked on Saturday, I think it was, and this one was heading our way. Maximo 6 runs.
Well, you've banned me from going for catches, but I tell you what, I almost didn't have to leave my seat. If there was another half a metre on that, that was straight in the bread basket.
Well, luckily, I think it clunks into the base, Anders, so I think we're okay. Anders, our director this week from Spring Productions. Short, picks it, smacks it, and that's going to be 6 more. Maximo! For Mohsin, it's been a neck-and-neck race. Now he takes the lead, and he's hunting a half century. It takes him to 46.
Wow, I have to admit, very impressed with Mohsin here. Unbelievable power hitting, good cricket IQ, choosing these pockets of space when they change the field. And 129 for 1 after 9. Who's getting the 50 first? Is anyone getting a 50? Talk to me.
I think they'll... I'm going to go both. I'm going to go out on a limb.
I'm going to go out on a bigger limb. Neither.
Okay. Well, it depends. Raihan, if he's anything like the Raihan we saw last year in this situation, Mohsin might be stuck on 46 this over because Raihan might just go bang, bang, bang. But yeah, the luxury of having 2 batters that are going so well. But here's Prabhath Eknalagoda, who actually bowled a pretty decent over first up. Just went for back-to-back 4s at the end of the over, but I think the first half of the over he was winning on points. So now we're really going to see the afterburners turned on, I think. So everyone, strap yourselves in. It's 10th overtime. Arab Dust in the chat saying no hit why. Well, that didn't age well, that comment. So you see that wind's really picked up now, and it's pretty much now straight behind the bowler. And I don't think I saw any penalty runs, so getting away with it. Launches it, and this one is gone. Maximo Raihan moves to 49 now. He retakes the lead, and like I said, Mohsin, he might have to be satisfied with his 46, because I don't think Raihan wants to let him back on strike, especially if he's hitting like this.
Well, he's only 1 away from what's been a fantastic innings. He deserves 50. He's played an unbelievable knock. 26 balls, it's not easy to do that.
I said both. If he does get a single here, could be on.
I said neither.
Pack your bags. 5 to come. No, he does knock a single, and he gets his half century of 27 balls. Look, the scary thing is, I think he can bat even better than he has, but he has racked up a 50. He's a guy that loves playing cricket on ECN. He's really proud cricketer, proud of where he's come from, proud to be playing for the Rome Bangla Morning Suns. And now it's over to Mohsin. Will we have Act 2? This is just going to be 1. Dave S. querying the no time penalty, but I think we started at 44, I think, or 45. You got to factor in the drinks break, say 3 minutes. Also, when there were wickets, they're occasionally allowed to have quick drinks as well. So you might get a minute here or there. So I think if you were here, you'd understand that getting hydrated is super important. Otherwise, it could be quite dangerous on a day like today. But anyway, don't think Rome Bangla, Morning Sun, need the runs. 137. And he launches this down the ground, and it's going to be 6 more. Maximo! Raihan isn't finished yet. And with that, he goes to 56. Mohsen at the other end on 47, but I don't think he's too bothered, especially if Sharif is going to keep launching balls out of the park.
Tell you what, Italy might have a pretty good ECC team if they pick a few of these guys.
Yeah, I tell you what, they class act in the field as well.
You put Gujar and Baba Hussain with these two from last week, and there's 4 players I've seen that could easily make it.
Easily. A lot of depth in Italian cricket, don't worry about that. Couple to come here. Goes back and punches this. This will just be 1. So, well, Mohsen, if he gets a boundary here, he will get his 50. He'll get to face the last ball. The score's climbed up to 144.
Yep, 1 shot at it. I'll tell you what, a 6 would take it to 150 as well. So, round up a couple of things. 1 more ball.
Here we go. Bang the Morning Sun. Last time put 158 on the board in the first innings of their tournament. 113 of those to Raihan. But here we go. Last ball. And he's going to do it. Is he? Maybe not. The fielder's under it. And he takes the catch. Excellent catch that is by Tishara Samarakun. And so he falls just short and he falls last ball, Mohsen. But take nothing away from him. His 47 off 18 was a big contribution in this. So the top 3 fire, and that's all they use, RBMS, in match 3, as they have put 144 runs on the board off their 10 overs. But look, don't count out Roma CC just yet. Let's not forget, on opening day last year, they were able to force a golden ball against a 157. But right now, Rome Bangla Morning Sun, you can see they are the happier of the 2 teams for sure. And that man, Sharif Ahmed, deserves the applause that he's getting. He finishes 57 not out of 29 balls and helped along the way by Ahmed Mohsen in that partnership with 47. Also earlier, Anik Ahmed contributed 31. Well, it was Anik Ahmed that was out there with Sharif Raihan. Well, a statement of intent from the get-go that he was in an attacking mood. The first ball went down one knee and escorted that out of the ground for 4. And, well, had a couple of lucky moments as well, you'd have to say. I mean, that was the back of the bat 6 almost. But he got the timing all wrong, but he gets the result just right. And Raihan, who is brutal on anything short. This was an opportunity, a tough one. Karali, he got up amongst the clouds, but wasn't able to rein it in and landed heavily. Can't doubt the commitment. As you see, Sam Williams, a nice bit of fielding from him as well. Good to see Sam back on the tour. But each one of the 3 batters that came into the crease really found the tempo and found it pretty quickly. Maragi, he came in and he ended up getting the wicket in the first one. That's Anik Ahmed, who was well caught by Karali down at long off. That just brought Ahmed Mohsen to the crease, and again, it's maybe slightly shaky start with this hook, but it still went for 4. But then he really turned it on. In fact, he ends up hitting more 6s than Raihan did in the whole innings. He hit 5 6s in his 47, not out of 18. Some of them were teasers. That was a great effort, but he took off from over the line, so that's why that was 6. And Raihan, well, a couple of times he gave the lead away to the other batter, but he managed to get it back both times. He brought up his 50, and ultimately he'd be the only man to reach the milestone. But still, a very good team performance by the top 3. Gets him to that score of 144.
Yeah, absolutely. This was the catch right at the end, but overall a dominant display with the bat. Exciting to watch. Some clean hitting, but some technical hitting as well. And I think that you're absolutely right, Vinny. They are a team to look out for. Very impressed with bat. You can see his big smile there. Really enjoyed watching him, and I'm going to enjoy watching him for the rest of the week. So let's have a look at the scorecards now. And that top 3, well, they absolutely dominated the innings. You don't always get a top 3 doing that. Only 3 batsmen required, 57 of 29 for Raihan. Ahmed 31 off 14 and Mohsen 47 of 18. Only the 9 extras, so the bowlers stuck with it as good as they could, but it wasn't easy.
Yeah, like I said, we've seen some high-scoring matches before, and high-scoring for both teams. So do not count them out just yet. Look at the bowling figures. Well, no one really able to keep them quiet. Wicketsu Maragi and Ekne Lagoda took one off the last ball. I mean, no one really got pummeled, and no one really was able to keep it tight. All the bowlers going for between 23 and 33 off their 2 overs. So they did their best, but yeah, it just wasn't easy bowling at those batters. Roma CC, they'll be hoping to channel opening day last year where they could force a golden ball and a 157 match. Let's see what we're going to do. When we return, we'll see if the Roma CC bats are swinging. A bit like the Bangla morning sun, but we're into the afternoon. We're enjoying what we're doing. The breeze has come in, slightly cooling things down, but the action's still very hot in the middle. We'll see you very shortly for the second innings. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Corey Ruckers with me, and we'll see you back with ECN after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, European cricket lovers. Welcome back to Rome. We're at the Roma Cricket Ground, home of Roma CC, and the hosts coming out to chase fairly sizable target here in match number 3 of this series. Start of the afternoon session. Great to have your company, Vinny Sandhu, for the European Cricket Network, and I know that a lot of people around the world have been looking forward to being back here, well, virtually so anyway, at the RCG. And now we're going to see a fairly large run chase, 145 the target, although they do have form. Roma CC last year, they were able to chase, well, not chase actually, they tied a game 157-157 on opening day. On that occasion, they weren't able to win the golden ball. It was one and run out off the golden ball, so it's going to be exciting, that's for sure. Bilal Hussain is going to open the bowling for Rome Bangla Morning Sun, and look, got some pretty good bowling options. Not going to be easy at all for Roma CC to settle, but still, I think we're going to see a real entertaining 10 overs. Big hello to all of you that are watching in the YouTube live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. I had a few questions about penalties, but after checking with the officials, there's a lot of things accounted for you probably don't realise, such as time to get replacement balls out there, time chasing balls that have gone a long way. So they literally, they do these things to the second. I'm of the opinion that the time was fine. So it is just the 144 that was scored off the bat. And now getting ready for the second half. Fairly familiar look to the opening combination for Roma CC. Pramath Eknelagoda and Dinadu Maragi are the two openers as we get set. Just waiting for the clock to tick over at the moment, I think. 3:30 local time. Ready, steady, let's go. Here's Bilal Hussain with the first ball of the second innings. Attempted expansive pull shot. Just misses out. Yeah, seems fine to me. Maragi at the other end. So Maragi is on strike, I should say. Eknelagoda at the other end. A pretty stylish left-hander, very experienced customer. But can they go at this pace? It's basically 29 every 2 overs where you need to be. This time will be called a wide. And it takes a bit of getting used to, I think, sometimes for the bowlers, the way wides are interpreted in ECS cricket, but pretty much, well, if any of the ball gets that tram line, it'll be called a wide. I'm not sold on that one. Probably an umpire's call, though. Yeah, rolling the dice when you put it out there. Is this one got a little edge? Don't think so. Still very, very good delivery. So, question from Dave, is the start time what it has been today, the rest of the week? No, it's only for today, Dave. It was just for some logistical reasons, getting everything set up. So we are back to the regular start time tomorrow. Oh, plays across this slightly. Ragi, he's a good hitter of the ball when he gets going, but that's the key phrase, when he gets going. He didn't have a great time last year with the bat. He's got a lot of potential, though, no doubt about it. But yeah, currently, the breeze seems to have died off a little bit. Still pretty muggy, 34 degrees. Swings around it. So Bilal Hussain's been pretty disciplined with this line he's bowling. Oh, that had to be a wide. If the other one was a wide, because that was wide. So I actually think that the net result is fair. I think it's a bit of a square up, if I'm honest. But yeah, swings and roundabouts, as they say. Short, pulled away. So Maragi will get a run finally, and this will bring the spiritual leader, is what I called him, Pramath Eknelagoda, is on strike. Sujith Rilagadagi is the captain now for Roma CC, but Pramath is a very, very wise head. Good cricketer too. So you got that left-hand, right-hand combination at the top of the order. And Dave asking what time we start tomorrow. It is 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. That's when we'll be starting tomorrow and every single day for the rest of this week. It's Super Series. I have to check, but I believe it would still be the same. So, you're saying it's getting held up a little bit. Lagoda getting organised. So here we go with the last ball of the over. And the first ball for Prabhath. Swings hard at it, gets lucky, gets a little inside edge. This is going to roll away, but not quite to the boundary. He's going to have to get his skates on here. Wow, the keeper was nowhere, wasn't he, in the end? There might have been a chance there to run out Lagoda, but he does scramble through for a couple. And that's the end of the first over. 4 without loss. So, certainly not the runs they needed off that over. Pretty good one from Bilal Hussain, who stuck to his lines. And before we turn our attention to what you see on the screen, we are 8:30 all week next week in the Super Series, just to let you know, Dave. But 375, well, it's a famous cricket number, isn't it? And for a period of time, it was the world record test score by Brian Lara before he got knocked off by Matt Hayden. He scored 380. And Lara said, I'll have that back, thanks, and he scored 400. But, yeah, 375 games without a golden ball. Hard to see it happening here, but you would have said that when they were chasing 158 as well last year, Roma CC, and they were able to force a golden ball on that occasion. Here's Abbas Ali with the ball. And this could be gone. It's dropped. Wow. Bit of luck for Maragi. I mean, this could have gone anywhere, but it happened to get to the fielder. Slightly low, I guess, and slightly to his right, but really, it's a gift. It's a gift which is returned to sender by the fielder. Looks like Rifat Islam down there. We haven't seen Anik Ahmed yet with the ball. Often he would bowl the first and last, but he's holding him back here, I think. Holding himself back because he's the captain. This one's a bit too wide, called. So you still got time to make these runs up, but they won't want to have too many overs like the first one. Roma CC, well, this game's going to drift away without them firing a shot. You can see the urgency in Lagoda's first ball. Ended up French cutting down fine leg for a couple, and also the urgency in the running. Gets it wrong again. Just can't get that movement back. Leaves it out there. Another wide. That's handy. So, loving the interaction in the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Keep it coming, and you're welcome. Just letting you know about those start times. Abbas Ali. Again, hangs it out there. Well, if you hit a one off this, it's almost as good as a boundary, isn't it? Because there's 3 for free. It's not the kind of hat trick you want. You can see, just having a word. Captain Anik Ahmed to his bowler here. Hey, come on. Yes, little adjustment, little adjustment. And he's gone. He tries to take it on Lagoda. Gets carried away. Up went the head, down went the stumps, and Abbas Ali strikes. The first wicket of the series for Rome Bangla Morning Sun. And it's Lagoda who's got to go. Drags it back in. Middle stump out of the ground. And delight for the bowler, Abbas Ali. You can see the urgency there, but just loses his shape. I mean, he'll go back and have a look at that. He'll know where he went wrong. But that's the pressure of the score being low at this stage, needing, like I said, a rate of about 29 per 2 overs. They're the benchmarks. But Roma CC, they bat all the way down the order. We know that. Rahat Ahmed is coming in at number 3. And a disappointing start to the series for Prabhathak Nelagoda. Did get the gift of the 3 wides, but it ended up going very next ball. So whatever Anik Ahmed said to his bowler seemed to have worked. Credit where it's due. This is a bit of running repairs, and this is another issue with time, is that when the stumps get knocked over, there's allowances for umpires fixing the stumps up as well, and that all kind of adds up. It can sometimes take 20 seconds, 20 to 30 seconds, depending how bad the damage is. So Rahat faces up for the first time, and he expansively kind of sweeps this, I suppose. That's a deep square leg. Again, signal of intent from that batter. He will get away with a single. Great question from Dave in the chat. He says he knows it's not random question time yet, but you can throw in the random questions whenever you like. It's not a problem. So he wants to know, why is third man called the third man? It's a really good question. I don't know if I have an answer, but, well, I assume that you might have a slip, you might have a gully, and then you've got a kind of third man backing them up. That's probably my guess. Uppercut, and it will get to the boundary. Nice shot. Maragi is been a bit of a slow starter, but he's got time to catch up, and you can see the class in this shot. You see he's well balanced, doesn't try to overhit it, but he makes good contact. So another 4 to the total for Roma CC. If anyone in the chat wants to answer that question, we would love to know, why is third man called third man? Up in the air, and is this going to be caught? It is. So they've got a guy in no man's land out there, deep backward point, and it's hit straight down his throat. But when you're in, you're in. And I think that's Rifat Janal that takes the catch. So a breakthrough, and Maragi, well, he had a bit of luck earlier, but he's fresh out of luck here. He becomes the second wicket to fall. He goes for just 6. The score's 13 for 2, and it did look like they were just working their way back into contention, but Maragi going does really hurt. Well bowled, but well caught at the end of the day by Rifat Janal. So third man, I've got something that I've just quickly looked up. So gully derives from the narrow channel between point and the slip. So we know that what gully comes from, but it used to be known as short third man. So third man over time has basically moved back. So it's moved deeper in the field. So there's the answer to your question. So have a look at the table. Just one team with points so far. Royal Roma at the other end of the scale. Roma Capinelli not able to get any points in their opening day. These two teams you're seeing right now will play twice. This is called a wide, not handled cleanly by Chandra Bomit behind the stumps. So yeah, is there any other fielding positions you want to talk about? Obviously slips kind of makes sense. I think we talked about a Yorker because the bowlers from York were particularly adept at bowling those kind of deliveries. Jeevan Pathari, I think he's reading what I was reading. It's always interesting to find out where things come from, where words come from that we kind of don't even think too much about. a reach ball. That will be a wide. But looking at this, people think that point originated during the 18th century, so-called, because it was the position to which the batsman hit the ball off the point of the bat. So with the bat in a horizontal position. So square the wicket on the offside. Edged and gone. And so Hussain gets a wicket. And, well, he's going to be pretty happy with this result. This one just leaves the batter slightly. It was a healthy edge. There's been a lot that's been bowled in this channel. And this time, Bowman is up to the task. He takes the wicket. He takes the catch at least. The wicket will be credited to Hussain. Now, Roma CC on the brink, 16 for 3. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, joining me. Well, you missed 3 wickets already, Corey. All happening out there in the middle. Corey Rutgers joining me in the commentary box.
Thanks for reading, Sandhu. Yep, sorry, I was just fixing up our cube. I was just closing it up as the sun comes over the other side. But I've had my eye on the corner of this match as well. And I have to admit, they are right up for this, aren't they? Even when the batting innings was going on, they were jumping around and celebrating, and they look like a good unit.
They are. And don't forget that it was Roma CC that knocked them out last year in the semi-final.
Yep.
A game where Roma CC were able to keep Rome Bangla Morning Sun bats quiet, kept them to 93 on that occasion, and ended up chasing it within 7 overs. It was one game, I think, from memory, where Maragi really was able to get going. I can go back to our website, europeancricket.com, and I can...
Was I listening to you talk about positions and points and...
Maragi 45 off 20 in the reply. That's when it did click for Maragi. That was in the semi-final, but then ultimately Royal Roma shocked everyone, beating Roma CC in the final. So they came from 4th. Low, and beats the bat. Yeah, what? Do you have any interesting points? So I got a question about cow corner, and I think...
You can't say that. You can't do that. It's offensive to cows.
Well, moving right along. No, I always thought it was because it was kind of an agricultural shot, right? Just kind of hacking across the line.
Well, what is it then?
But I think that that may be true, what I said, but it's the position of the field in the olden days where cows would normally be safe to graze because the ball would rarely go there. Well, I hear a little something, but there's no response from the umpire or the batters. Let's have a look. How wide is this? Just inside the tram line. Good call.
The man at deep mid-off was going up massively for the appeal. They are right up. Well, that's interesting. Okay.
Rila Gadagi is the new batter. He's the keeper and the captain this year for Roma CC. We had to have a couple of cows blocking the boundary out there. But how funny that back in the old days, when cricket was a straight bat game, it would be... And think about cricket also being played in the 18th century.
Yep.
It wasn't an overarm game. Balls were pretty much rolled along the ground really quick. So you can see why it would be risky to hit across the line like that. Cricket's come a long way.
Times have changed, Dave.
Yeah, well, people always say, don't mess with the game. The game has always been messed with. Out. And so really good Agi goes for a duck. Well, he's the dancing man. Bilal Hussain, he has 2 in the over. Roma CC, they are up the creek and they're searching for a paddle. It's 17 for 4.
Gee, they're a good unit, aren't they? What else can you really say at the moment? They've batted well, they're bowling well, they're celebrating well. Look at this little jiggy Vinny.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he planned the dance that well, but Hussain won't care. Can you see this? No significant footwork playing away from his body. So... it's another wicket. The stumps are disturbed. That's 2 chop-ons. Just cannot find the middle of the mat. I mean, Maragi looked like he might be getting going, and he found a way to go. Caught a deep backward point. Pretty unlikely fielding position to take a catch.
So if you're saying that cow corner was called that because that's where the cows could graze and it was safer for them back then, does that mean we need to realign where cow corner is? So cow corner probably should be like cover point.
Where's safe? Behind the keeper? Probably not.
Cover point.
Cover, okay.
Deep cover point is now the new cow corner.
One. The other thing is, how well behaved are these cows? Since when do they stay where you put them? Anyway, that's the thing. Yeah, cricket has always been changing. It used to be an underarm game. Do you know how overarm bowling first came about?
No, I don't.
It's around the kind of mid-19th century, 1860s or something. And back then, underarm bowling was what it was all about. So they would think it's just not cricket to be able to bounce the ball like this. And so what he found is somebody was having their sister bowling to them in the backyard, the 19th century equivalent, and she was wearing one of those really olden day long skirts, you know, those long dresses.
Yep.
That kind of, they're quite big, and so she couldn't bowl with a straight arm underarm, so she had to bowl from more of a sidearm.
No way.
Yeah. And the guy found it was really difficult to play. This has got through everyone. It's going to be wides or buys. It's called 4 buys in the end. And so, yeah, they'll take it. CC move past 20. Yeah, this is, the keeper just has to go down for. Can't get it on the second bounce. There's not too many that bounce twice before you on this pitch. But,
just a bit apprehensive of it, wasn't he?
Yeah, was. Didn't really know what was going to happen. So end of the power play, 21 for 4. Yeah, so this guy said it's actually quite difficult to play. And so then they legalised bowling, but you couldn't be above the perpendicular. So you still had to be underarm, but you could be sidearm, but you couldn't have your hand above your elbow. Then eventually they said, oh, this is kind of making the game a bit more fun. So they let people bowl as long as they have a straight arm, or as close to a straight arm as they can, all the way over the top. So that's how bowling, because bowling is quite a weird thing for people that aren't into cricket. Well, people that don't really understand cricket say, why are you doing that? Why don't you just throw the ball? Better keeping this time, knocks it down, called wide. But yeah, that's the origin of bowling. Originally, it was more like 10-pin bowling.
How do you know this?
Just read it in books when I was younger.
Yep.
So it's rattling around there somewhere. I mean, Rob Kemming, I think he might have played in one of the first games where overarm bowling was legalised.
7 not out.
He would have been
Rob.
against it, I'm sure. Nice looking shot. Picks out the cover. They will get a run. Yeah, so this is my point. I'm not sort of a person that thinks that should be tinkering with the game for no reason. But if it makes sense and it improves the game and there's no real downside, or the downside is outweighed by the upside, then I think it makes sense. Like the not crossing on a catch anymore. So when people say don't mess with the game, they're often talking about their own personal experience of what they grew up with. But the game's changed a lot. And yeah, sometimes it takes an experimental kind of rule and little phase. If it works, then you stick with it.
Well, still, it's always evolving, isn't it?
Yeah, otherwise you'd be bowling at 2. We did an April Fool's last year saying that we were going to just have 2 stumps from now on at each end. And we found out, well, I actually knew this, but originally cricket only had 2 stumps. And they were probably roughly the same distance apart as the off and leg stump. And there's one bail on the top. If it went through the middle, it wasn't out. This is clipped away, but he might have found trouble. He has. There's another one. Well, morning sun. They are shining at the moment. They are loving their work. Roma CC in tatters. That's Ahmed gone for 2. It's for 24 for 5.
Well, I know it's early to talk about this as well, Vinny, but they might be getting a net run rate boost massively. And what could be a tight group might help them a lot. He's chipped that pretty well. Unfortunately, the man's patrolling there. Takes a nice safe catch.
Shame the wind died down a little bit, because about 10-15 minutes ago it was going even more in that direction. It might have gone all the way. But yeah, nicely taken. And so things going from bad to worse. Right, Ahmed, number 3, is now back in the pavilion. The highest score for any individual batter in this innings is only 6. And so it was, guess who? Sharif Raihan that takes the catch. Dave saying Roma CC are disastrous this game. Well, that might be an understatement at the moment, but I mean, at least they will get the chance, if this does go off the rails, to get back on the park straight away and try and push Rome Bangla Morning Sun a bit more.
This has
been
a complete performance from a team. I mean, in every facet so far, even that catch, we saw a few of those spilt this morning. They are looking good. Maybe an early contender for this week.
Yeah, for sure. And they're stung by the fact that they weren't able to make the final last year, that Roma CC knocked them out. Gone. Played all around it. 2 in a row. Rack 'em, stack 'em. And Denham Senavaratne, he's one of my favourite cricketers, but he just doesn't play the right shot on that occasion. Middle stump out of the ground. And Abbas Ali is suddenly on a hat-trick. He's got 4 wickets now. And the score is 24 for 6. Well, you see Gungadeep Singh earlier. He took a hat-trick. Will we see a 16th hat-trick? Let's have a look at the ball. Yeah, it does come back off the deck a little bit. That is Denham's go-to. And when he's on, he can almost hit anything through the leg side. That didn't look pretty. And so we've now had 6 wickets within 4 overs.
Well, loose shot first ball, but what are you meant to do? You need 121 of 38 balls. Vinny, do you at this stage go, look, we're not going to get the runs.
Yeah.
Let's bat the overs and get some form into it.
Especially with 6 out. No, it's also about net run rate mitigation. And so, yeah, right now, your strategy is almost pretend you're batting first. Don't worry about the target. Pretend you're batting first. Just try and put as many as you can on the board. If you can get 10 and over from here, you probably end up with something in the 80s.
Are you feeling it?
Golden ball?
No.
Oh, hat-trick.
Golden ball, Vinny.
Surely not 2 hat-tricks in a day.
Feeling it.
Here we go, hat-trick ball.
Oh.
Pretty close.
Tell you what, didn't do much wrong. That was a nice delivery. He was angling in, swung away, beat the bat comprehensively.
Yeah, wow. Needed to hit the target, didn't he? New batter out there now is Takshila Karali. He's a pretty good cricketer. I mean, I do bat deep, Roma CC, but it's hard to come back from this. Well, could we have it? Only I think it would be our 3rd 5-wicket haul for the year. He's got 1 more ball. Picked up and just out of the grasp of Raihan. It would have been a 5-for. And so a bit of a coming together of the bowler and the batter. Jeez, imagine we pulled that for a 5-for, but let's have a look. Again, everyone's watching the ball, and see, ends up, he gets attacked from behind, but I don't think he'll mind because he walks away with the figures of 4 for 13. That's 4 overs down, the score 25 for 6.
Still magnificent figures. To get 4 for 13, you've got to be happy with that. All in a day's work. Look at this scorecard. Well, turn away if you don't like violence, because it is violent. 25 for 6, 13 extras in that as well. Incredible. 3 ducks, high score of 6. Oh, it's a shellacking. There's no other way to put it. They are all over them.
Yeah, it's very hard to work out what to do. Now, here's a guy that I've been waiting to see, Anik Ahmed. I think he's their quickest bowler. And we'll see what kind of speed he wants to put on it first up. But I'm always excited to see him. Just kind of ambles in, but warm-up ball, it might work. It almost gets drilled to cover. But, I think of a second, it's not there. Yeah, so again, it's probably situational. I mean, it's 34 degrees still. Probably not going to run in and let it fly like the wind, but there's a chance for him to work himself in to the tournament. Saw him make a 30-odd in the first innings. Over to Samarakun. He's on 1. You see already at this stage. Look at how different the start was for Bangla Morning Sun. They were 54 without loss. Roma CC 26 for 6. Clunks into the pad. Everybody appeals but the bowler. Yeah, that one already was a bit quicker. See, that's one. If you can get inside the line of that, it'll be a wide. Again, you're maybe not thinking that way, but it's one when they watch back, maybe they just need to get the triggers going across rather than backing away. Opens up the zone of acceptability for the bowler. Slightly slower ball, and it's punched, and it's out of the ground. Maximo, 6 runs. Emergency procedures activated.
Well,
that one swung back towards me. I thought that was yours. Well, we've survived.
Just to paint a picture here, the chairs over the laptop screens are being shoved down. You panicked then, Vinny.
Where it swung back to me. It was with the wind. And the number one thing I need to protect is my laptop. Last year, I was grumpy because this screen got whacked with a ball and I wasn't really paying attention.
You panicked.
And I had to replace it. I'm glad we don't have the comcam up because it's too hot today. And, some of the equipment just finding it a bit tough.
That's 2 today that have been hit straight into the cube.
We're in the danger zone here.
Well, here comes the project manager, Sam, just to double check. He's got his chest out, thumbs up. There was a bit of panic, Sam. It swung at him and all the laptops went flying. Bit of excitement. Nice shot. And again, hit hard. Straight to cover. Oh, run out. Oh, run out, Vinny. It's chaos. Absolute chaos. Yes, no, maybe. It's a barbecue. See you later.
Yeah, they get it all wrong. Where does it go wrong? See, look at that. Number 11, Crowley, is never watching his partner. He's watching the ball, and then I think he gets it onto the stumps, okay.
Yeah, he's holding the ball there. Right.
Yeah, well, he does drop it at the end. Let's just have a check of this, because it's a really interesting one.
What are you talking about? It's in his glove.
Yeah, but then he drops it. Look,
yeah,
see it?
Hit the stumps and then drops the ball. That's okay.
But, yeah, the stump knocks the ball out. I'm just saying it's worth a look.
Oh, no, you're wasting my time. That was out by a mile.
Sorry, got to be somewhere.
Yeah, I do. And, well, that was out by a while, and he was guilty of ball watching.
Out by, what's that again?
Vinny, you don't need to have a look at that. You got to trust the keeper.
No, I was just going to say, look at number 11 though. He looks
ball
there
watching.
And he never looks his partner. He turns his back, but he's actually one that pays the price, because then when he hears the footsteps, he knows that he's got to go. So things going from bad to worst.
Oh, I'm glad Dave S is in the chain. He said, this is poor running. Thank you, Dave. Good observation. He said, absolutely is. You can't ball watch, Vinny.
Yeah, time for one of your coach sprays, is it? That was a good observation. That is poor. Yeah. I'm loving Dave's commitment as well. And well, Archie, he's just had a comment removed, but you'll enjoy that one. But again, probably one that we can't put it in the chat. But yeah, the wheels are off now. 32 for 7. It's bad news for Roma CC in game 4, because once again, Rome Bangor Morning Sun won the toss and batting. So we're hoping to avoid a repeat. So, Anik Ahmed will get to continue. Doesn't have a wicket to his name yet. Just rolls out an outswinger, which is driven. That's Ratnakis, who's the new batter, and that's the end of the 5th over. Halfway through this chase, it's 32 for 7.
Well, unfortunately, it's a disastrous game for Roma CC here, the home side.
One of my favourite little tennis meltdowns is Andy Roddick. I'll tell you about that in a second. First, we encourage you to follow us on social media.
I'm still
European
taller
Cricket.
than you.
Yeah, it's not to scale, but I want to say thanks to everyone who sends me messages every day. Mr. Maximo, I know that you're getting a few messages as well, aren't you, Corey?
Got a couple.
Yeah.
Well, we replied to some last night as well. Said hello to the fans out there.
That's good. And
it's always good to get the fans jumping in the inbox and saying how much they love European cricket.
Is that when you gave me your phone at dinner and
you started to respond?
Responded as you. I'll mind my phone next time. I forgot they did that. Here's Rifat Islam is coming on. Change of pace. And it's going to be a single. But we don't get time to respond to all the messages because we get so many.
It is nice though to get the odd compliment and people giving their cricket thoughts in the chat and via Instagram and Facebook.
He doesn't know what's gotten in him. He's not usually this chatty, but
Dave's
we're enjoying the chirp, Dave.
I like it.
And what I was going to say is that you had to go at Dave for the obvious comment. Poor running. Gone. I'll put it with the rest. Ratnakis goes for a duck. And this pond is going to be full. Because by my count, that might be the 4th duck. I might be falling behind, but it is the 4th duck. It's a ball that looks like it'll do everything, but doesn't really do anything. Maybe comes back a little bit, crashes in the middle and off. That's 8 wickets down. This is a right royal mess. It's 33 for 8.
That ball went pretty straight. I'm not too sure what line he was playing, but well, you said 4 ducks in the pond. Can you blame them? It is hot. Maybe it's an option.
Well, the pond's dry. The pond's hot. Yeah, so one of my favourite kind of tennis meltdowns. Andy Roddick, who was a pretty well-mannered tennis player for the most part. Fired up, but he's, a bit of intelligence behind it. I just think the umpire said something to him, and I remember saying, "Thanks for the news flash, Captain Obvious." It's just one of my favourite YouTube clips. But Dave, you can comment all day long. Whatever you're feeling, we love to hear it from you. And Hafiz Al-Amin is saying, wow, this is kind of what you'd expect from lower order batters.
Number 7. That's some pretty good number 7s over time.
Yeah, I think in this format though, at this level, I don't expect to be doing a lot of batting. 8 down. This thick as... Well, maybe it's clunked off the pad there.
Yeah, I think it clipped his leg, Vinny, so we won't see the wide call.
Rajiva Kulatunga.
What'd you say?
Rajiva Kulatunga.
You said Ranatunga.
Yeah. I'm sure he's had that comparison once or twice, but got to say, he can give it a belt as well.
Just a young man bowling a little bit like Sun on the right.
Got the same left-handed kind of gait about him, doesn't he?
Yep. Nice little tuck off his legs. Kalatunga.
Stephen Kell, hello to you, watching from the Netherlands. He goes after it, not a bad shot. 3 men guarding that boundary though. So just be a single. And so Stephen Kell saying he doesn't know. Roma CC just having a bad day or ... I mean, short answer, yes. I also think they've been outplayed by Rome Bangla Morning Sun, and really the heat was on in the first half. That's where they've won this game. So once it falls apart, it can fall apart badly when you're chasing that many runs. They'll tap and run, but they don't run. So it's the end of the 6th over. Score 35 for 8. Dave S has a question for you, Corey, asking what is your favourite position? Favourite batting position?
What format, Vinny?
Let's just start with T10.
7.
You be at 7?
7. So there's better power hitters than me, and
yeah.
I'll just finish it off with some dinks.
You're hiding.
Yep.
How about T20?
Open, always open.
Yeah, I know that's where you normally are. And we go like 50 overs?
Yeah, last 3 years I moved myself to 5 and I love it. I love coming out in the middle and batting against spin.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just change it. I opened my whole life and then all of a sudden moved to 5.
How do you see that happen? I mean, Mike Hussey started as an opener and then...
We had younger guys at the club, so give them a go opening.
That's interesting. And what about if you play... You probably don't play too much this cricket, but in the longer form, the kind of unlimited overs?
In the sheds drinking the drinks.
Yeah, fair enough. This will just be one to start the over.
I think all good players. It's actually it's quite refreshing if you learn how to bat in a couple of different positions.
Oh, yeah.
Learning how to start against spin is as important as learning how to start against pace. Because there's be plenty of games in the future. A lot of teams open with spinners now. And you've got to know how to play spin from ball 1.
Right hand. He's got a slip in there. Gets driven. Just for a single.
Good. Hafiz El-Amin has just let us know. Roma need 110.
I wasn't a recognised batter at the higher levels of the game.
You're a 7?
But, I mean, my team had a lot of bowling all-rounders, so I would normally bat behind them. So depending on who was playing and maybe who was playing for Western Australia or Australia, I'd bat anywhere between 5 and 10.
Wicked.
So literally. This is in the air, and this is out of the ground. Maximo clunks into the flag. Well, British Open. It's been happening, hasn't it? This one is pretty close to the pin. Pretty nice shot from Samarakun. He's been the one bright spot, I think, in this innings for Roma CC.
Yeah, you can see it there in the background. Smack into the flag. Oh, if that was the Mercantile Mutual sign, he would have won 50,000 for his team.
That's right.
They would have been celebrating the loss.
Swing and a miss. I am a bit of a trivia question because I'm actually one of the few people to bat in every position in grade cricket 1 to 11. So it's really just like, okay.
It's like you pulled your position out of a hat.
Depend. But that's over many years, obviously. It's not in one season. He's going to go for it here. He's going to get away with it. I know that occasionally in baseball, in a spring training game, they'll have somebody play a different position every inning in the 9 innings. It's been done before. Not as easy to do in cricket because I guess the positions all move around. All right. Cooler. What can he do? Pulls. He'll get 1. This will be the end of the 7th over. So yeah, the 8 wickets have really slowed things down as well. It's 45 for 8 after 7. Coming up this afternoon, we have one more game for you, and it will be Roma CC. They'll be wanting to put on a much better show, I'm sure. A proud team that came second last year. They knocked out Rome Bangla Morning Sun, don't forget, in the semi-final last year. And, well, look, they did that because they were able to keep the bats quiet and That's what they're going to have to try and do once again, because Rome Bangla Morning Sun winning the toss, electing to bat first again in match 4. And they'll want to repeat the same script. Their top 3 were excellent, weren't they? Raihan, Anik Ahmed, and Ahmed Mohsen.
Do you think they'll pick the same top 3? They won't take it lightly?
Oh, no, they'll be picking the same top 3. You'd have to pry the bat out of their cold, dead hands. They will once again be out there. Raihan, he's got...
Well, I hope they're not dead, Vinny.
All right, moving right along. And here's Rifat Islam. And we could have had a run out here, potentially.
Tell you what, Kalatunga, a human bus, he was off. Look him out the races. He was head down. He's pushing. He would have made it safely.
Well, it'll be interesting if he picked that up.
A few cloud covers starting to roll over in the foreground, Vinny. We're not expecting a storm tonight, are we?
But at least it's cooled things down a little bit. I don't think so.
It would be nice, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we could definitely use after play, of course. This is going to be a one bouncer, fired in, and throws a wide. And they almost think of an overthrow. They think against it. Yeah, so the ball doing some pole dancing, Dave S said last over. Oh, there's the edge. It flew, though, to the slip. I don't know if he gets a hand on it.
Yeah, he gets something on it because it slowed it down. I'm not too sure what it was. He was blinded by that. See how he goes with big heave-ho, and it was more...
He's moving because the keeper moves and he shuffles in behind.
It was more self-preservation than looking for a good catch there, but that would have been a nice little snare.
This is going nowhere. So now, I mean, the uphill battle just to bat the 10 overs out. Dave said maybe the conditions, but I mean, remember CC, this is their home ground and they're used to it. Kulatunga will get one. Well, maybe some positives here that some of their lower order are getting some time at the crease. Well, these two specifically, because no one else really has.
I imagine all the teams in this region would be wanting to use this as their home ground.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a couple of nice cricket grounds. And Roma Campanelli have a very nice cricket ground as well. We've been there in the past, in 2020. Last ball of the 8th. Hit square. And just trot a 1. As that's the end of the 8th over now. The score is 49 for 8.
They just look like a unit, don't they, Vinny? They really look like a well-drilled, well-oiled machine.
I think you can get stung when you've had a disappointing finish to a series, and they worked really hard, obviously, last year. They had 4-4 record, Rome Bangla Morning Sun. The worm's dead, so just
it's gone under the ground.
Yeah, it's pretty hot for the worm. But yeah, what I will say is, okay, 4-4. They just some of their key players come the middle of the week and towards the end, they just weren't performing. But then they did go pretty confidently into the 2 versus 3 semi-final. They finished 3rd, Rome Bangla Morning Sun, and Roma CC knocked them out. That was another game where their big players couldn't perform. So they've got a point to prove, I think, this year. New bowler, Mohamed Sadiq. Pretty good Yorker first up, in swinging. Dug out by Samarakun.
So what do you think? Do you think that has been a year of building up this for this moment to get that vengeance, to get that payback?
That the feeling doesn't really go away when you don't perform to your potential. It's annoying. We've been sitting with them for a while. They've come out and they've really hit the ground running in this first game. Nice looking shot this from Samarakun. The other thing with the Roma CC batting order is, okay, I think normally Marage and Ekna Lagoda are going to open, but from there you can shuffle it. You know, they've got a lot of options, so I think it's just a matter of finding out who's in form and going with them. Because the top 2 is going to be really important this year with the format we've got now. It's called a wide. Not super sold on this live. Let's have a look at the replay. Remember, as it goes past the popping crease.
A bit harsh.
Yeah, it's hard. What's hard for the umpire there is to know exactly when it passes the crease.
Yeah, they've been fantastic, the officials. Not going to get everything correct.
Yeah. Especially on a day like today. Well, this goes straight through everybody, including the keeper, who gives up a bye. But how's this missed?
I'm not too sure. Pretty close.
Tunga didn't have the answer to this.
Oh, it's actually jagged late. Just a little bit of seam movement. And Garrick away.
Jeevan Batari taking a little bit of a break, but hopefully see you again soon, Jeevan. Slow ball, I think, pulled and handled out there. So the 50s come up during this over.
It would have been good if they had created a montage video of the year of training after the hurt, like a Rocky film.
Yeah.
And they've come back and who was it that he beat? Rocky beat?
Yeah,
in,
Rocky. They do it in a few movies now.
There's always Rocky doing the montage. It feels like this is their montage moment. No, doing too much. He's actually getting the ball to do quite a lot late.
And knowing that the last one missed, that's probably still playing in your head. Probably pitches on just, but comes back.
Jags.
Yeah, really getting some seam there, Siddiqui. So hello to Charlie Hunt, who's joined us in the chat. Great to have you with us, Charlie. And I know you're looking forward to presenting that night series from Thursday. He goes walkabout, finds the fielder, can gun him down. And I think this is pretty close. In fact, got a slightly bad feeling for Samarakun here. Let's see if it's warranted. No, maybe not.
Well, we'll go back a little bit, but I reckon he's just made his ground.
Yeah, he's in here.
Direct hit would have been out.
Once he's in there, then it doesn't matter what happens after that these days. As long as you're running or diving for your crease. So that'll be a single to finish the over. And it's 54 for 8 after 9. So yeah, a lot of heat all around Europe, including the UK. Ian John saying 38 degrees in London at the moment. So no 40 degrees today. But he loves the warm weather. So many England moaning about the heat. Never happy, us English.
That's true.
Some people have that mindset. But yeah, we heard this morning that they were telling people not to use the tube in London, the underground, because it was up to 55 degrees down there or something.
If the tube's not going in London, I can't imagine trying to go around on the roads.
I think that tube heat and cube heat are pretty similar. Anyway, at least it's a bit more pleasant now. Last overtime starts with a wide.
Well, that's why I missed the first 2 overs of this one, because I was trying to redo the cube up, and when that sun like peeks through, you can feel it.
True.
But we have to give credit to everyone involved in spring production, the players, the umpires. They just get on with it.
Leans on this. Kultunga's actually run pretty well. He's been looking to score. Just trying to get them to the end of the 10 overs.
I think my co-commentator just swallowed a fly. How was that, Vin?
High in protein.
Oh. Hope you're okay.
It's okay, because I think that fly was a vegan. This is going to be no run this time.
Well, I guess Samarakun can take some confidence with this. He's made his way to 20 in pretty difficult circumstances, so some positives.
Kulatunga's now the second highest scorer in this innings. Swing and a miss. So yeah, I mean, this is why I think sometimes double header format is a good thing, because you can put it to bed, draw a line under it if you're Roman CC. Okay, it didn't work out. I probably would have liked to have won the toss and batted. They won't be doing that. They're chasing again, but see if you can get something going your way. Remember last time these two teams met before today, it was Roman CC that won.
A lot can change in a year though, Vinny.
Yeah, I know that. Bit of chat about Portugal at the moment. And I'll tell you about some of the teams that we've got there. Away. So Marlow, they'll be defending their title. Coimbra Knights. Lisbon Capitals, formerly Wild Panthers as well. Also, a team called Gamblers SC. So last ball of this game. And this will do it. And congratulations to Rome Bangla Morning Sun. It's a pretty comprehensive finish in the end. Just the final team to mention. Corker 11, no strangers to us as well on ECN. But right here, right now, you got to say that the hosts, Roma CC, that's a game to forget for them, but at least it's over. 144 to 59 in the end, the final. And Samarakun, the only one that can really hold his head high. He finishes 23. had a run of ball. He's unbeaten at the end. Good partnership with Kulatunga. So at least meant that they did get to face out the 10 overs. They put on 26 for the 9th wicket. Early on, Moraga had to strike a little bit of luck. And last year, really, the luck deserted him. So I thought maybe that gives him an opportunity to cash in. Ekna Lagoda, unfortunately, for Prabha, he practices the right shot, but he plays the wrong shot first, as the middle stump was out of the ground. But yeah, nobody could get going at all. See, Rahat Ahmed came to the crease, and this is the way that Maragi went. He just hit a 4, and you thought maybe he's on, and you could not believe that carried all the way out there. But then he had to go for 6, and then it all fell apart in the middle order. And they were racking up ducks like a Chinese restaurant. And you see that was a little edge. And Hussain, he was a dancing man, wasn't he, in the middle? And he went very close to taking a hat-trick. Really Gadagi, the captain, came and went pretty quickly. And, well, cue the music. He was ready to go, swing your partner style. And so narrowly missed his hat-trick in the end, but he ended up with very, very good figures of 2 for 8, but he's kind of outdone by Abbas Ali, who ended up with 4 wickets in the innings, 4 for 13. And, well, nothing going right for Roma CC. Even when they did get one, they seemed to find a fielder or find an outfielder. So, and Denham Senavaratne, one of my favourite players to watch, but he swung all around that one. Once again, middle stump was removed. And well, weren't they happy about it? Abbas Ali, spell to remember. And from there was no way back. They were just trying to get some respectability into the scoreboard and maybe avoid such a hammering on the net run rate. Samarakun, he was the man which was able to hit the only 2 sixes for the innings. And the innings only contained 1 4. So the 4 from Maragi only early, and then the 2 sixes late. But there's a total mix-up with Karali getting run out. It was just a bit of a carousel. Batters were coming, batters were going, and the score wasn't going anywhere, Corey.
No, and after all those wickets had gone early, this game was always going to be tricky to get back into. There was a few nice shots right at the back end and some consolation batting, but at the end of the day, the Morning Sun, it was a stroll for the Morning Sun.
Well, they're showing their afternoon people because they've got the afternoon session here on day 1. So they will have the opportunity to go to the top of the table with another win over Roma CC in match 4. This match is coming up in around about 10 minutes' time. So join us right here on the European Cricket Network. Fairly similar looking sides for me, but it's all about resetting the scores at 0, and Roma CC, they'll be hoping to keep Rome Bangla Morning Sun quiet with the bat. The top 3, the only 3 we saw for them, they can remove them. Maybe they can get into the middle order and change the narrative.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's have a look at the scorecard, and it's not one that Roma CC fans will want to see too often, but Samarakun, he was the only shining light there, 23 at a run of ball. We had 4 ducks. We had the top 5 batters combining to only score 10 runs. It wasn't good at all. Saving grace, at least they do ban out the 10 overs, 11 wides and 5 byes. So 16 avoidables, maybe something to take out of that for Rome Bangla Morning Sun. But ultimately, they would run out winners by 85 runs. And plenty of good performers with the ball. I'm going to single out the 2 that you might imagine. 2 for 8 for Bilal Hussain. Well, he was dancing to his tune, but Abbas Ali 4 for 13. Excellent spell from him. And really, nobody was going for big runs, were they? After that, Rifat Islam was the one that chipped in with the other wicket. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and when we do, it's the last game of opening day here in Rome. Roma CC out for revenge against Bangla Morning Sun. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers with me. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground. We are here and we're getting to the last game of opening day. Kenny Sandy with you for the European Cricket Network. Great to have your company, no matter where you're watching from around the world. This is what we're looking at. Rome Bangla Morning Sun. Quick turnaround here, taking on Roma CC. It was a bit of a spanking, wasn't it, in the first game? Rome Bangla Morning Sun, really, they battered them out of the game. 144, though we have seen Roma CC chase down these kind of scores before, but it just didn't happen for them in the batting innings. They essentially collapsed to 59 for 8 off their 10 overs. There's two teams. News from the toss. Not great news for Roma CC because it's the same result toss-wise. And it will be Rome Bangla Morning Sun batting first. You can see 115 to 109. Well, I think if Roma CC hold Rome Bangla Morning Sun to 115, they'll be happy. But their batting has to improve. They're just classic scoreboard pressure, I think, when it comes down to it. Anyway, almost ready for a start. Looks to me like Ratniakis will be the bowler for Roma CC. They just need to find a way to navigate through these top three. Okay, it doesn't end there, but that's what they couldn't do last time. All top three putting on big runs. So, just waiting for the clock to tick over. I think we're ready to go. Let's play. Last game of the day. Great to have your company. Time for some cricket. Played down for no run. That's the thing with Raihan. He doesn't have to necessarily go straight away. He can just play the ball on its merits. Has a look at that one. Did kind of play a big shot early. Very first ball, in fact, of the last game. Time just cuts across it. We'll have our first run of match 4. Yeah, cricket's a funny game though. One thing I have noticed in this double-header format, quite often you get quite a different result. Rome Bangla Morning Sun though, I still think, even though it is something like a year and 4 months ago or so that we were here for the series last year in Rome, I think it still stings that Roma CC knocked them out and the big players just couldn't perform at that time. Goes the uppercut, and he gets it over the fielder. It's be a real teaser, but it is stopped in the end. It's a little boot stop. And Anik Ahmed will come back for 2. And look, he's a player who I've got a lot of time for as well. I always think it must be a little bit easier, having already had an innings, and an innings that's gone well. Both these players did get amongst the runs in the last game. So I think the other thing is the fielding becomes so important because you better take your chances if you get given one. Goes the uppercut again, and it's going to evade the fielder. Well, that's a fantastic stop. Wow, it's NBA style. He rejects it and keeps it in the field of play, and he saves 3 runs. Well, how about Denham Seneviratne there? I mean, he was taking off. I know he's a good driver of a car, but maybe he should be a pilot because he gets altitude there and keeps it to 1. So Ratniakis avoiding any significant damage so far, but will it last? 4 off 4. Well bowled, also pretty well taken by the keeper. Really good Agi. He's taken over the captaincy this year. Whips off the bails, but foot never moved. So what do you guys think in the chat? Do you think Roma CC might be able to really improve and potentially win this game? Both these teams have been pretty even on paper for me before the start of the first game. I think Rome Bangla Morning Sun momentum is strong at the moment. It's the end of the first over, 5 for no loss. Let's have a look at the run rates going back, and you can see a couple of really high scoring days. Opening day in 2021, that was when we had the 157 golden ball. Also saw some really big runs from Rome Bangla Morning Sun, 13.3 and over. We had an even higher scoring day in the Super Series later in the year on day 3. That even topped that, 13.7. So scores going up from 2020 to 2021. will that trend continue, or will there be a bit of a correction? Overall, 10.7, so 107 would be pass score on this ground based on all the cricket we've seen. So yeah, we're here in March for the Rome Series, and then the winners from all the Italian weeks came back for the Super Series at the start of November. And here's a winner, if ever I saw one. Corey Rockers joining me back in the commentary box.
Did you say Corey Rockers?
That's my accent.
Okay. Thank you for welcoming me back.
The Rot.
No, it's good to be back, Vinny. Last game of our pretty fantastic Monday. New city, new excitement, new ECS. Always fun to meet new players and see what they can deliver. So looking forward to seeing how this pans out, and especially this power play batting of Ryan. And he comes now.
So they're going earlier to Ekneligoda, and I think that going on the last game, he was one bowler that had a kind of bit of a mini run where he was able to, I wouldn't say bother Raihan, but just kind of throw him off his timing a little bit.
Well, that's what slow bowlers can do. They slow sort of medium bowlers. Short, hit hard, hit into a hole. Good batting. And, well, just 3 on the leg side. If they should have someone just standing at mid-wicket, Vinny. This 6-3 stuff I'm seeing in ECS, it's not working.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe what they're trying to do is goad him into fetching a ball from outside off, which is a slightly riskier shot, but he plays that shot really well. In fact, he's looking to do it. So it's a tough one. And then I think they are going to move an extra man to the leg side.
Yeah,
Probably getting almost as much out of that offside field with 5 in the ring anyway.
Exactly. Some teams just seem to always think to put an extra man on the offside where it leaves a huge hole. Means the bowler has to be perfect, but that's not easy. Shot.
Yeah.
Shot. Unbelievable batting. Lofts it over the offside. 4 runs, and he's still ticking along, Vinny.
Yeah, well, this is the right shot to play, isn't it? And that's what happens when you move the field over there. You can go over that infield, and there's absolutely nobody back on the offside. So he smacks it, 4 runs. Looks like Dave S. is out of here for the day, but I'm sure I'll see you again tomorrow, Dave.
Thank you, Dave. Tune in tomorrow. Well bowled. A bit fuller, snaking under the bat.
You say, Vinny and Corey, enjoy your night out in the beautiful city of Rome.
Thinking it might be a bit more of a casual night tonight. It's been a hot day.
Yeah, it has been a long day, hasn't it?
Bit of rest and look forward to tomorrow. Good batting again, but this time he finds the man and they scamper through for a single. Well, I don't know if you noticed this, Vinny, but obviously we've got a new hotel and trying to look at where we're staying. There's a Maximo shopping centre 1 kilometre away, and I'm not making it up. It is called the Maximo shopping centre.
I was aware of this.
Have you had any say in that?
No, a little side project. I got a little, I got a few messages from the crew when they arrived.
Single down to mid-on. If it was a Maximo shopping centre, what would it be filled of? I guess flamboyant shirts.
It looked big, right? You know what I thought, really, what it should have is imagine an indoor ECS specification cricket field, air-conditioned, with a fridge for us.
Hit hard, catching chance. So, oh, he's dropped it. It's burst through his hands. It's a big, big moment because it's Rahan and it's 4 runs.
Yeah, well, it got the chance, and it's a real awkward one. He tries to take it fingers pointing sideways in the end, but if you're going to do that, you have to judge the pace just right. Probably easier to catch that one with the fingers pointing away from you.
Reverse cup.
Yeah, but yeah, Ratnakis lets that one slip. We'll see if that comes back to bite, but it will be the end of the over. So yeah, just remember that moment because Raihan is dropped on 11. 2 overs down, 20 for 2.
Yeah, big moment in the game, that's for sure. Yeah, so you were saying you think that we could do an indoor ECS one day.
Imagine that.
I think they've got
climate-controlled ECS specification.
Where would you have a
If I win
lotto?
Yeah, if I win the lottery, which is hard because I don't play it, but, or as my maths professor used to tell me, your chances of winning the lottery are the same to 5 decimal places with or without a ticket. But yeah, that's what I'll do. Okay. Probably costs a lot. In Qatar, weren't they talking about air-conditioned stadiums and all that for the Football World Cup?
Would there be somewhere already in Europe big enough? A big, giant hall?
Question.
Well played. Just a short third. And yeah, good aggressive running.
Normally, I mean, because 50 metres from the centre of pitch, you're talking 100 metres across, plus...
I'm sure in Sweden, Norway and Finland, Scandinavian countries, in that winter period, they do play a lot of sports in a gigantic...
They play a version of indoor cricket here that's different from the indoor cricket we grew up with.
I'm talking big scale. We're talking this sort of field size.
Like kind of, the indoor stadium at the Docklands in Melbourne. Had ODI cricket there.
Shot. What a shot. Clever batting. He gets low so that he can get under the ball and does exactly that. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. He really gets down and dirty here, doesn't he? And picks it up. So, such a good judge of length, Raihan. So, he had his little scare. Now he's going back to what he does best, hitting boundaries and hitting a lot of them.
Yep. He enjoys getting low, doesn't he, and trying to play. It's not a scoop. It's not really a sweep. It's like a pickup shot.
Yeah, because you have the bounce in this pitch, you can do that, I think. Because it's giving you a higher ball to get under.
Yeah, shot. Another great shot. This time 6. This time collects the pole. Misses Andy out there just. Hope he's okay. 6 runs.
Yeah, maybe when we build our super stadium, we're going to need a net to protect all the officials. This one just does get across, and well, that's in the top bin almost, isn't it, of the dugout? Looking very nice under there as well. That's a new addition to this ground. It wasn't quite like that last time we were here.
It's like the little scorers and players pavilion, isn't it?
It's very nice. I know they've got, I touched on this earlier, but I didn't really get through it, but they do have some plans for a pavilion here and club rooms.
Shot. No, maybe not. Oh, he's gone. What a catch that is. Well, I thought he hit it well, straight through mid-off. In the end, Achintha, he makes good ground to his right and he snares it, Vinny.
He does, and I thought what you thought. And this is actually a really good catch because he actually steps on the circle marker as he catches it. But he goes up and judges it perfectly. See that last step? He actually takes off from that marker. So to not be distracted by that and still take the catch. This one here, look, knocks it a little bit. But it's Raihan, the big man, goes for 25. So the drop just cost them 14 runs, and that is one of the big 3 we saw earlier on back in the pavilion, and a big one. It's 31 for 1.
Yeah, when he first hit it, I would have sworn I thought he'd hit it over mid-off, but it just didn't get the elevation or the distance. Loses his wicket, but brings another dangerous man to the crease. How well did he bat in the first game?
He was brilliant. And that was 47 off 18. So he was striking at 261.
It's pretty decent.
Not a bad way to announce yourself in the series. But was a little bit shaky early. Had a hook that he just got away with, got a boundary from early on. So well done to Ratnakis. Well, he was the man that dropped Raihan, if you remember. But he came back and he got his wicket. So get one down. Couple to go.
Well, no one else has batted in the order.
Exactly right.
So you get another wicket here. You just open up an end just for a few nerves for the opposition.
100%.
I love that. I love that Motion's come out and thought, you know what, I'm still on 47 not out.
Yeah,
I'm going.
Why not? How do you like the keeping of Rila Gadagi?
I like both keepers in this game. You can just tell you've got 2 class keepers, and that's always nice to watch. He looks really organised.
Well, yeah, his footwork is excellent, and his hands are very good. And this just is one way to kind of unsettle these top order batters who probably want to go walkabout.
Well, that might be close, probably height. We know this pitch is bouncy. We'll take a closer look.
Yeah, that was on the replay with the height.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very high.
Climbing, foot's in the air as well. But the line seemed okay.
31 for 1 after 3.
So you can see the 3 overs so far in this match. And you know, RBMS still trucking on that 10 plus and over. The 3 overs went for 5, 15 and 11. But that 3rd over did bring the wicket of Sharif Raihan. So let's see if these 2 can continue their dominance with the bat. You asked me earlier, do you think they'll go with the same 3? And I said yes, in a way. And sure enough, we are seeing the same 3 from Royal Bangor. Royal Bangor Morning Sun, I should say. So, getting ready for the 4th over, and they're going to bowl out Ekneligoda. So I think he was brought on to unsettle Raihan, but I think the fact that the ball's new might help him a little bit because he does wobble it. So here we go with over number 4.
Slow and absolutely blasted away. 6 runs. He just sort of put the ball there instead of bending his back, and it goes the journey.
Yeah, take that. It's out of the ground. And that's the risk, isn't it? And they're challenging him to go after it, and he says, okay, I will. And then take that.
Yeah, he challenged him, and he responded. That cleared the rope pretty comfortably. Good comeback. Just the single this time. They're pushing for 2. And they'll just settle for the 1. Yeah, are you still surprised of Ben Stokes retiring early today? That's big news in world cricket, of just ODI cricket.
I am surprised, yeah. No, you talked about it in the context of what ODI cricket means. I mean, I still think, maybe called me old-fashioned. It's funny, this will sound old-fashioned now, but back in the day it wouldn't have.
High in the air. This should be a catching chance. He's going to get there. He catches it. Well, he holds it this time. That's a really important catch there by Rathnaikas, and he'll be happy with that.
Well, he's the man that dropped right hand earlier, remember, and he's back in that position this time. I was a bit worried because I don't think he picked up the line of it straight away, or the depth of it. So he actually hits the ball at speed, but he does really well to keep his composure and his technique pretty tight. And see, he just protects that ball with the dive. Really good catch. Well, there's 2 of the big 3 fish gone now. 38 for 2.
Yeah, we're going to see some new batsmen in this batting lineup. I haven't seen them before in this tournament. Rajib Ahmed, nicknamed Raju there, coming out to the wicket. He'll get his first bat of the tournament. It's a good catch, isn't it, Vin? He got there in the end. Caught there in the inner ring, so he made some good ground. Yeah, I am surprised about Ben Stokes. Just shows how much cricket's going on at the top level now. Lots of players struggling to play all 3 formats. Not easy.
So, Ekneligoda seems like a masterstroke to bowl him out here. Just seems to be the bowler that batters. I mean, you probably feel like you should be smashing him every ball out of the park, but you get one wrong, just like that, and he can take the wickets, and that was a very handy one. So Rajib Ahmed comes out for the first time in the series.
Yep, he gets his first run as well. Sort of swats that down to mid-off. So we get to see a few new batsmen in this match from the Bangor Morning Sun. I think that's good for their team as well. You need to get a couple of batsmen in form. Can't always just be the top 2 or 3. Well bowled. I'm going to scamper through, but they'll get the single quite easily.
Get there in the end. I'll say a quick hello to Peter, who's joined us in the chat. Nice to have you in the chat. Peter Handley and Kitty Hundley watching from the US. Now, Kitty, I always forget. I'm going to say, are you watching from Virginia? Is that right? I'm really bad at forgetting Kitty's state. But I actually had some American tourists on the table next to us last night when we were at dinner. They were quite good fun. We're interested about what we were doing here. From Oregon and from Florida, I think, in the end, wasn't it?
Yep.
So yeah, nice to meet a few people out and about. 4 overs down, score is 41 for 2. And that's one thing that I've realised. I mean, I have never been here when it's been so busy, having travelled here for, well, this is my 3rd time to Rome with European cricket. And yeah, I mean, first time it was a ghost town during quite a heavy lockdown back in March 2021. Even in November, probably, it wasn't a particularly great time of year then weather-wise compared to what it is now. So it wasn't so busy, but right now, geez, it's packed, and people all around the world are here.
Well, it's probably one of those spots. It's in the top 3, wouldn't it be? Like, usually when you want to travel the world, everyone roams on the cusp of their lips. We're saying, got to go to Rome. I'm very lucky to be here and bringing the cricket coverage. Very lucky to have a quick look at the sites yesterday on our one evening off. Yeah, very, very beautiful part of the world. One of the more beautiful cricket grounds been on in the ECS roller coaster as well. The bus that goes all around Europe. That'd be good if we got a giant bus one day, Vinny, and just toured around.
Yeah, ECS bus.
That would be great fun.
Get the band back together.
Who's the band?
I don't know. We have to them. Imagine we finished every ECS day with a concert. What would you play in the band?
Oh, Triangle.
Yeah. I'd like to see a Triangle.
Oh, Splice. Could be caught. Dropped. Dropped. Oh, no. Oh, should have been caught. It actually went straight to him. I just don't think he read it.
Got low on him a little bit. There's not a huge breeze. You can see it's behind the bowler at the moment. So, a lucky let-off. Because that could have been out straight away.
Should have been out, I think. Definitely had an opportunity there.
I was right. Kitty is in Virginia. So, hope you're having a lovely morning. Is this a bit wider this time? This is Nathan Deegate, who's come on to bowl for the first time. So, it is fourth game of the day. Fourth game of the day, right? So, random question time. Great time to go random questions.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Give us your random questions. The more random, the better.
Shot. What a lovely shot that is. Fortunately, he finds deep. Deep backward point. Interesting field. I like it.
Yeah.
Getting a bit funky.
Yeah, true. It's probably a good option. It's hard to go over those fielders for six. And it's hard to play any other shot. It's also, I mean, let's get it right in the gap. Probably not going to get four for it. Yeah, so a bit of food chat as well. That's genuine pasta last night at the restaurant where we went out near the Pantheon.
Oh, inside edge. It's a cruel game for a bowler sometimes. And it is that time especially. Ahmed gets lucky, gets four.
Yeah, you make your own luck. And certainly didn't have a lot of it in their innings. Remember CC, but RBMS, they have got lucky a couple of times. And it's more than luck. I think the reason they put these big scores on the board. But a couple of slices to Rajib as he hits the crease for the first time. It was the Pantheon. When I say it was near the Pantheon, we were literally sat out the front watching it. It's a beautiful quadrangle there.
That is so close to the leg stump, and the keeper can't get to it.
Well, there's luck, and then there's this. This does everything.
I think it's been signalled runs as well.
Well, has it? Let's have a look. I thought it was just seam movement.
Oh, yeah. I reckon there is a slight...
You think so?
Yeah, slightly.
Not convinced. But it doesn't really matter when it comes down to it. It'll be 4 runs. Yeah. Perhaps. That's the way it's signalled. So, fair enough. And what brings up the 50. Not the convincing way, but they are going at that kind of 10.5, 10.6 and over. About par on this ground. That one isn't going to get anything.
No
Keeper
way.
is going to just clunk it, and that's 5. Not good at all. Just when you're working your team back into the game, this one is a gift.
Well, the last 3 deliveries have gone straight past the keeper. It's unbelievable. Inside edge for 4, another inside edge for 4, and then a 5 wides. It's basically as bad as it gets. It's very frustrating for everyone involved.
Yeah, and I think the keeper will be annoyed that he doesn't stop that. I mean, it's not his fault where the ball was pitched, but Minaganagi is a very adept gloveman. There's that bounce we've been talking about, Corey. That's in this pitch. It's the end of the over as well, halfway through this first innings in match 4. It's 56 for 2. So players probably go and have their quick drinks break, which gives us a chance to mention that. Bit of chat about Portugal. The FanCode European Cricket T10. Portugal starting on Thursday. Charlie Hunt, he'll be over there. And he'll be keeping busy with those 5 teams. Mentioned them earlier today. Charlie also is going to jump on with me for an ECS just before ECC starts. And you can find out more by going to europeancricket.com. We did have a night series in Portugal back in April 2021. So that Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo is the host stadium once again. And look, it's an interesting interesting place to play cricket. It's a converted football stadium, so the square boundaries are really, really short. But the scores there weren't as high as I might have imagined, but I think maybe a bit different this time as well with 5 teams. And the 5 teams there, they were picked based on their current T20 season. So teams like Oerash, not in the top 5, so we won't see Conrad Greenshields. Well, certainly not for Oerash anyway. You know, he's also represented Marlow in the past, e.g. the ECL, and occasionally in other cricket matches over there. But yeah, I know there's a bit happening in Portugal, actually, because they actually have a match coming up. I think it's this weekend. That is it's an annual fixture. I'll give you some more information about it in a second. First, I'm going to introduce the 6th over. And this will be Atanaka, who's going to bowl here. So, yeah, just chatting to Conrad. I was asking what he's up to. And he was also telling me about another match that they've got this weekend.
Like a charity match, or?
Yeah, it's not really a charity match, but I'll tell you in a second. Just waiting for this first ball. So, here we go. Eventually. Well, this is why at the end we had allowances, because it seems to take a bit longer than we're planning on with these drinks breaks.
Probably going to be a wide as well. What's this tournament, Vinny? You got me curious.
It's not a tournament. It's a traditional match. I'm just trying to get the exact name. So it's basically all the cricketers from Porto take on the cricketers from Lisbon once a year.
It's like a regional match.
Yeah. And it's not a limited overs match. So yeah.
What's it?
It's called the Kendall Cup. That's what I was searching for. It's the Kendall Cup, and it's held in Porto, I believe, this year. It's a 2-day cricket match between representative teams of Lisbon and Porto, respectively. And it's been played almost annually, with a couple of exceptions, since 1861. Wow.
Another inside edge. Don't tell me that's going to go for 4 as well. No, it won't. Just the single. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, so the cup itself was originally presented in 1920 by Mr. A.C. Kendall. And it was in memory of Lieutenant Rawes, who died in World War I, a keen cricketer who lived and played in Portugal. So since 1920, the fixture has taken place every year, except for 5 years during World War II. And yeah, it's quite well contested. And they had a 150-year anniversary match in 2011. So this year will be, what, 161 years. So
how many overs each team?
It's unlimited, I think, the 2-day cricket
had
match.
90 bowled in a day?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many, but the Portuguese guys, do you reckon they'll do 90?
I was just trying to think of how that 60. Game might go. There'd be some tired bodies.
Yeah. I could ask Conrad. I'll send him a message and maybe he can give me some more information. I wasn't aware until I looked it up. What a great tradition.
Hit straight. Nice looking shot. That might beat the 2 men. No, good pickup. Really nice pickup. Good throw too.
That's how you do it. It's a different feel to this game than last game, where the top 3 dominated. They still do have Anik Ahmed there. Obviously, Rajib's also very capable, but certainly you're not looking at that 140 plus. There'll be something a bit more in the realms of possibility, I think, for Roma CC in the second innings.
Yeah, they've done a bit better with the ball, that is for sure. Well, they've got different sort of fields, different sort of game plans. I do like that. Team's thinking outside the box. Shot. Nice shot. Dead straight. And 4. 1 bounce 4 just inside the rope. And Ahmed, good batting.
Yeah, this one just pitches inside. It almost goes all the way. The placement makes this, doesn't it? And yeah, you can see this one just pops inside the line. Still handy boundary.
Looking over in their dugout at the moment, the Morning Suns dugout, they've got 4 of them fully padded up, practicing swiping at the ball. So yeah, they want 150. They still want to keep going.
They're not mucking around.
High in the air. There's that deep point. Backward point, it spins off his hand, and they will just settle for 1.
In the end, funny because he was coming in, trying to turn into a catch. In the end, he just has to field it on the bounce. So 65 for 2 after 6. So where are we at? It's like, yeah, we're at 11 and over-ish, I suppose. Maybe 110. Probably a bit of luck. I could get up to 120 or so. But also, conversely, coming a couple of good overs here for Roma CC, and they might still be able to keep them down below 100.
Yeah, absolutely. They haven't used a 5th bowler yet. Might use a 6th as well. So still plenty of options for the captain. Plenty to think about. 4 overs to go. They don't want to be chasing anything over 115, I think. Coming into quite a muggy sort of afternoon. Bit of cloud cover over the top. Still extremely hot. There's going to be some left arm off spin now. Mirage. He bowled well earlier. Too light the cut of his jib. Flighted. He's like a brave bowler. Hit pretty hard. And little fumble, which should just be the single. Good to see an old traditional left arm off spinner in the game as well.
Yeah, for sure. And, he's pretty handy earlier. So yeah, variety being the spice, I think, today. That's what we've seen. Different types of bowlers. He tosses this one up. An awkward pocket of the field, but they'll still just get one. So yeah, I've asked Conrad for some information about the Kendall Cup. So yeah, looking forward to hearing that. Give it to you in the second half of this game.
It's well bowled. Really well bowled. Just gives that one a lot more air. Forces him to play a pretty loose stroke. Not much technique about that one. This one a little bit flatter. Swatted away. Should only be the 1 though. Yeah, good pick up. We'll start this from Mirage again. Trying to be effective.
Yeah, can. Yeah, so hello to Charlie, who's in the chat at the moment. He'll be presenting the Portuguese Night Series just 3 nights away. Exciting. It's like Christmas. So you'll be getting 6 games a day through Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday, you'll get 4 games from Portugal as well. So you'll get a bit of a bonus. And so it'll be the 2 night games, but it'll also be 2 games earlier than that. Last ball of the over coming from Maragi.
High in the air. Can he catch this? Well, oh, it's a funny old catch in the end because deep mid on has run about 35 metres to his right and caught it right in front of deep mid wicket.
This is a funny one. I mean, it's all fun and games now because Nut Dige is going to say that's fine as long as he caught it. But you know what this reminds me of? In baseball, there's a clear chain of command. And this is what kind of thing would happen in the centre fielder in baseball because normally your long on is your better fielder. So if I can reach comfortably, I'm catching it. So even though that's straight down the throat of Nut Dige, who is, let's just say, he doesn't look immediately plussed. But I think it's probably smart cricket if he's got a better pair of hands, if that's what the thought is. Anyway, 69 for 3 after 7 overs. Tomorrow we'll get to see more cricket. And, well, we've got Roma Caponelli and Rome Bangla Morning Sun in the morning, then Kent Lanka, Royal Roma in the afternoon. Join us regular time again, 6:30 MGMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and 12 in India.
Yep, another day of good cricket. Looking forward to seeing Kent Lanka.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a county
Nico
team.
Fernando, remember he was chatting to us last week?
Yep.
So yeah, Sri Lanka.
Why are they called Kent?
It's the area where they're from. They're from down a bit south of here. They've got a bit of a drive.
I was going to say, like the county teams, like a county team and a national team all in one.
We'll be hoping for a bit of a better performance compared to last year. Yeah, they were the 5th team. They missed out in the finals. It's a bit more pleasant than it was earlier on now, isn't it, with that cloud cover.
High on the pad. He's going to scamper for a leg bye. If he hits, he could be gone. Misses. That's really, well, it's good backing up as well. Don't get the extra run.
So Alex Langford in the chat saying can't wait to join up with you all very soon to play in this amazing tournament. He's just as mad as Pavel. Now, where are you playing then, Alex? Tell us if you've got a game. Alex is a big fan, so you know it's one of his ambitions to play in the European Cricket Series. But again, you got to find somewhere in Europe and join a team. Do you know we've had in that article and the news story from ABC over the weekend. I think Dan Weston was saying we had something like 6,000 cricketers play in our tournaments. It's crazy, isn't it?
That's a lot.
Yeah.
In a very small period of time.
Yeah. It's quite incredible.
Be a wide.
Something like 393 different clubs and teams.
I just had the silliest idea in my head. I'm glad I didn't say it out loud. But I'll say it anyway because I know this will make you laugh. I was just thinking, imagine if you could get all the best teams that have won ECSs and got them to go play each other.
Yeah.
Well,
that'd be interesting.
Well, that's the Champions League. We do that, Vin.
Yeah, well, that's... sometimes people say that, but yeah, that's exactly what it's about. That's what the ECL is about.
Oh, Conrad Greenshields is in the chat. Looks like the bowler's hurt his arm a little bit. Just going to get a rub. Hello, Conrad. I think there's a few questions going on about the Portuguese match on the weekend. As we said, the bowler just getting a bit of recovery time. Maybe Conrad can describe a little bit more about what it's about. I'm not too sure that helps, Vinny. Look at that, Vin. Oh,
Yeah?
Oh. Oh.
Now tell me, you work with strength and conditioning coaches. What's that doing?
He's just pulled his shoulders out. I don't know. That didn't look comfortable, that's for sure. Oh, looks like he's okay. Maybe just a small niggle.
Yeah. See this one.
Yeah, sneaking it inside.
You think so?
Yep.
He's a bit lucky to get away with that. I thought that got a bit of the tram line. This is the keeper, Chandra Bhowmick, who's out there now. So they haven't got rid of Anik Ahmed yet, but they just not quite. Hasn't quite hit his straps, has he? Oh, taking a risky one. And, well, probably worth it because Ahmed was going to get home. Bhowmick was one that was, I suppose, dispensable, according to his partner. But they get away with it.
Yeah, it's aggressive running. I reckon he's out if it hits, though. Slightly suicidal. I mean, you got to try to take a risk to get those runs up there. Just faltering a little bit.
Hello to Wazza, who's joined the chat. He said it's been a bit of a heat wave in Europe. Thanks for the heads up, Waz.
Yeah,
Let's
thanks,
see how hot it was earlier.
You can tell my...
We were cooking from the inside out, weren't we? It was hot.
I've been on my third shirt today.
Some things weren't working because of the heat. A bit of a cooling breeze now, but it got right up to, I'd say 36, 38 is what it was telling me. You can add 10 degrees, I think, out here. And the cube was a proper fire cube. So right now, telling me it's 32 degrees, so it's just dropped off. It's actually quite pleasant.
Hit hard, down the long on. Just the one. They're just finishing the last maybe 3 overs. A couple of wickets. Slowed them right up, hasn't it?
Yeah, sure has. This is why I love the double-header format. I mean, I wasn't sold on it straight away, but it does give a team that gets whacked a right of reply. And it has a bit of a storyline to it.
So, last ball of the 8th. Been a pretty effective over. It's taking their time, though. Well, that's a huge appeal. Gone. Quick out. Yep, easy. That was absolutely plum. And when you know it's plum, no need to even think about it.
It would have been good in the old Wild West, I think, because he's very quick. Umpire Fernando to draw the trigger. And we'll have a look at this on the replay and we'll see why.
Well, if you're at a Western, shoot 'em up, Vinny. Bang. That is a plum. That is easy to
The ball
give
hadn't even got close to stopping moving and the finger was up.
When you know, you know.
Yeah, that's what they say. So it's the end of the 8th over. The score is 74 for 4.
Yeah, so Conrad Greenshield's in the chat. Tell us about the Kendall Cup. A few people have been asking. Be interested to see Greenshield's play a white ball, a red ball, white clothing
that's one
fixture.
of my questions these days, assuming they play in whites, but Conrad can fill me in. I know he's left me a voice message, but I'm going to listen to it in the break and I'll give you my thoughts. I've asked him in the chat as well. Good to have you with us, Conrad, as always. Yeah, shame that we won't be seeing Wearish in the night series. All right, here we go with Maragi over number 9. All happens in the 9th. Starts with a fairly innocuous cover drive for one. Hello to Chris Smith as well. Hope you're well. Was a saying, being from WA, Western Australia, thought I'd have a lifetime acclimatisation to the heat. Well, that is true, but I don't know. There's something about this.
This is different.
I mean, if you...
34 in Australia is nothing. 34
I'm
in
starting
Europe.
to agree with this. I don't know if I'm just getting soft.
You are getting a bit soft.
But the cube is basically a microwave. Anyway, we've been under attack from the heat. Cricket balls. Almost had my laptop cleaned up. Of course, last year I did actually lose the screen. Well, this could be trouble. If he can get in, he doesn't want to.
Oh.
Happy to take it on the bounce.
What do you think about that, Vinny?
Probably don't mind. Janelle's new to the crease. He's not really a threat at this stage. It could become a threat. Plus, it's hot. But, if he had have caught it, I suppose you keep Anik Ahmed away from the strike, but he's not able to do too much with it as he drags it single out to deep mid-wicket.
Look at if you take a lean forward from the cube, Vinny. Take a look to your right, just where the other next two batsmen are waiting.
Yeah, they're itchy.
That is a great shot. The rest of the batsmen in this batting lineup, they're ready to go. High in the air. This could be caught. It's a chance at least. Caught. Nice, safe catch. And wicket falls. Well bowled to Mirage. He's a great little left arm tweaker.
Yeah, it was well bowled, and he wasn't afraid to give it a bit of height. You see, so he almost got caught earlier in the over. This time he does give a chance. Geez, that's a really good catch, isn't it? You see, I love the way he protects the ball. And yeah, I've got to say, Summer Akun's taken a couple of hangers in this innings. And that one was all his. Didn't have to steal it off anybody. So 77 for 5. And there's no chance of these batters getting timed out. They're itchy to get out there, aren't they? Because they haven't had a chance yet. These the middle order and lower order of Rombang the Morning Sun.
Oh, there you go. There's the double bat tap fist bump. You ever do anything like that?
The bat tap is something that I only really noticed when I came to Europe. I would have thought it's not great for the bat. Glove punching I didn't mind. Nothing like glove punching after nicking one through slips for 4.
Yep.
As they say. Maragi's been good though. He's got 2 for 7. Gets lucky. French cut. And a bit of shrug emoji from the keeper. This one won't go all the way though. It's not quite as quick as some of the outfields we've seen so far. Probably because of the grass. And they will get 2. Conrad giving us a bit of info. Saying the Kendall Cup been played since 1861. 2-day format. Duke cricket balls. So red cricket balls and white clothes. This year's the centenary game. Porto currently the holders of the cup.
How many overs, Conrad?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Trouble. Maybe okay. Bounce in the outfield. They're pretty slow to get going. But they will get 1.
Hey, can anybody play in that?
Yeah, getting interested.
Well, there's the next batsman waiting to come in, Vinny, as it's 80 for 5
That's
after
as close
9.
to being on the field.
So
just
before the last couple of weeks, there was 3 of them padded up like this, just waiting.
It's
just
probably
look
a
at the
good
arm.
bet. I mean, it's the 10th over.
Is it an imposing figure? The new batsman's just ready.
So I'm going to assume that's Siddiqui that's coming in next. Do you think he'll get a bat? Six balls to go?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
I'd love to know how many wicketless 10th overs we have.
That's not even just pad rash. That's helmet rash.
He's
That's
ready
full
to
rash.
Go. It's showing that he's keen to bat. That's good. But yeah, Conrad, tell us a bit more about maybe about the format. And well, we had information that it was from 1861. So if this is a centenary game, centenary of what in particular? Maybe you can let us know. But yes, Porto hold it at the moment. So yeah, fantastic to have Conrad in the chat. One of the real personalities of European cricket. Okay, everybody, tuck your trousers into your socks. Here we go. It's over number 10. Nutton Digay is going to bowl. Starts with a dot. And wants to go walkabout. I think that Ahmed wants to strike, but he wasn't willing to get run out. So this is where I think he's going to move it back in. Made that ball good. But this is where, as the batter, you always have to keep that end safe, and then maybe you can get the set batter down there. Cracks it, and so they will get 1. One hand, one bounce.
Oh, what fielding. He's made that look really easy. They've had that field the whole time, so no deep cover point, and they've got basically almost 2/3 mans. A little bit different.
So, I mean, they were tracking for something like 110 or something, but they've really put the stoppers up. Roma CC, this is a good effort from them. And yeah, at one point they were 65 for 2 after 6 overs. Since then, we've only seen 16 runs in 20 balls. Digs it in, why not? This is the whacker of Europe. Anik Ahmed, I think he'll be a bit frustrated. He has batted through the innings, but he hasn't been able to go at the kind of pace that he would have wanted to. And now, it's not even like he's been crazy to get the strike back, because he knows that he's just not really pulling out the big shots, not coming off for him.
Yeah, just not getting it away. Real disappointing for him. 22 off 20, striking out only 104.
Well, now they are going to run. Going to try and ping it, or maybe double run out attempt, but unfortunately, Rilagadagi throws a gutter ball. And so we'll get Anik Ahmed on strike. Can he just get one out of the screws in 22 off 20 balls? Yeah, he's hit 1-6, no 4s in his innings. Well, this one is going to be the second 6 of the innings, and that's how to do it. Maximo. Anik said, got my eye in now. Ball 9.5 disappears. Drags them up to 89 with the ball remaining.
Yeah, the noise off the bat then was sensational. He knew from the moment he hit it that was going. Watch the fielder here. Good ground to try and get to it. Then, whoop, straight over the cricket bags. Thankfully, he's okay.
Chris, you've got a really good question, and I'd like you to ask it again at the start of the second innings to remind me, because this is the last ball. I'll give a bit more of a full answer about your question about building structures around the ground. Well, this one's absolutely monstered. And, well, if this game had gone another 10 overs, he might have finished on 200, because he's just hitting his straps, but that'll do it. 95 for 5. Anik does get the strike back, steals the strike back. Remember, they had a chance to run him out, but he'll finish on 34, and Rome Bangla Morning Sun will finish 95 on the board. But Roma CC, after that shellacking that they copped in match 3, they'll feel to have every opportunity of chasing these runs down. In fact, it's a similar kind of chase that they were faced with in the semi-final last year against RBMS, and they were successful on that occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they can hold their heads up high. Only chasing 95, 96 to win this time. That's a great recovery. Let's take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, so it's all about the big 3 fish, wasn't it, for Rome Bangla Morning Sun. And, yeah, once again, we saw this opportunity, didn't we? As Sharif Raihan ended up getting dropped. And, well, we'll put on another 14 runs, but yeah, ultimately, he would fall, and that was a really good catch from Nat Ndige to remove him. So he was one of the big 3 to go. Brought Mosen to the crease, but yeah, ultimately wasn't able to replicate his heroics of earlier, as he ended up going for a 3-ball duck. And again, that was a nice catch. That was Ratnayakas, who was the man who dropped Raihan, but he was able to get Mosen before he could score. Rajib came out and actually hit a few good shots, hit 3 boundaries in his 19. That was one that obviously got a little bit of an edge. This is one that didn't get anything. And when the cartwheels away, so was the ball. And it was left to Anik Ahmed to try and keep the score moving, but he did struggle to find his touch until the very, very end. Rajib ended up getting caught by Samarakun, who pulled rank. And yeah, so at one stage they were 65 for 2. Ultimately, they only get 30 off the last 4 overs, but 15 of those came in the last over. So they really put the shutters on in over 7, 8, and 9. Yeah,
they put the shutters on. It was really impressive bowling. They got wickets at the right time. They took most of their catches. A better fielding performance overall. That was a nice snare there in the inner ring, making good ground to run forward that far and hold on to the catch. And that's the thing, when you field better, you don't take more chances. You're going to keep the runs down, aren't you, Vinny?
Yeah, I couldn't see really 2 performances like that in a row from Roma CC. But I mean, it was their batting that really let them down, as well as their their performance in the first half, but there was just some really good batting from RBMS. And they'll be wanting to chase down this 96 and at least walk away with some points here on opening day. Hannick Ahmed ends up top scoring. It took to the last 2 balls for him to overtake Raihan, as he never really got going until the 10th. Hannick Ahmed, but yeah, back-to-back Maximos to finish, dragged him up to 95. Sharif Raihan, he was the first to go, 25 off 12. A duck for Mohsin Rajib with 19 useful runs. But yeah, just a couple of times the ball got away from Rome Bangla Morning Sun. And well, 9 wides you can see there for MCC. That wasn't great. 5 of them came in 1 delivery though. As far as the bowling figures went, well, we'll say that most of the bowlers bowled okay. Nuttendige got a bit of treatment late on, but Tinidu Maragi, very, very good 2 for 10 with his left arm tweakers. Single wickets for Ratnayaka, Sekna Lagoda, and Athanayaka, who only conceded a runner ball off his 2 overs. So we'll have a quick break, quick turnaround, last game of the day. Back in a few minutes with the chase. Rome and CC trying to put some points on the board. They'll need 96 if they're going to do that. We'll see you very, very shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm at the RCG with Corey Ruckers, and we'll be back shortly with the final instalment of opening day in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to Rome. And it is opening day of this FanCode European Cricket Series. 5 teams fighting it out for the last spot in the Super Series, which starts in a week's time. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And, well, settle in, because this could be a very interesting final stanza of the day. Rome CC were taken apart by Rome Bangor Morning Sun in match 3, no other way to say it. And now they've got it a bit more under control. Rome Bangor Morning Sun in match 3 put 144 on the board. This time around, they've only put on 95. I say only, it's probably a dozen below the average per 10 overs at this ground. But still, you're going to have to bat well. They need 96. And to give you an idea, Rome CC earlier on, they made 59. But slightly different circumstance as well. I think they'll know they don't have to be too crazy. Having said that, they do play an attacking brand of cricket, don't they? Almost ready to go. Say big thank you to the officials. The Vanetta Picaro, she's out in the middle, and she says play. Sanaka Fernando is the other on-field official in this one. Solomon Saeed, third umpire. Starts with a little under edge, and it goes under the keeper. Under's the right word for that. And, well, that's a pretty good golf shot as well, pretty close to the pin. Maragi gets a bit of luck. And it was never really going to be catchable, was it? Because it goes down. But to be honest, that's a bad bounce for the keeper. Chandra Bhowmick, who he can't deal with it, ends up going straight through his legs and going for 4. A dream start. That's the thing, Maragi seemed to have walked under ladders or something last time because he just didn't have a lot of luck. And he was the man that actually chased down a similar score for Roma CC in the semi-final last year. And this time he's going to go over the top. Doesn't quite get it. Fielder goes back, but just out of his reach. So another close escape for Maragi. He's 5 off 2. Now here's Prabhath Eknelagoda. I think he'll prefer this kind of a target because he's the one guy. I wouldn't say he's an out-and-out hitter. He is more of your traditional opening batter. Not to say that he's defensive, but he plays cricket shots. And I think when he was trying to chase 140 before, and Maragi had a bit of a dodgy start, I think that he kind of lost his shape a little bit, tried a bit too hard, lost his middle stump. But I think this is a really good opportunity for him to engineer a chase. But he's going to have to deal with some good bowlers, including Bilal Hussain, who took 2 earlier on. Also saw Abasali take 4 wickets in the previous game. So at least Roma CC, they'd be feeling a bit better when their head goes on the pillow tonight if they were to chase these runs down. Eknelagoda goes over cover. Nice shot. And this is going to be 4. He just holds the post. Well, a bit of chaos in the tent. How have they got a fan down there? Now, hold on a second. Why don't we have a fan? That's it. I'm off. Just joking. Oh, but I would like to know if there's a second fan. Down leg side, more pain for the keeper. Does pretty well to block it with his body, but still get away for 2 wides. And, this is cricket. You can take the same 2 teams. You can have the same conditions. You can have the same toss result. You can have dramatically different feels to a cricket match. You see, it's actually pretty gutsy keeping from Chandra Bhowmick behind the stumps. This one is going to sneak through the infield. And that's where they caught Maragi before. He hit a pretty nice little uppercut for 4 just behind point. And they put the deep backward point in and he hit it straight down his throat. So they're sticking with that field for the right-hander. For the left-hander, slightly different. And they've decided to go offside sweepers as their 2 outfielders. So deep point, long off. Probably trying to tempt the batter, Prabhath Eknelagoda, to go across the line. You can see it was a very correct shot, his first boundary. Push and run. Well, he has to hustle. This might have been close, Maragi, don't think he was 100% convinced on the run, but got called through. would have just been home. Yeah, so Chris Smith had a question just before the break, and thanks for asking it again. So when the building work around the ground will be complete, are they building more structures? Well, actually, it's super interesting, what's happening on that side of the ground, to the right-hand side of the ground. Probably try and show you in a second, but it's actually not building. It's archaeologists that are working, and they've discovered something quite interesting about this ground. Short, and well, right on cue. It'll be to that part of the ground, and it will be fielded. And so Viragi once again maybe gets a bit lucky that this doesn't carry to the outfielder. It's the end of the over, and so 14 come off at 14 for no loss. Just quickly, we'll have a look at this, and you can see that last year 110 was the average run rate. So yeah, about 110 par. Seems like that's fair enough. I think it's probably about 15 under par, but still you're going to have to bat well. You see, this is actually a discovery they've made, that underneath this cricket ground there is an ancient street, or a very old street, Roman street. And so they are just doing a bit of research about that. So yeah, that's exactly what it is. Hit nicely, back foot, but sits up nicely for the fielder. Bilal Hussain does the fielding. Yeah, so isn't that interesting? So apparently the street runs right under this cricket ground. So in Rome, essentially they've built up a few times over the thousands of years of the history. Modern history, I suppose, but ancient history. So yeah, that's the story. And they won't actually interfere with the cricket ground. They can do their research just from the hole on the right of your screen. Pulls away and gets a pretty good 4 runs. And just a little bit too short. It's amazing how quick things can change. Abbas Ali, who took 4 for before. This is a more convincing stroke from Dinidu, as he punches that one straight over mid-on and gets 4. Yeah, another miss it. Tell you what, he's had a hatful of luck here, because any one of these could have gone out. Now he's going to get even more luck, because he's going to get an overthrow. And now he's going to get more luck, because he hits the edge of the pitch and bounces over everyone, but they won't get a second. So yeah. So I don't know, well, maybe we'll have to ask tournament referee Sir Rob Kemming if he knows anything about that. But Vinny Sandhu here in the commentary cube. With me is Corey Ruckers. Corey, what do you think about this chase? Very different feel in this game compared to the earlier one.
Did I see a fan over there in the scorer's tent? Yeah. Well, controversy.
This is gonna.
No, this is a pretty evenly poised game.
It's a good shot. Not a good ball though. It was Gundy. It was down. It was at the leg stump. Ikna Lagoda, his second boundary, and this opening partnership making inroads into this target.
Yeah, absolutely. What a shot that is. And they need a good opening partnership. They're getting it. Just takes the edge off it. Isn't cricket a funny game? They were absolutely smashed a couple of hours ago. Only maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours. Now they look like they're going to smash the opponent's back.
Yeah.
Round 2, ding ding.
It does look like that way, but let's not call it too early. A lot can happen. And, Chris is asking about the ambulance. It's not there for the archaeologists. It's there for us, Chris, if it's required. Don't see any archaeologists around today, though. Walks at this one slightly, and I've got to say, some of the football skills have been on point from these guys. Bilal Hussain does the fielding. Just a reminder, 376 matches without a golden ball. We went past the Brian Lara 375. 376, that's 123 past our previous record. So it's basically 5 weeks worth of cricket longer than our previous longest streak. Uppercut, and this time it's going to go, and it's going to go the journey. It's going to be 4, and that is the area that they kind of caught him before, but they've decided to move the outfielder's leg side now because he's been hitting runs over there. But you can't have them everywhere. We are still in the power play. And that's the end of the over. 2 overs down. Roma CC in good shape. It's 28 without loss.
Yeah, unfortunately the bowlers, maybe they're searching a little bit, but they've bowled everywhere. That was short wide. Did it deserve to be hit? Here's the table at the moment. Well, Bangla Morning Sun from Rome, they're trying to make it a clean sweep for their day, but Roma CC, they're going to come back strong.
Look at the net run rate, though. I mean, Roma CC, they can turn that around. The good thing, I suppose, is it's 8 games, so one terrible game probably doesn't affect your net run rate as much as, for example, in the Super 5 stage on Thursday and Friday last week, where the table was only for 4 games. So we were able to see Cricket Stars quite dramatically pull that back and grab the top 2 spot, the double chance. So I want to say hello to Jeff Maguire. I hope you're well. And yeah, Jeff saying it's good looking artificial turf. It's a good pitch. It's a really good pitch. It's wide, it's clear, and the field looks in really good shape. I've been seeing a few photos over the last 2-3 weeks, and yeah, really looking good. Considering this time of year, when we were up in the north, you weren't allowed to water fields, and that's why we saw it's pretty dry, dusty surfaces. But right here, it's beautiful for cricket. Raihan's going to come on and try his arm in the 3rd. Can he break this partnership? Ekna Lagoda is going to be the batter facing up, left-hander. Goes for it, but doesn't quite get it. Could be a catching chance. And it has been caught. Nice catch. Mohammed Sadiq. Now he comes in and he feels pretty relieved, I think, with that. That's a big wicket because Pravath Ekna Lagoda, I could see him anchoring the chase, but he falls for 10. Tries to go down the ground. He goes up, but he doesn't go out. It's him that's going out. The score is 28 for 1.
Yeah, could have he looked at one ball, hadn't watched any from the spinner yet, decided to take it on first peel. Not sure that was the right option, and it cost him his wicket. He'll be super disappointed with that. And does that change the fate of this game?
Yeah, potentially. But I don't mind them going for their shots. I mean, they do have a long batting order. I know we didn't really see it last time, but the run rate required was out of control. And they just got on a run of wickets that they couldn't peg back. But I hope that doesn't affect their approach.
I know we're always for player safety and all that, but I tell you what, it's nice to see a keeper with long sleeves, speed glasses on, and no helmet. Just old school.
You think?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
No, normally you'd have a cap or something on, wouldn't you?
Yeah, cap okay, but usually all
You've got to go back to like the 1940s.
All the keepers these days are wearing helmets. That's good to see a keeper, just old traditional,
well,
long sleeve.
You get one in the schnoz.
Nah.
I always think keeping, if you get in the head, it's rarely your fault because it normally deflects off something.
Look at him. Look how professional that looks. I love it.
Yeah, Chandra Bhowmick back there. So Raihan, he gets his opposite number. Opening batter. Yeah, that's a pretty good ball. Takes the outside edge. New batter out there is Samarakun. And tell me if you like that, because Samarakun is a guy that did bat well for them before. He scored 23 down at 6. So they said, okay, you're in form, you've got some confidence. So you go out there at number 3. What do you think?
Yeah, why not? You mess around in this format a little bit. Try things, why not?
Well done to Jeff. He said he ran his first ever T10 tournament, raised over £3,500 for charity. Everyone loved the format. Planning another for the end of the season. That's great to hear.
Good job, Jeff.
He's a good man. I'm super excited to hear he had such a good result. It's a very addictive format. Players, spectators, whoever. Goes back and pulls. Bit of work to do for the fielder. He's not getting there. Cuatro, Cadenas Mas. And Marage. Well, the shades of last year in this, because in this matchup was the semi-final. They were able to hold Rome Bangla Morning Sun something in the 90s, and that was the one game that he got away and was able to hit the ball very well. He's back.
Getting a bit short there, Vinny.
He scored 45 off 20 with 6 sixes in that game. No 4s.
Rate it.
So I think they have to call for a new ball. That one might have gone through the wormhole into another time. So isn't it nice to see some familiar faces? And yeah, I've got to say, Vanetta Piccaro, she really impresses me with her umpiring. I mean, you don't really notice her. I mean, it goes for all the officials actually today. We haven't actually noticed them too much. She's out there with Sanaka Fernando. Sulaiman Saeed's been the other official we've seen on the field. So for just 3 umpires to be doing the the 4 matches. It's a big effort. But right now, I have to try and find a kookaburra now. I don't know if there's some sort of incident. It might be an injury incident.
Yeah, okay.
And it looks like Siddiqui that took that catch is just getting a bit of attention from the medic. So yeah, maybe the way he took that might have split a webbing, or might have been an issue with a fingernail. That can happen sometimes. So he's just going to sit down and get a bit of treatment. Probably get to see the 12th man, Naheed Mahmood, come onto the field.
Yep. Yeah, so something must have happened.
Yeah, must have been taking that catch. That's all I can think.
Hopefully he'll be okay and back on the field soon.
Right now, they've got the run rate required down to 8.4 and over. So if they don't run out of wickets, it's hard to see them not winning this. Roma CC. So just a slight finger injury. Hopefully, you can tape that up and see him out there again soon, Mohamed Siddiqui. Raihan then gets a go at Maragi. Would love to get rid of him. Then I think it'll be game on. He's back and hits it pretty hard. Hits it into the gap and hits it to the boundary. Under the fence, 4 more. And Raihan just getting a little bit short, but to be honest, he gets deep in his crease there and he spots the length early. Pretty good cricket shot from Dini Maragi.
Yep, very good shot indeed. Used the whole part of his crease so he can play the horizontal bat shot. He looks good, 24 off 10. He's motoring away.
He's doing a good job. This is hit, and hit pretty well. Going, gone on the roof. It's a roofer. Maragi turning it on. Maximo, he moves to 30. He's got 30 out of the 43 runs in this innings.
Well, he is absolutely smoking them, Vinny, and he doesn't mind that they're ahead of the rate. He just wants to keep going and going and going. That was a roofer. Great shot.
Yeah, fantastic shot. Sent everyone scrambling. Tell you what, glad that didn't hit Siddiqui. He was getting some medical attention in that area. It was a challenge kind of length, wasn't it, from Raihan. Maragi was up to the challenge. Last ball of the power play. Oh, he pokes at it. It gets lucky. I think that's one of those situations. It's the last ball of the power play, so he feels like he should be going it no matter what, but he probably doesn't need to. What happens here? Does it bounce off the keeper onto the stumps? Let's have a look.
It did flick the stump on the way through and the bail came off, but he's safe by a long, long way.
So, yeah, 44 for 1 at the end of the power play. Just the power play you want. I mean, it's better than what you would have been happy with already. If you got 30 odd, you're probably happy even 30. But, yeah, 44. Pretty consistent scoring as well in this innings. We've got 14, 14, 16. Into the middle overs then. Protect the boundaries a bit more, but now you're at the situation where you got the run rate required down below 7.5. You can probably just push them from here. I don't think they will. I want to say hello to Ian Latin. I hope you're well. He's watching from Gibraltar, I'm sure. But it's great to see you in the chat. He's asking, is this the same Maragi who played for the Italy national team? And yeah, I believe so. He's played in the past. Hit hard, hit pretty well. He hit straight at the fielder. So Maragi will grab one.
Well, you can tell why. He's got that left arm off spin, Vinny, that's pretty effective.
Yeah.
And he looks more than an accomplished batsman. Times the pants off the ball.
And he's played 22 first-class matches in Sri Lanka. Yeah. High score of 47. I think he played more as a spinner. I think that battered down the order.
Tell you what, if you played 22 first-class matches, you've done something right.
Yeah, exactly. So he's an exciting player to watch. But again, he's had a knack of getting out last year. Samara could, wants to get off the mark, but won't. So really exciting first day of action. We'll see Kent Laker joining the party tomorrow. bit leg stumpish.
I think that was pitching outside for me, Vinny. Too many things in doubt there. Yeah, pitching outside by a long way. Definitely not out. A few emotions spilling over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny how often your last performance is what you go away from the ground feeling. So even though they got absolutely smacked in game 3, Roma CC will actually be feeling pretty confident if they can win this last game. Could be trouble. It is. And so he's gone. Goes to the well once too often. Maragi tries to sweep. And Islam gets his wicket. Well, they're not even quite halfway there yet. And considering what we saw earlier, Rome Bank the Morning Sun will feel like they have just opened the window. Yeah, that one for me, hitting in line.
Oh, I don't know.
I like that one. I don't see that one missing.
Look at the angle he comes on, Vinny. It actually does get a bit of purchase. So watch the angle.
Yeah, watching it.
Turns a bit. Still a long way to travel.
Does hit him.
They hits him on middle and leg, so for me that's going to just
I think they hits him more on middle. I think it hits on the left-hand side of the pad. So
umpire's call clipping.
Yeah, I think that's a fair enough decision. Certainly one you might want to debate, but don't think you can excuse the umpire for giving that one out. So Maragi, his day is over. He goes for pretty distinguished 32 or 14 balls. The score's 46 for 2. Yeah, I thought it was fair enough. Rifat Islam, he's an unusual sort of spinner, the way that he bowls. And a lot of them don't do too much, but a lot of back spinners. So they're not really sure what they're going to do. So new batter, Rahat Ahmed at the crease. Pitched up and driven. So, say hello to Jeff. He's asking, is Rome expensive for food, drink, accommodation? Good to get my views. I mean, what you'd expect, I suppose, from any major city. I mean, Rome is one of the world's major cities. To get to the end of the 4th over, it's 47-2. But I've been pleasantly surprised, actually, some of the places we've been so far. We've only been here a couple of days this time. There's some really interesting places to visit, obviously. At the Trevi Fountain. We even just sat, didn't we? Sat down the road from the Trevi Fountain, had a cool drink, sitting on the side of the road, just taking in life.
You can walk any street over in this city and there's always something going on or something that you haven't seen before in history. And yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world. Highly recommend if anyone wants to come out here and have a look and maybe even come down and support some cricket.
Yeah, they didn't build it in a day. A bit like our European cricket vision, it will take a long time, but already you're seeing the impact. But Ian's just saying, thinks he played against Maragi about 10 years ago with a gun opener. You can see why, but he's been removed from the equation. So this next 3 overs is super interesting because it'll set up what they need in the last 3. And they're going back to Raihan, to 1 for 15 in his first over. Quicker one, cut away. And that's probably what these two need to do, just to establish themselves, get this partnership going, settle themselves. The run rate required is only a tick over 8 and over. So, any more random questions you've got, please throw them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. We love your random questions last game of the day. Rahan. Taking their time here, but I suppose they've got the spinner on. 2 spinners on at the moment, so shouldn't have too many problems with the over 8, you'd imagine. Driven, no run. Good early no call from Samarakun.
Yeah, good squeezing as well, having the fielders tighten out.
I did mention their kind of 3 to 8. They could shuffle around their order. That's exactly what they've done by promoting Samarakun to 3 on the basis of his form last game. Outside, well, they're going to take a run, and I don't know how they got it. It's a leg bite, and the keeper just had to pick up the ball. It already stopped. He didn't. You see here, off goes the glove. He still finds a way to fumble it.
Yeah, his eyes had lifted before he'd picked up the ball, Vinny. Just 5 overs to go, 5.3. Starting to get a bit tight, isn't it?
I think so.
It's winding down this day.
Question for you in the chat, Corey. Not too random, but a question nonetheless. Little leg glance here. He's pushing for 2. I mean, they might get 4. Well, he puts it into the bottom corner. He can put that one in the book, and that'll also bring up the 54 carreras.
Yeah, important runs, isn't it? They're just doing enough to keep themselves ahead of the rate at the moment. Sort of feel like a couple more wickets might really tighten it up.
Yeah, so Jeff is asking for value for money place in Rome. I mean, at this time of year, it's quite expensive. Hit reasonably hard into the hole, but well fielded by Anik Ahmed. And he'll just keep that to a single. Yeah, we're a little bit out of the city, but yeah, for sure, you can probably find a few nice places. A fair few smaller hotels here as well, as you'd imagine. But question from Ian Latin in the chat to you, asking you, was the standard of some of the stronger teams in Brussels what you were expecting back in when you were coaching Spain recently in the World Cup pre-qualifiers? Was there anything that surprised you? Wait for this, which is going to be one hopper out to deep mid-wicket.
Not particularly,
Yep.
to be honest. The teams that we were expecting to be quite strong were strong, and as it takes us to 55 for 2 after 5. And yeah, there wasn't too many surprises. Denmark we knew were going to be a really strong side, and they were. And when they turned it on, they turned it on. And every other team we knew would have their moments on short boundaries and onto mat. We knew that some of maybe the weaker teams, if they have a good moment, it's very hard to defend that.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just going to take a quick look at this, which is where we're at with our Italian summer and the qualification for the Super Series. Raihan ends up 1 for 22 off 2. And well, just one more golden ticket. And they won't have to travel anywhere because the Super Series will be at this cricket ground in Rome starting in exactly 1 week, running for 6 days. And the winner of that, so exciting, they will be going to the ECL in 2023 as Italy's champion club. So every country decides how they would like to choose their ECL qualifier. Sometimes it's on 20 over performances or 40 or 50 over performances. Sometimes it's a mixture like in Jersey where they have multi-format. And we saw Farmers last year qualify in that way. And so this is a pretty cool way to do it because you got the eyeballs on you from all around the world. So yeah, join us for that Super Series starting next Monday. Now, we're back to the start of the 6th over. How about Portugal? I mean, you've worked with Portugal a little bit in the past. Did they surprise you with their performance?
Well, when we came up against them, we had a good day. We played well and won pretty convincingly, but them upsetting Belgium, I guess, that was a pretty big surprise. But they have some good players, Portugal.
Yeah, taking some.
Every team's got 3 or 4, you know.
They beat Netherlands in the ECC.
Exactly. So surprise / not surprise. When you play on a mat and it's 50 to 55 metre boundaries, anyone can actually win on their day.
Mr. Maximo Jr. saying anything can happen in ECN. Well, that's true. They're going back to Rifat Khan. Now they're going to see a double glove ejection. That's they will scramble through for a run. I said after over 4, the next 3 overs were important because it sets up what they need in the last 3. The 5th over brought 8. And so we'll see what this over brings from Rifat Islam. Just chopped away for a single. So I suppose, what do they need at the moment? They need 8.2 and over. So if you score off every ball, you're almost guaranteed to get that 8 and over. You might get a wide along the line.
Oh, a couple of boundaries breaks the back of this match, basically.
Samarakun just finding a bit tougher going this time. He's 3 off 7 at the moment. Launches this one, but it will be handled. So he's getting a few balls straight at fielders. I think that's the approach. They've still got 8 wickets in hand. They've got a long batting lineup, like I said. Don't have to be too conservative here. Goes leg side and gets it over the fielder. Maximo! Ahmed clears the ropes for the first time in this series. And that certainly helps. It swings them into the 60s.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. He shuffled across, gets the slog sweep out. A bit of Steve Waugh about that. Gets 6 runs. That boundary there really calms things down a little bit for Roma CC.
I was going to say that good news, Sadiqi's back on the field after his finger injury. On the sweep, no run here. That's nice to see.
Still now, it's almost getting to that run a ball mark if there's one more big 6.
Full toss, well played. Gets it into the gap, gets 4. So, a couple of good blows by Rahat Ahmed, just settling the nerves. That's the end of 6 overs at 68 for 2.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. It's in the slot. You still got to put it away. He does that. The 6 and the 4 in the over really calms things down for the chasing side. It's going to take a minor miracle now from Rome Bangla Morning Sun selected 11 to come back into this.
Yeah, for sure. And Rifat Ahmed ends up going, Rifat Islam, I should say, ends up going for 16 of his 2 overs. So that ends that dual spin attack. Now looks like we're going to get Sadiqi. He's back on the field. That's good to see. He's going to bowl over number 5. So, last chance for random questions. But yeah, we certainly are enjoying summer adventure. But this has to be one of the hottest days of ECS we've ever had. Here we go. With Samarakut on strike. Pretty good full delivery. He's able to whip it away past the mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, that's all they have to do at the moment. Ahmed might look for the odd boundary here and there just to take it easy, but if they're scoring a run a ball from here on in, you'd imagine they'll chase this down pretty comfortably. 8 wickets in hand as well. It's going to take a massive effort from the bowling unit to get them back into this game. Maybe a double wicket back to back.
Pitches up, gets hit back straight back at him. So yeah, Sadiqi's a man that can come on and do a job. He can kind of bowl any time in the innings. Rome Bangla Morning Sun, I mean, they would love to be the team to represent Rome in the Super Series next week, but so would their opponents here. Roma CC turns into a full toss, but he's drilled it straight at right hand. He takes the catch. So Ahmed was the threat, but he's been neutralised now. Nice catch. He's off to the races. Raihan's had a good day. Sadiqi gets the wicket. And the score is 69 for 3.
Well, they still believe in it. You can see from the celebrations, it was a low full toss. He doesn't get enough of it. The bat skews in his hands, and there's the old aeroplane celebration. A pretty important wicket, really, and that just breathes a little bit more life into this contest.
There's been a lot of people in the chat. They've been pretty bullish about the prospects of Rome Bangla Morning Sun if they take a wicket or two. Probably fresh in their minds what happened earlier on today. As Roma CC essentially collapsed to be 59 for 8 off their 10 overs. But remember that they were actually 33 for 8 at one stage. So yeah, have to be made of cardboard to not have a few nerves out there. But it is the captain, Sujith Riliguragi, who is coming out in this situation. Look, he was one of the duck makers in the previous game, so he's on a pair. You want to make sure that doesn't happen. And it won't. He dicked out the first ball, down to long on for a single.
Can Sadiqi strike again in this over? Maybe try to get 2 new batsmen there. Samuel Kroon, he's not got going in this innings though. This game might be going down to right down to the wire.
Yeah, Roma CC, one of only 2 teams to have had 3 golden balls that they've played in. The other team is Madrid United. Robil Khan last year. Remember that? But Madrid United also had our first ever golden ball in March 2020, and they had one earlier this year in Khartoum. Okay, this is pulled away, and it's going to be 4. So Samarakun gets something that's close to him. He's able to turn on it. That'll be a confidence booster for him. Takes him up to 9.
Yeah, what a nice shot. That's just the left-hander getting some reward from the righty-lefty partnership. The bowler doesn't adjust his lines and helps it round the corner for 4. Important boundary. They didn't have a good over yet, but that 4 just helps it along.
Does help. Last ball of the over coming up. Pretty good one. He thinks it flicks his pad on the way through. I think that's why he's appealing. Did then go onto the bat and get chopped down. It's an off-cutter.
High.
Yeah, probably high anyway, you're right. It may have just flicked the pad on the way through. I don't know what the umpire's meant to see because he's literally right in the middle of the pitch when he's appealing here. So I like the enthusiasm, but not upheld. 74 for 3 after 7. Coming tomorrow, Roma Capinelli. They don't have any points yet, and they'll want to try and get on the board, but won't be easy against Rome Bangla Morning Sun. So they do get the Morning Sun tomorrow in matches 5 and 6. Kent Lanka appear for the first time, taking on Royal Roma, who did take 4 points away from opening day. Join us tomorrow. We're back to the regular starting time, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. More ECS action coming your way. So now we're going to go to Ahmed Mohsen, who's going to get a bowl. 22 off 18. It's not a done deal yet, but a good over here. Be hard to lose, surely, for Roma CC. Oh, gets a bit lucky. French cart. Rolling, and... Well, that's an interesting one. I feel like... And he's got cramp there as well.
No.
I feel like he steps on the rope just after he kicks it with the other foot.
Are you sure he didn't accidentally touch the ball at the same time?
But does he? See, the ball's gone by then.
Yeah,
that's great camera work by the guys, isn't it? So it won't be 4. And then...
How's his calf muscle?
Yeah, not great. So the Heat getting a few victims. But yeah, there'll be play on. Yeah, so won't be 4. You see this one more time. He does step on the rope, but the ball is evacuated by then. See? Ball's gone, then steps on the rope. So, get on with the game. Saves a couple of runs. Milaganagi chopped on earlier, and he almost did again. Now, he's feeling for this one. Gets 1.
You've got to wonder here if Samarakun will maybe try and get a couple boundaries in this over just to take all the tension out the game. You don't want to take it too deep. Anything can happen in the last. He's the man that's been there for quite some time. He batted well earlier today as well. Shot over the top, a backward point. Well, he's done exactly what we said. Will he look for the boundary this over? He does. Gets a little bit of width. That's a really good cricket shot, timing it over point.
Yeah, that's the one they needed. Samarakun's been there. He's had more time at the crease than any of the Roma CC bats today. He's able to slash that one away, get them closer to that target.
Yeah, very good batting indeed. Can he go another boundary? What you want here, you don't need to be slogging. You just want to be trying to hit 4s and minimise your risk, but if you can keep it along the carpet, you can still hit a 4. There's plenty of gaps. So that's a wide. That really hurts. It's down to 14 now. Still 15 balls left. They should coast to this. Cricket's a funny game.
Yeah, it sure is. Well, it's a funny game, but Roma CC won't be laughing if they were to fall short from this position. They need 14 of 15 balls. Driven, sends his partner back. Good communication. That's something I don't hear enough of, is loud calling. That's something that we're brought up on, isn't it, in the Australian system? We used to have just training sessions completely on running between the wickets sometimes.
Yeah, it's massive. Massive in the culture back home.
Yeah. Plays down the wrong line here.
So that's a loose shot.
Yeah, maybe that's the pressure of the situation.
Good off cutter as well. Still a little bit of tension out on the ground. You can feel it. You can see it on the player's body language.
Slides into the pads, they get one. It's 28th over. So, well, this is a bit loose. That's really good running. And we're alert to that. So, one becomes two. Leg buys. And it's the end of the 8th. The score is 84 for 3. And when you're just defending a handful, that's the kind of thing you can't afford, Corey.
Just ridiculous cricket. Just hold on to the pill. Unfortunately, they give that extra run. It takes away a bit of tension. 12 required. Batting team should win this 9 out of 10 times, you'd imagine.
Fielding, I mean, we're talking about in the chat about cramp and what people use for cramp sometimes. Have you heard of pickle juice? Have you heard of people using pickle juice? I did use pickle juice, actually.
Really?
Last tournament I played. Because I would sometimes struggle with that, particularly
Was it
my calves. Yeah, I don't know if it was... And I actually quite like pickles, so I actually enjoyed it. But it's a weird thing to have in a sports game. I was able to buy some that came in these little bottles. So I didn't really have issues with cramp, but whether or not it was because of the pickle juice, I'm not sure. But some people swear by it. So, well, you need a great over here. And here's a man that was dancing all over the place. He was moonwalking on the surface earlier, Bilal Hussain. First over didn't quite go to plan. In the first, he went for 14. But let's see how he goes in this crucial 9th over. Again, have a good over here. You take it to the last, anything can happen. Really Gadagi hasn't been that convincing so far. Oh, big finish on the cards, potentially. Shot and out. Well, he got a fair piece of it. Picked out the fielder, really Gadagi. Can't take a trick today. He's going to go for just the 4. He's wicket number 4. The score's 84, and game alive, 12 off 11. We'll have a new batter facing up.
Yeah, give me some more, Vinny. He did get a big piece of that. I mean, if that's left of the field or right of the field by a metre, that goes for 4. Pretty unfortunate, really. But he's gone. Brings in a new man to crease. More importantly, it's a dot ball as well.
That's exactly right. Yeah, but Rilla is a good player, but he just seemed a bit out of sorts with the bat today. Some results filtering in here. Isle of Man beat Turkey and Finland beat Croatia today.
No surprises there. Yeah, so there's a replay of the catch. Nice save, Tans. You've got to catch it under pressure. Still think the batting team should be pretty confident getting themselves there. But the new wicket, the new man, I'd be looking to bring cover tight right now and squeeze a dot if I could.
All right, here we go. New batter at the crease. Nathan Dige.
Exactly where they should have had a man is
well,
now they're getting
trouble if
overthrow.
they go to the keeper here. He's overrun. And, well, he can't get the throw to sit for the keeper. But this is a risky over there. He gets applauded now for his efforts, Nathan Dige. Well, probably because he actually ran 2.5 there because he was a long way past the stumps. But his partner decided, hey, guess what? You're coming.
Shouldn't have been one in the first place. That's where your cover has to be tight for the new batsman. 2 handy runs, 10 off 10.
So, just saying, can he get another breakthrough, 10 off 10?
No.
Wait with this. I wonder if that's the slight cramp issue.
Well, get the pickle juice out, Vinny.
Yeah, pickle juice releases an enzyme that helps with cramps, according to Dr. Wazza in the chat. How are you, Wazza? You missed Dane Kirby earlier. He's from Melbourne originally, playing for Roma Capinelli, so see if you can tune in a bit earlier tomorrow, because they've got the morning session again. Good looking shot. There's no half volley, but he on-drives it crisply down to the fielder. Raihan zings it in. Dige looking fairly comfortable at the moment. 9 off 9.
9 off 9. They're going to need another wicket or 2 if they're going to do this. Vinny, do you start get the tingle? No, not yet. Not yet. If there's a wicket, maybe.
Been hurt by false tingles.
I'm going to get that checked.
Over and a half to go. And edge of your seat stuff here at the end of the day. Ooh, Croatia going to play Serbia in the 7th place playoff. That'll be a spicy one. All right, here we go. Well, that one might kill the tension because it's going to be 4 runs. And he has just taken a bit of a chance there. Samarakun, well, he was the one towards the end of the innings who really brought some respectability to the scoreboard. And sure, he hasn't really gone at a breakneck pace, but he's just done what's been needed. And that's a very critical boundary.
Well, they say the old nail in the coffin. I think it takes 4 nails. I reckon there's 2 in there at the moment. That really hammered one home. What a shot.
Conrad Greenshield saying, I'm here for the tingle rumour.
Hashtag ask Vinny.
Well, last golden ball we had was in Portugal. Just saying. He's no stranger to a tingle. Edge into the ground to the keeper. Now you got 1 ball to go. You sneak out of this with a dot.
Need a wicket.
And then I'd be interested to see what sort of field we get. You're hunting dots.
Well, look, he's just punching himself in the head there. Just trying to zone in on the moment.
He might be the first bowler that needs a concussion test after walking back to his mark.
Well, that's probably 25-0 punches.
Maybe what he feels like is he got away with that one. It's not where he wanted it. It was drivable. But, I mean, yeah, the result was okay.
Fast bowlers are crazy, aren't they?
100%. Oh, squeezes one away. Hold it. And so Samarakun will be in the hot seat. 4 required off the last. We're going to the last on opening day in Rome. The score is 92 for 4.
Yep, this last game of the day, eking out to the last over of the day. 4 required. Samarakun's on strike.
We're enthralled in the situation, but what about the comeback from Roma CC? And they were blown off the park in match 3 against these same opponents. Rome Bangla Morning Sun smashed them 144 to 59. Right now, on the cusp of chasing this 96, but they're not there yet. And don't forget, Roma CC, if you want a team to give you a golden ball, well, they've given us 3 of them so far. And so, let's get ready to rumble.
Still, if they can get a wicket first ball, golden ball tinkle starts to really happen.
I feel like you do need a new batter in there, don't you?
Yeah, you have to have a new batter in there.
Samarakun's been hit and miss, hasn't he? He's run a ball. I think they'll just have a fairly regulation field here. I thought maybe you bring your cover tighter, but they're worried it could get hit around him for a boundary. So maybe they're okay with a single here. Still got 3 to play with. Last over of the day, and it's Siddiqui, who is going to not bowl at this time. Just building the tension. So this one going to 10 past 6 p.m. local time.
Long days.
Yeah, it wasn't late start, late finish. Here we go. And gone.
Game on.
Wow, that's a good catch. Because it kind of slides off the outside edge of the bat. Siddiqui induces the edge. Well, I think the fielder is feeling more relief than anything else. So Samarakun once again run a ball to 18, like he's run a ball 23 this morning. But in the end, he gets caught off the first ball to the last. I think that was an off cutter. Does leave him a little bit. That's why it hits the outside half of the bat. And, well, got to say, that was a good catch. Taken by Abbas Ali, who's had a pretty eventful day himself. Still 4 to get. New batter into the furnace. And let's see who they go for here.
Pretty unlucky that edge flew all the way to the man on the ring at short third.
Here's the guy
on another day, you edge that for 4 and the game's over.
100%, but it's a good catch. He takes it and falls, has to get down because it is dropping on him.
Yep.
Denham Seneviratne is going to be the batter, and he can finish this in a ball, but he loved to go leg side. He loves it. And so...
golden ball's a chance now, Vin.
Yeah. He's no pusher, is what I'm saying about Denham Seneviratne. He is a guy that he wants to hit a boundary and get out of here. Can he do it, though? 4 to win, 5 balls remaining. And he's gone! He gets a king pair. And so, for the second time this afternoon, is middle stump out of the ground for Denham. Well, look alive. There's something going on here. Suddenly, we got a hat-trick opportunity. But, well, right now, Roma CC got the Staggers 92 for 6.
Well, that's not the graphic I care about, Vinny. I want the other one. It could happen finally.
We had a hat-trick today. I'm going to be seeing hat-trick number 15. But Yeah, you see this one does come in, and it's a shot that he can play once he's in a little bit.
Top of the stump length.
You know, he's got a new bowler, essentially, that he's seeing for the first time, and he knows it, Denham. He's played a lot of cricket. And so, well, Conrad's saying, is this man batting with sunnies? I could understand why on a day like today. He's saying maybe the sunnies were misty.
So here we go. 2 and 2. Still 4 off 4, but you've got a new batsman now. When there's a new batsman, anything can happen. You might edge 1 for 4. You could chew up a dot. I think cover's pretty tight at the moment. I think point needs to be tighter. He's on the ring. There's definitely a chance now. This is going down to the last ball. Has he tried? So the thing the batsman has to think about, do I try to be a hero here? We only need 4.
Score for every ball, you can't lose.
Correct.
That's what I'd be telling myself if I'm out there. And, like, essentially make it somebody else's problem. So, Corrali, 4 to win, hat-trick ball, swings and he misses, but it's called a wide.
Oh, big call in the context of this game.
Yeah, I don't like it, but let's have a look on the replay. Sneaks across a little bit.
Yep. It's actually unlucky. It decked away a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's over the line, but would you make an argument that he
No,
moves?
Vinny, don't confuse it. That was a wide.
Don't
confuse
you know
it.
how I feel about it. I wouldn't take the batter's movements into play at all.
No, but he didn't move over to outside off or anything.
Okay.
That was a wide.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, that's a handy run to get.
That's a quarter of the runs they need off this over. Well, gets lucky, but how lucky?
Pretty
There's
lucky.
1, there's 2, there's 4. That's game over. And Corrali does it. The batter's so good he uses the back of the bat to win the game. Tries to go leg side. They didn't have the third man back. Well, Roma CC, they do get some points and get some sweet revenge on Rome Bangla Morning Sun, who tapped them in match 3. And that was revenge of sorts as well for Roma CC, knocking Rome Bangla Morning Sun out of the finals race last year. But, I mean, that's gutsy, isn't it? Again, it wasn't really perfect cricket from Roma CC, but they get the job done in the end with 3 balls to spare.
Yeah, they get it done. A little bit of luck right at the back end, but overall they played the better cricket. They deserved the win, and they get there pretty comfortably. A few little twitches right at the back end, but a good game overall.
Yeah, it sure was. So if you enjoyed the cricket from this field, and how could you not, make sure you join us again tomorrow, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India. Thanks everyone for all of your company. We love having you as part of our community. Stay tuned for some highlights of this innings. And, well, it was always going to be interesting, wasn't it? Roma CC, they were desperate to get some points on the board. Awkward little chase for them. They had a bit of luck early. In particular, Maragi did. That one went underground, under the keeper. But he also cracked some really good shots. And to be honest, you look back and you see the 32 of 14 that he scored. Without that, I think they were going to be in some serious trouble.
Absolutely, that 32 of 14 made a big difference. This was a good catch coming in from the boundary and holding it with both hands. And the fielding standard was pretty good in this game, better than the one that they played a little bit earlier. There was plenty of opportunities for these batsmen to come in and correct their wrongs before, but this man, Mirage, 22 first-class games to him. He came out and batted really good. Siddiqui had a little bit of an injury to his hand, and he got that all patched up, and he came back pretty strong later, but it was all Mirage at the top, wasn't it? Some beautiful hitting.
Yeah, it's, well, he ended up going after this one. I agreed with the decision. I split the audience, but I think he's cross-batting a ball on the stumps there. Even with the movement, I saw that one hitting the leg stump. But brought out Rahat Ahmed. He had a pretty useful contribution of 18 in just 11 as well. So these quick-fire contributions with the strike rates being high is the reason that they were able to take it a little bit easier towards the end. Raihan, he was able to end Rahat Ahmed's innings, and yeah, it's going to be the Gadagi, who hasn't really hit his straps yet in this series. But yeah, we're going to still get some late drama, that's for sure. So this is one that got cracked to point, but yeah, good shot, bad result. It's going to happen if you hit balls in the air occasionally. One's going to undo you, and that's exactly what happened there. So we saw the bowler trying to knock some sense into himself, but I got to say, probably fair in the end that these two teams split the points. Then was last overtime. They needed 4 runs, and then just like that, Samarakut went first ball, and then so did Denham Senavaratna, who just gets it all wrong. King pair for him today, worst possible start. And at this stage, well, Rome Bangor Morning Sun really felt like they were in with a very good chance.
Yeah, absolutely. They were in with a very good chance, and it was a little bit of luck right at the back end. The leading edge flash over backward point, and it had top spin on it. It kicked away. It's 4, it's game, it's set, it's match. A good game of cricket, good sportsmanship between these two teams, which is great to see as well. And I think we'll be seeing a lot of them as the week progresses.
We sure
But
will.
what a great first day of cricket here in Rome, Vinny.
Yeah, we really have had a good time, no doubt about it. And thank everyone for your company as well as we roll through this the scorecard. And Maragi at the top of the order. 32 of 14. Twin 18s for Samarakun and Rahat Ahmed, but different styles of innings really from those players. And yeah, ultimately, they were just able to scramble across the line. Prabhath as well at the top of the order. Eknelagoda ended up going 10 off 5. Just probably a bit upset with his shot. Didn't wait to have a look at Raihan. Tried to take him down very first ball. But they do get there in the end, especially good effort considering the result in match 3. Although they did have a little bit of the wobbles, didn't they, at the end of the innings, but they get there with 3 balls to spare. As far as the bowling went, well, you have to be doing it, bowling pretty well to defend double digits on this ground, I think. And I've got to say, Siddiqui was good. 3 for 11, including 2 in consecutive deliveries in the last. But ultimately, got a bit unlucky. Leading edge went for 4. Apart from that, Rifat Islam and Raihan bowled well in tandem. They took a wicket each, as did Bilal Hussain up front. Abbas Ali went wicketless in his 1 over, despite taking 4 in the previous game, so he never got a second over. Well, Corey, it's been great to spend opening day with you. I want to give a big shout out to all the Blue Crew, everyone who's helped from the local organising committee here to Lorena, to Prabhath as well, for looking after us, trying to keep us hydrated on what's been really one of the hottest days of the year.
Yeah, thank you to everyone involved. It's been an enjoyable day of cricket. Still no golden ball, but that was a close match to cap off a really sensational day. And, well, it's only day 1. We go all the way to Saturday, final Saturday. So plenty more cricket action coming to you from the ECN network.
It sure is. So we're going to take it from here, and we will see you tomorrow. And if you are watching from Australia, in particular Victoria, make sure you tune in. Get a bit of Dane Kirby in you, because he's a really interesting player to watch. But, I mean, so many characters here. And, I mean, we saw a lot of quality as well, didn't we, with Sharif Raihan and turning it on with the bat, particularly in Game 3. We will be back tomorrow. Corey Ruckers will be with me on behalf of the Blue Crew and everyone at the European Cricket Network. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.